Nothing changed outside. Someday, at my day, I will change my life. People
And just like Alexander the Great, they have nothing left to conquer. Course, there's absolutely not. This is my match.
From Naga. Boop, straight in the bag.
This might just be it. Nearing 99%, but Lib, even the devil looks away in disgust.
We have the very best in the world fighting for this OWCS World Final. The Junker Queen comes in, and it's a triple catch. In the fight, and he's going to get another big down positive. That's how they stay alive. They can't let go of the momentum now. Has to try and go for a rally to stay alive, but what a stick!
What? Excuse me? What did I just see?
What's good, everyone? Welcome to day 2 of week 2 of stage 1 of our regular season. The play is in full swing, and we've been treated to meta shifts already, surprises, fish tank breaks as of yesterday. I am Zoe, joined by Joss and Nekra. Guys, how has it only been 1 week? I feel like we've lived like 5 lifetimes already watching the teams climb up and down the standings.
Yeah, I don't really know. I'm thinking about that, but I'm more thinking about the meta that's shifted, which is also going to shift these power rankings, like, and these group standings too. Why is Twisted Minds in 7th? Why am I Twisted Minds in 7th?
I think the Choquilibrium is just actually a time lapse or a time loop, and so that's why it feels like everything is just longer than it is.
Yeah, potentially.
It's, I mean, yeah, there's still time, obviously. Like, some of the teams already played 3 matches, so for them it's getting a little close. Looking at you, Sakura, and it's not going to get any easier today since they're going up against VP. They have 7 matches per stage. And at the end of the stage, the bottom 2 of those standings will be finding themselves in relegation matches where they have to go up against the top of our Face It League teams. It's rough, man. It's a little unforgiving, honestly.
Yeah, and that's what's the most fun, honestly. You know, it's all great sitting here behind the camera, or like, you know, or in front of the camera, sorry. I'm not actually behind it. And also kind of sitting at home, and it's entertainment for us too, because look, if you want to keep your space in OWCS, you still got to beat the very best Face It League has to offer. And that could be a hairy situation, especially if you come out of this season, hopefully with a single series win, but it's not looking good for some teams. And
Nekra, it can be partner teams that drop out as well. Like, so everyone's on the chopping block.
Well, I want to echo what Jack was saying when taking a look at the standings. That Twisted Minds being in 7th place is kind of mind-blowing, because not only are they a partner team, but they also have some of the best players in the entirety of EMEA. So hopefully with the 7 total matches they have at the stage, they can find some W's and maybe find themselves outside of those bottom 2 so they don't have to face that relegation. But we still have so many more matches to play.
We really do. Let's take a look at today's schedule to see what lies ahead. We do have... That's a good point. That's a good point. We have 2 EMEA... sentences. They're difficult. We have 2 EMEA matches. There we go. I got there. Followed by 3 NA matches coming our way. There's some good ones. Like the last match of the day, I'm super excited for. But I'm also very excited to see Peps back in action. We've not seen much of them yet.
Yeah, Peps versus Twisted Minds. Will this be Twisted Minds' first win? You would hope so. Obviously, the meta shifted from week 1 to week 2. Peps didn't... Twisted Minds, they've just not found their footing. They're down 0-2. I want to see how Peps are going to handle this new meta, or they just go back to kind of what they're familiar with, which is what Twisted Minds were like pivoting towards the other day. So, yeah, we'll see. Yet to be seen. Big test of strength, actually, I think, for both teams here.
Yeah, and some teams that do not need a test of strength because they've already shown us that they are at the very top of it all is VP, for example. And we're going to talk about them as they are the first team we're going to see in action today. And we brought in a very special guest for that. It is their official co-streamer, Toniki. So welcome to the show. Buenos dias. ¿Cómo estás? How are you doing?
Hello.
What time is it over there?
It's fine. It's almost 7 p.m. so it's a good time.
That's fine. Okay, that's not too bad. That's
Hello,
not too
everyone.
bad. So
no, it's not.
It's great to have you on. Let's chat a little bit. Usually I will be asking you about this upcoming match, but let's be real. I think that's going to be a one-sided affair. So let's talk about you co-streaming for Virtus Pro. How's that been for you?
It was like the end of my project, I started a tier 2 team project back in the day when OCS started with a core of Spanish players. In this core, there was Gala, the support, and then we thrived through the open qualifiers OCS, and then they signed for Virtus Pro, and I left the project because, man, you have the team, you have a really good org behind you, and 1 year after, they call me back and they say, "Hey, Tonic, you want to be a co-streamer for this team?" And absolutely, it's my dream team. There's Gala in there. He's a very good friend of mine, and I love the players. I was with the players 2 weeks ago. I saw how they train. They are so focused. So it's a really good team, and now I'm co-streaming them. I'm so happy.
I mean,
That's
it's
awesome.
good that they're also at the top of the standings right now. Unless, you know, Gen G have got something to say about it. Obviously, there's going to be a third match this week. Apart from Gala, because I feel like that would be your answer, who has been your favorite player to watch this stage of OWCS?
I'm looking for Chehu. Chehu is really good.
Yeah.
17 years old. When I was there with them, with the team in the bootcamp, he was like super shy kid, but at the same time so polite and a really good guy. And it's so young. I'm looking how he's playing, and it's giving EMEA a really good show now with his Genji. So I think he's a really good player, and I'm loving to watch him.
No, that's easily my favorite player as well, I think. This stage, at the very least. His Genji is insane. So,
Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. Korean level, actually. Oh, of course.
Exactly.
Well, how do you feel like the meta is going to shape up? We saw some really strong Hazard play in the first week of OWCS, but what's been your take after watching some of the games unfold yesterday?
I think when Hazard is not available, or the map is more dive wise comp, so I think ball comps are really good. They're playing a lot in Korea, and here in EMEA we're watching Genji because they have Korean tank and they're playing a really good ball. Hadi is playing ball sometimes too, but I think when Hazard is not in the game, comms around ball are so good to see, and I think is the second most broken meta right now.
I mean, speaking of broken meta, I just watched your recent video, the what was it, Mercy Moth meta stuff. Loved it. The ending absolutely sent me. You using that No Man's Sky dinosaur scene, I was laughing. Also, sick Doomfist, just bring it out there.
That was my girlfriend, because my girlfriend edit my videos. She was asking,
It was so
like,
funny.
what was that game that was a dinosaur with a soft music? I said, No Man's Sky?
Yes,
Yeah,
it's so
I'm gonna
good.
put that. Okay.
Yeah, it was perfect. Shout out to your girlfriend. Absolutely nailed it. Now, since we're already so off topic, let's just continue on that trajectory and play a little game of Overfeud. I don't know if you're familiar with that. So basically, we asked thousands and thousands of people in the Overwatch community a question, and they gave us answers. And you three are playing in a team now, and you have to guess what our audience was answering.
Okay.
You have 3 lives, essentially, and 3 wrong answers, and then you guys are dead to me. That's very dramatic. Let's not go that far.
Okay.
And then or maybe you just lost the game. I don't know. Let's go with that.
Okay.
Okay. The question we asked the audience was, name a hero with the coolest ultimate. So, which 5 ultimates do you think our community thinks are the coolest? Tonic, I'll let you start.
BTS,
you can make the first guess.
I would say
What is our community
Sigma.
like?
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
That's an out there pick. That's good. Yeah, no, that's good.
sick
Perfect.
guess.
Okay, that was good. All right. 4 more to guess. Jack.
It has to be DPS ults. It has to be at the top, right? The
Obviously.
classic Dragon Blade.
The Genji. Yep,
Dragon
that would have
Blade.
been my first
Yes,
answer.
okay.
And it was the top answer, in fact.
Yeah.
All right, Necra.
Oh, pressure's on. You guys both got an answer. Oh.
Think of the coolest hero.
What do the kids think is
okay,
cool,
so then
Necra?
I'm gonna say Dragon Strike from Hanzo.
Okay. Oh.
Well,
Wait,
you
do
guys like the
we only get
dragons?
3 wrong answers?
You have
right?
3
Okay,
lives, so
that's
you have
fine. Okay.
two more lives. All right, Toniki, your turn.
Oops.
I think Kiriko,
up, Necro.
Kiriko Kitsune. That's really cool.
Okay.
Oh,
Nope.
what?
No,
Okay,
they don't like it.
Okay, awesome.
I would say.
You're never gonna guess
Sojourn.
these, honestly. I'm looking at the answers like you
Wait,
guys are
really?
not gonna guess
Okay.
it.
Wait a second.
I think it's really weird. I don't know what our community has been huffing that day, but
Really?
like something's off.
Okay. So coolest could also mean like
It's
a May
cool.
Blizzard, but I'm not going to go with that. I do. Oh god,
That
I
is
just
cool.
think
That was very
Sojourn
bad
Railgun Overclock. It has to be on there, surely.
But what is cool about that? Does it look cool?
It's
to you?
cool. You like go up in
It's
the air and then
cool.
you shoot people.
But it's not. It doesn't look like much.
If May
All
Blizzard
right.
is on there, I'm going to lose my mind.
Oh no.
Okay, is this the last life? I think this is the last life.
That was the last life. Yeah.
Oh, was that the last life? You already. Okay, I'll give you a bonus life. Bonus life.
A bonus
Because
life?
I
Okay,
like you
right.
guys.
Oh, no.
I like you guys. I'll give you a
Ah.
bonus life. I'm in charge here.
Okay, can we like put our heads together for this one? Because I feel
Yeah,
like we should
brainstorm.
talk about
Yeah.
this. Let's
Nikki,
brainstorm.
what do you think? What's your idea?
I would say Cassidy because he's the cool guy, you know.
He is pretty
but
cool.
I don't know.
Is cool.
But it looks lame.
Maybe
like nothing really happens. There's just
The ultimate is
tumbleweed.
boring. The ultimate
Yeah.
is kind of boring. Yeah.
I mean, if you try to be thinking like our audience,
Oh,
it will be stuff
Diva
that is like
Bomb. What do you
shiny
guys
and
think of
things,
that?
right?
Wait,
like
which one?
eating
More
a
effects,
bomb?
more effects.
Diva Bomb? Ooh, Diva Bomb is pretty. It does create big explosion. I like Diva Bomb. I'm down for Diva.
Wait, or Junkrat. I think it's either Diva or Junkrat.
Junkrat?
I feel like. Yeah,
You're thinking
Junkrat
about
tires so
explosions
cool.
only. Yeah.
Yeah,
She
explosions
say
are pretty
like
cool,
something
though.
like shiny. What's shiny?
Shiny. What about
Yeah, I said that,
Echo?
but now I look at the
Zenyatta is
answers
a
again,
shiny
and
hero.
yeah, maybe I Echo. I don't. I'm super helping you guys.
Echo because you can
Echo's
do
pretty
every
cool.
ultimate in the game.
That's right.
Echo is fun.
That
Yeah,
makes
really
sense.
good.
Go.
Okay.
See, that's cool. That's
That-
3. Is that a
that's
win for
cool.
us?
I mean, technically you already lost, so I don't know if I can give you a win after you lost. Let's gonna reveal the rest. I don't agree with those.
Matra.
Ram ult is a little. I mean, it's like,
I mean, okay,
if you-
Winston's pretty cool.
is it though? It's just an
Pretty
angry
s-
monkey.
you just
Like, I don't know.
You're bashing around in the skies. But Ramatra,
I'm not inspired.
Okay, I don't know about that. Like, what
I'm not
what are you
inspired.
guys saying?
Okay, Toniki, what do you think is the coolest ultimate? Tell our audience.
I think Genji is
What's
the
cool?
yeah is the
That is the
coolest
coolest,
one
yeah.
from 2015.
So anime.
It's 10 years ultimate. Yeah.
That's right. I mean, listen, you and the people, you're aligned, clearly. Now, before we get into our first match of the day, I'm going to give you an opportunity to plug your channels. Where can people find you and your hilarious videos?
Yeah, well, thank you. You can find me in Toniki, Twitch, YouTube, wherever. And yeah, my content is in Spanish, but if you want to learn some Spanish, I can speak slower in my Twitch. And yeah, also I'm practicing my English. So yeah, if you want to learn, have fun in different language, but you can watch my videos, my channel, whatever. So thank you so
Yeah,
much.
wait, your English is fantastic. My Duolingo
Oh, thank
Spanish
you, thank
level
you.
currently hitting level 9, so I'm very proud of myself. I can now order in restaurants and go to clothing stores thanks to the owl. So shout out to Duolingo.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Also shout out to our casters. Toniki, thank you so much for joining us. Casters,
Thanks, you.
please take it away. Walk us through this first match of the day.
Thank you very,
See you.
very much, Zoe and Toniki. Good times. Honestly, I think just for getting the top answer in 3 out of 5, that makes us winners, I think. Maybe.
I think you're right.
Also,
I still
Ramatra,
don't
Annihilation. How is that
understand.
cool, man? How is that cool? You
okay,
just place
no,
about
no,
the
no.
walks of people.
I will say, I get it. Big purple aura. You get to go punch people in
Yeah,
the
but Zen.
face.
Zen go fast. Zen, immortal, run at people. Very epic.
Yeah, but all you do is hit Q and then you spin around in a circle and.
But it looks cool,
it's-
okay?
It does
Looks
look cool.
You know what looks
Yeah.
even cooler? The first match of the day here at EMEA. Sakura Esports currently 0-3 in the standings at the very bottom, just that relegation spot. They don't want to be there. They've got, what, 4 more matches, and this is one of them. China, Zoro, Hattori, Prota, and Strebor is your lineup, your starting lineup for today for the team. And of course, on the other side of things, Virtus.pro. I don't think we need to really talk about this team too much. This team is just ridiculous. Jwoo, just an absolute god on the Genji. Shockwave, insane hit scan player. Vestola, the man of many tanks. Fixer and Gala, just like solid rock support line. Like, this team looks very, very clean. Every single series you've seen them in so far, it looks like they have a perfect read and understanding of the meta. Although Rose saying that, this is week 2, so the meta's changed. We're seeing a lot more Torb and more Sim. We're jumping up into Nepal as our first map with Lucio ban from VP and Sakura banning Diva.
Okay, so definitely taking a hero out of Vestola's pool when you look at that Diva ban. If you wanted to play a little bit faster, that is a hero that we've seen Vestola already pick up on. But then I wonder, does that open the door for Vestola to go play Zarya again, as we saw in Soravasa last weekend? Or do we actually see just more Hazard from both of these teams? And so then how do the tanks fare in the Hazard head-to-head? I think that would be so cool to see Hattori and Vestola go at it.
I mean, look, I'm not going to say anything until the doors actually open, like, at all about the comms, because they have been just so wacky recently. We saw yesterday, I mean, look, Twisted Minds were even like, hey, we can't play this comp right now. We don't fully grasp it. We want to counter the Hazard, but let's just go back to something that we're more familiar with Quartz, like a hit scan. We'll see if VP and Sakura Esports do tend toward something they're more confident on. Looks like VP, though, hovering the Pharah. Shockwave TPing out. Pharah, and then Vestola on the Sigma. Fixer on Mercy. Okay, what is this comp? Pocket Pharah, Shockwave on Torb. Okay, and then China on the Venture, who's going to struggle in this map on that character, I feel.
Honestly, I feel like this is Virtus.pro taking something out of the handbook from Labda's playbook. You've got the Pharah that's going to be boosted up by this damage amp from the Mercy that's going to be able to deal some just nasty damage with these direct rockets. I think China is going to struggle, as you said. I think Zaro as well is just going to be forced to use so many of these defensive cooldowns, like the power slide, even to just get away. Like, oh, for Prota also, you gotta watch your back.
Yeah, it's so tough. Jwoo is gonna basically rule the skies and only has to really worry about that railgun. If a body shot lands, there's almost no chance for an actual follow-up from the rest of the team. Maybe Prota can land some shots in, but Jwoo's gonna have the first ult online in just a moment. Nice rock, but 10% away from that barrage, and a nice little triple onto the bat in the corner. Yeah, this is time for a swap from Sakura. I think China, they go Tracer or they go another hit scan, because the Venture is good at dealing with front lines, it's good at dealing with squishy back lines, but Virtus.pro are not running any of those, and it looks like actually China happy to take the duel in the sky, going over to the Pharah.
A little bit of a different flavor for the backline, though. We don't have Prota or Strebor switching over to the Mercy, but Pharah versus Pharah, if this is what the meta is going to give us, I'm so excited to be able to see this play out more with some of these aerial duels. But it's going to be difficult here for Sakura Esports to get in. I mean, Jwoo is just going to go ahead and launch the barrage as soon as Strebor turns his back, and you cannot break this point with the Torbjorn on it as well.
Well, there's the headshot you were after. Unfortunately, though, Mercy has the E key. If we did a kind of overviewed version of the easiest ability to use in the game, it would be that E key. No bias there at all. Virtus.pro, they've got
biased.
2 support ultimates, and they've also got that Molten Core and holy crosshair for fix the little love bar, which is kind of insane. That's actually a new game we could run. We can look at all the players' crosshairs that have interesting ones. That'd be
I think you said this
quite good.
exactly when you saw Fixa's crosshair the last time we actually saw Fixa on.
Well, I'm just okay. Well, that's fair enough.
You've got the good ideas. We gotta actually.
I've got the
act
single
on 'em.
good idea. But it'll do for one for Zoro there through the window. Another double kill, in fact, but Jwoo unfortunately is forced out the lamp already. Pretty low, though. A lot of spam damage coming through that corridor. And Zoro fighting 4 in this fight. Okay. Or 3 even.
It was the perfect angle there from Zaro. Notice that everybody on Virtus Pro was trying to duel out in that small room, and so he said, I guess I'm just gonna power slide and find an off angle on you. So the overclock deadly, gonna allow Soccer Esports to finally take control of this point. But Virtus Pro have already done such a good job. They have 82% last fight territory, and they're also making some really greedy swaps. We've got the Widowmaker here. Shockwave gets one pick. That's going to seal this round for them. Fix is also on the Alari off of the Mercy. Jaws, you got your wish.
Fix is my new
Alari's
favorite
meta.
player. All right, Gala's already dead. Use the window, the lamp came out, but unfortunately, Vestola ends up going down. That healing from the Alari, not quite enough to keep the tank alive. As soon as you use that full beam, you are pretty much done, unless that pylon is perma-healing people. So we'll see if VP managed to find a pick on this Widow. The Widow is so tough to use on this map. Not only is the Widow very squishy, very susceptible to someone like a Sojourn. Getting an angle on the point is very difficult, but it's actually China that goes down. Look at this flank. I mean, look, Fixer's not playing Mercy, but he's hard-pocketing Jwoo right now on the Farah. Both him and Fixer on the flank and forcing the lamp. Both supports incredibly low. Protoss gonna have to watch out. Vestola comes back in, rocks Strebel back to the Jurassic period, and Hattori also falls to a stray rocket, and now it's all falling apart. Fixer takes down Zorro, and the tag team duo, Jwoo and Fixer on the flank, might have just stealed this round.
I think it will. Fortunately, that Widowmaker not quite enough of a part of the equation, but we're going to see Shockwave switch over to Symmetra to at least be able to get back to point. Hattori on the Wrecking Ball now just to be able to make it and trigger the overtime, but it's going to be a scrappy fight here. A lot of new unique changes.
Yeah, Tori going solo, was trying to look for a small little power drive there, but couldn't quite get it done. And here comes the Captive Sun. Not sure it's going to do all too much, sadly. Nope, swing and a miss there, but there was no real targets to actually land. You saw Hattori, by the way, Rose. You saw Hattori kind of like, okay, I'm going to go right-hand side, but Fixer had the presence of mind to basically just sit there on the Alari. Knowing the ball can come in, you can just outburst your shift to stop that momentum, and the ball can't do anything. And then he's just kind of sat there dangling or just kind of chilling on the floor. So nice stuff from Virtus Pro. We'll see if they want to run out with this again. Looks like maybe Gala on the Alari, which is actually something we saw last year Gala pick up every now and then.
Yeah, Gala was so impressive on the Alari, and I think something else that everybody has been touting this player for is just how much versatility they have in their hero lineup. And so I feel like being able to get Toniki's insight on Gala as a player and just being such a big backbone for this Virtus Pro roster makes me really excited to see if we see more Alari coming out of Gala, if we see any other different types of synergies between Gala and Fixa that allow us to see different supportive duos like this Baptiste and Alari that we're now going to see here. Jwoo off of the Farah, I think, does get a little bit more support from the Baptiste and the Alari.
Man, I actually had the trifecta, Rose. I had the trifecta, the Torb, and now the Alari as well over the last couple of days. I'm one happy guy.
What's the third one?
The Zen. We saw it.
Oh, yeah, okay. I was like, wait a minute. I feel like you're saying 2 out of 3.
Good pylon spot, or at least it was. Nice little pylon spot as well. It's just kind of in the rim of this building here. It's going to be fairly easy to take down, though, if people are on the point, but for poking, it's quite nice. Jwoo goes down on the Torb first. Sadly for Virtus Pro, looks like China's going to be able to lock down this entrance, too. The Alari's not going to get too much value off on this off angle, but Shockwave, using Gala as kind of a distraction tool, manages to pick off 2 already. And they have flipped the map on Sakura Esports right now, and Zoro's got nowhere to run. That's Shockwave for 3. And Vixer and Vestola are going to finish up the rest. VP with an encircling approach there on Sakura Esports, who didn't know where to look.
Yeah, Shockwave and Jwoo have just been setting up so many crossfire sections, whether you have Shockwave kind of taking a flank on Sakura or Jwoo being able to lock down a lot of these doors. Sakura are going to have a hard time being able to actually get to this point without taking too much poke. A lot of responsibility on Hattori's shoulders to make sure that that shield is going to do enough. Because take a look at that. Hattori puts the shield forward, and then all of a sudden, Sakura are getting hit from the right-hand side by Jwoo.
The Alari's so good in these poke styles as well. Shockwave ends up going down, though. A very aggressive window from Prota in main. Takes head of Shockwave off. Here comes the Captive Sun, though, by Gala. Ends up, not sure if that connected onto China. Doesn't look like it did, but still grants them a kill. A big ultimate that can split teams. And the only real worry for the Alari in this comp is going to be that eat from the Sigma. and also the lamp. But if you're hitting the Baptiste, even though he's got lamp up, focus the lamp real quick, another couple of shots, and you should be good. Jwoo is being quite the menace as well, Rose. He's got an ultimate online, and Virtus.pro, they're sitting pretty.
I mean, it's not just Jwoo. You've also got the Bob coming through from Shockwave, and so can hit him where it hurts on either angle. Make that Bob. 3 angles if you throw the Bob in there.
Yeah, the Bob got deployed on the Mega Health Pack. Zoro wanted to go for like a flank to maybe get a shot off on somebody, but it's really hard against this poke comp, which can look at 3 different kind of avenues. And Jwoo is, I mean, nothing has shot Jwoo for like under half health for the last like 10 minutes or so, it felt like.
And we're in the last fight. This could just be Virtus.pro taking 100-0 on this round. Strebber is going to hope that this orbital raise can help them close the distance in this fight, or at least Zoro can open things up, but oh no.
A little bit of an overkill there. Vistola looked like he wanted to flux the already dead Soldier. Jwoo's already killed 2. Flux connects onto Vistola. Tori finishes them off, but she's now all alone on the point versus the Pharah and the Alari. No chance as Fixer just clocks her with a right hand, and that will be Virtus.pro with a 2-0 on Control versus Sakura.
And Gala gets to play the Alari. You know what? I think I remember you saying yesterday, maybe Alari wouldn't necessarily be meta at any point in the future.
If you're running pure poke, Alari is nice to play. If you want to play slow with a Sigma, which is one of the best tanks for the Alari, you pop that pylon down in somewhere that's hard to shoot, and then you are just standing behind Sig Shield, left click, that nice, sweet rhythm, getting headshot after headshot. You know, it's so nice to play, and you supplement so much of that damage, which is really helpful for an Ashe, is really helpful for a Pharah to end up getting and securing a kill. Don't think they're going to see a Alari ban. I'll be very surprised if we do see that from Sakura, but there is still potential there for Virtus.pro to bring it out. I think a lot of maps currently in the pool rows do aid for that more slow style if you still want to rock the Sig. What do you think Sakura want to kind of ban out here, and where do you think they want to go? Because this slow kind of comp with Jwoo on the Pharah and Virtus.pro in general, they look good. They look strong, powerful in the EMEA region right now.
It's hard because I think when you take a look at wanting to play the Sigma, you look at maps like Havana, maybe even taking a look at Numbani. You have so much of that high ground to be able to play around that it's very possible to run those heroes on that map. But then I actually don't know if I totally agree that you think about leaving the Alari untouched. Wonder if you target that, or you target the Pharah as one of the bans, so that you at least take a big piece of the poke comp out of Virtus.pro's ability to play.
Ooh, the 1 KD there, 32 deaths to 15. Pretty not surprising, really, especially with how kind of dominant that was. We expect Virtus.pro to walk away from this series at a 3-0. I think Sakura Esports, if they manage to make some of these maps close, or even manage to take one of the maps off of VP, I think that's going to be a massive win for them. They haven't had the easiest time, obviously, with the last few matches that they've had over the last couple of weeks, and they are still sitting in that relegation spot. Going 0-4 almost guarantees you that slot at the bottom, sadly. And I think these players, especially looking at their performances last year, especially players like Hattori, whose tank pool has been incredibly good, incredibly flexible, versatile as well. It will be a shame to see them knocked out of OWCS, and I still think they'd be near the top of the pack in the Faceit League. We'll have to wait and see where we look at bans, but Esperanza is actually going to be the pick for Sakura Esports, which is you can play poke with the Sigma, but I think with what Virtus.pro can run, Rose, they can just rock out with anything. Their confidence at an all-time high.
Absolutely. I mean, Virtus.pro are the big bads right now. They are the ones that beat Gen G. They swept the Ultimates, another team that we were expecting would actually put up a huge fight versus Virtus.pro. But it's going to be Virtus.pro possibly going undefeated in this stage. And so I agree with you. If Sakura can get a map or make things really competitive, I think they have a great shot of being able to head into relegation with a lot of confidence, and maybe even surprise everybody and at least make sure that they are competitive out of getting out of relegation. Maybe they can win the next 3 matches or something like that. But Esperanza is weird because I do see it kind of going either way. Maybe you do run the Sigma. I think you can run Echo here really easily. So even if you do ban out the Pharah, just play Echo and Genji or Echo Tracer.
That's the thing too. It's hard to know what to expect, especially as the meta's still kind of shifting up. Holy Sakura voters, value voters in the chat. 95% to 5 for VP. Okay, we're just getting
that has to be switched, right?
In my ears, yeah. That should be flipped. It's 5% for Sakura. 95.
Not that I doubt Sakura's ability here. I just feel like Virtus Pro stocks have been rising, and so I feel like there's a bunch of Virtus Pro heads in the chat right now.
Rose, you made a really good point actually with their current stage. I think they have a very good opportunity to go lossless. They are 7-0, like straight up. They've already beaten Genji. They've already beaten Ultimates. Twisted Minds is kind of next up there in terms of power level for teams, but they've not been on their finest form, especially with the shift in the meta. They're facing Sakura, then obviously Peps, Alcatia, and Team Vision are the teams they need to beat. So there's a possibility they can go 7-0. And Sakura are banning the Alari. This is the first time, obviously, we're seeing this because Alari's not a character that we ever really see. So first ban for Alari and EMEA. Okay, Sakura Esports gonna take that one away and go on to Esperanza. Thought, you know what, Gala, you look too suave with it. There's a Symmetra ban here for Virtus Pro on the other side of things.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of saw this coming, right? Gala has been so good on the Alari. If Virtus Pro feel that confident that they can play a little off meta and use Alari to their advantage right now, then you know that the poke is going to be hindered a little bit. But that doesn't mean that Fixa and Gala can't just go play other heroes. So while you do limit the Alari, I don't know how much of a stopgap you actually put into this poke comp from Virtus Pro.
Look, the poke comp's good with the Alari, but you can still run the BAP and the Juno, just stock standard. Okay, we're still going to shoot it. Yeah, we got a whole lot of healing too. Hattori going to run out on the Ramatra. So Sakura Esports still opting to go for the Torb. Same with Jwoo, another, again, Torb, very hard character to dive. The turret does a lot of the heavy lifting too if you put it on a nice little off angle. We'll see how this ends up going down, because Vestola, probably the best Sigma in EU. Especially last year, and it's going to continue to be that, I think. And with this kind of slower style, I think VP are more than happy to put Shockwave on a very good hit scan too. It's the Ashe, he's just a superstar in all honesty, and that's a good pick. Gala taking out Strebor already, and now Hattori is going to get left on an island, and that island is just one molten rock now. Get a hammer kill. Okay, not quite. I would have gone for it.
No, Jwoo is all business right now, Jaws. All business, wants to make sure that this is a clean 3-0 victory for Virtus Pro. And you heard it from Toniki. This is a player still very young, a great import choice coming through from Korea, and a lot of eyes are on this player to make sure that he can really stand tall with the rest of the kind of elite Tracer and Genji players that exist in EMEA. I say that while he's on Torbjorn, but still, all business. You can you can get to the great parts of Torb later.
Oh, Rogo's a little bit wide. Go time for Hattori. It's hard with this Ramatra in this comp though. Or against this comp, sorry. You are taking so much damage on the approach, and if you don't have Nemesis form and the Lucio backing you up, there is a very small chance you survive if you stay around too long. They have stolen the bot away though. Sakura Esports have managed to slip this one past Virtus Pro as VP were trying to rotate to their high ground. Shockwave also on an off angle right now, and this is going to be nice for him if he manages to get a kill, but it's actually Gala that comes up with the goods again. Window kill onto Hattori. And now Sakura are in trouble. They try and settle the score with a window of their own, as it looks like, unfortunately for China, he is on the wrong side of the fight as Jwoo kills 2 on the top.
Yeah, the bot steal was a really good attempt there, but Virtus Pro are just so patient when it comes down to stealing it back away. And it just came down to the dueling amplification matrices from Proto and Gala. Now, when you look at the rest of the ultimates online for either team, it just feels like it's going to be an all-out brawl here. Virtus Pro likely want to throw everything that they can at this checkpoint just to ensure that they cap it. And we're actually just not going to see a contest They get the checkpoint.
Perfect answer to the overclock. Jaewu still takes a double shot though, and Shockwave cowering in the corner, clutching his pennies, hoping he'd survive. Good use of the Bob, and that was actually Zoro and Strebor speed boosting the Sojourn around as they go for Grand Theft Bot yet again. Let's see if Virtus Pro want to just push them. They've got Sound Barrier, they've got the Flux as well, and they have this high ground, but Hattori's got Annihilation, and she's walking up, forcing Virtus Pro back. Oh, it missed! Sound Barrier still into coming out though, and the Annihilation for Hattori too! Hattori isolated from the rest of the team as Virtus Pro managed to take her down in her ultimate. This is going from bad to worse for Sakura.
I feel like having to give up that first checkpoint is so devastating, because if Sakura win that fight, things start to look a lot better. But now they lose that Annihilation, they also lose the Molten Core, and Zoro is fighting to try to get back that ultimate charge from the overclock that got used 2 fights ago. Virtus Pro, once again, unlock that checkpoint. They get to keep that bot rolling, Molten Core on their side. Strebor, though, I feel like can still play a good defensive game here. With this Sound Barrier available, you've got a great answer to something like the Molten Core. But you gotta stay alive if you're Sakura Esports, and I feel like Virtus Pro are still doing too good of a job finding angles for damage.
Oh, China's dead already. In theory here, Strebor does have a free Sound Barrier. Well, you might want to use it against the window of people going low. Well, there it is. Molten Core ends up coming out. Gala on an insanely aggressive off angle. Has to lamp himself, but here comes Jaewu. Still no hammer kill for the bold Torbjorn, but we're all good. They're all pushing. It's all business here. Rose, I'm still waiting for the hammer kill. Come on, Jaewu. You got to get him at some point. Or at least the differential on the Torb. Maybe. 100 meters plus for VP. Rose looking like a potential completion. No ults on either side, but Shockwave closing in on that bot.
Yeah, I think the Bob is going to come online just at the right time here for Virtus Pro to maybe close out this map. They still have 5 minutes and 20 seconds as well. And take a look at how quickly Vestola and Fixa are also starting to approach their ultimates. This could be a full cap, and Virtus Pro, that would be a statement.
Lamp already used, and there's the Bob in the backline. China not turning around quick enough as his bot-on-bot violence there as the Bob takes out the turret, and that's going to be full cap, Rose. There's the Flux to try and get the Flux 9, and, well, Virtus Pro just doing what we expected, just running it down and capping. This is VP at their truest, like, best strength we've ever seen the team in, and honestly, Rose, a 3-0 looking pretty likely here, as they would also be 3-0 in the standings too, going into next week.
And I think that just bodes even better for Virtus Pro to be able to continue this undefeated streak for the rest of this round robin stage. They got the 2 big dogs out of the way. And as you were talking about as well, I think like you look at maybe Twisted Minds, Team Peps, as another one of those teams that might be able to give them a little bit of grief. But the fact that they're winning this match as cleanly as they are does boost the confidence a little bit that Virtus Pro are going to get that 7-0 at the end of the stage.
Jaewu looks good on the Torb. Look, he's got that Torb gene.
He looks good on everything.
He was, yeah, seriously. And landing consistent shots on the Torb is super nice. The chunk damage, especially if you just get like a random headshot, because a lot of it is just spam, right? You just dominate. Your BAP is going to follow up. Your Ash is going to follow up. Even the spheres as well. It's a lot of poke damage, a lot of pressure. VP looking good. 2 deaths in that whole map. A 22.5 KD. Looking clean. Alari's not banned anymore, so maybe we see that going into the next game type. Of course, we can still play, we can't play push anymore, but we can still go to a hybrid / flashpoint or an escort. Where do you think Sakura stand their best chances of like getting a win or even just getting a nice round from VP?
I think if you are Sakura looking at the bans that you did, if you wanted to I feel like Alari is maybe even more powerful on an escort or a hybrid, and the fact that you banned that out already for push kind of says to me maybe we go to Suravasa just to be able to try to play a little bit faster. But it's a tough call here because I think Sakura can pick anything and Virtus Pro will probably still win.
It is a very daunting kind of time in the server. You're like, okay, VP top of the region, some of the best talent. Jaewu, an unbelievable rookie coming from Korea. Like, is Sakura coming in? I don't think there's any delusions for them. And like, okay, there's a chance we can win this. If we just play our A game, we can maybe take some maps here. But I think for them, going into the next couple of weeks, I think that's where they got to look at. Like, hey, we're getting better as a team. We're facing some of the best players in the region. We can take lessons we've learned here and then push them on to the next series, to the next series, to the next series, and then hopefully get a couple of map wins here and there. Of course, with the meta changing and kind of fluctuating right now, there's very big opportunities to upset teams. I think Twisted Minds have been the victim of that over the last couple of weeks. We'll see Twisted Minds a little bit later, obviously versus Peps, and I think that'll be a very good strength test for both squads. I still think TM, if they come in with the Soj, with a game plan of just protect Quartz and let him kill people, I think they stand a good shot of taking down Peps. We'll see if also Soon ends up playing too. That'll be also quite exciting.
That'd be so cool.
Getting back to this series, Iconvalda has been chosen by Sakura Esports, and the bans are as follows. We're going to see a Pharah ban and then a Kiriko ban on the side of VP.
Okay, Pharah ban also makes sense here. I think Pharah is one of the DPS you could use in the poke comp on Iconvalda, so just say, sorry, Jwoo, gotta play something else. I could still just see the Torb though. Go Ashe, go Torb again. I feel like Virtus Pro look very comfortable on that comp alongside something like the Sigma. And even if you can't play the Pharah, just play the Echo. There's some good options here. And Jaws, would you look at that? Gala,
yep.
Alari.
Gala on the Alari. Yep. And Sakura, if they run Ram, like, ideally you don't hit the Ram when he's in Nemesis form, when he's in, like, his ultimate annihilation. Like, you don't hit him then. You hit him when he's just kind of plain. He's just kind of shooting with staff. He's shooting the little wasps. And there's nothing really to kind of eat it. You know, obviously the Ram shield is kind of annoying, right? But if you just hit the back line, it's very easy for Jwoo to follow up and just get the initial kill. The initial explosion. The Sunstruck. A little Widow here for Zoro. Just a quick peek with... I think he was expecting Strebor to use the grip there from Lifeweaver to grab him up, but I guess not. Small miscom. Nope. China running the sim. Okay, so Virtus Pro navigating around this. As long as Hattori doesn't get to the backline, they should be good.
Yeah, but look at how much damage they're already taking. Hattori peeks around the corner and instantly gets tapped by the Alari, the Ashe, and Zoro's already so low.
So good. Pylon's still up. They're still healing on the field, guys. I think the Pylon's above China right now. Zoro is 1 HP. China with another TP into the backline. Can't afford to get booped or killed. 40 HP, does manage to escape. And Zoro ends up going down to the beam. China extremely low on an island too. Like, you can get this mini pack, but Jwoo read that perfectly. Hattori, though, on the other side of the map, without the addition of Jwoo's damage, was able to take both Vixa and Vestola out of the fight.
Ooh, and it's still a bit of a massacre right now, but because Jwoo is still alive, there's a good DPS that can come out. Hattori survives with like 5 HP until Gala comes back and saves the day in the defense. Hattori kind of smashed through everybody on the side of Virtus Pro because their attention was split.
Yeah, killed 4.
Sakura can do that again. Amazing.
Bit harder now, though, especially with Vestola on a hazard. Good luck taking down that if you are the ramp.
Oh, I'd be so worried for Protoss Trevor.
Insane wall. We'll see if they can actually make use of this one. Looks like Vestola's going to insert himself into this fight, trying to split up Sakura right now, but that beam just doing so much damage. Fully charged from China. There is a trade. Zoro down for Shockwave as the duplication comes in. Jwoo doing a lot of damage to that previous fight, but such a quick duplication. And now Hattori suffering at the hands of a duplicated Ram. That annihilation, even with arms crossed, is just going to help Jwoo get a free annihilation and rip and tear through Sakura Esports.
Oh, man. I wonder if Hattori actually switches now after the Ramatra annihilation got used. And there it is. It's going to be over to the D.Va. So D.Va gets a little bit better access here to Vixa and Gala. At least is able to maybe even try to get out something like the Immortality Field. But, ooh!
Look at the Captive Sun. Oh, does tag one. Where's the explosions? There's one. Prota down. Shebel took a lot of damage from that as well. Good, smart swap up to the D.Va, knowing Captive Sun was going to come out. Fortunately, Gala weaved it past the Matrix. Still a pretty big projectile. It moves quicker. It did get buffed a few patches ago, where the size... although still eatable, it's a little bit easier to land. Very high impact ultimate.
See Hattori still sticking on the D.Va, but with 60 seconds to go and only 42%, and 3 ults on the side of VP, just looking a little dire. That is an early orbital raid. Bob ends up getting deployed. Bob's just going to get owned. There's the sound barrier. Hits for Sakura Esports. Good for 2. Hattori takes down Fixer. Zoro, unfortunately, had to stand up to the test of Jwoo and Vestola. Vestola's still on the point, alive and well, but not for long, though. As soon as that spike guard ends up running out, looks like Sakura are just bum-rushing them on the point. Decent beam damage from Jwoo, but can't land the final try shot. Somehow Strebor sneaks away with a kill, but Fixer comes back and gets the Tracer. Oh, sorry, gets the Lucio, as the point has been capped in OT.
Finally able to get the job done, but it took a lot of different hero switches and a lot of just power to be able to get that first objective unlocked. Now you have the payload. Zoro gets to set up with this overclock and is instantly taking a look at the high ground to see if you see something like the Echo or even just that Hazard be able to peek its head. With Hattori having the bomb as well, should be a nice way to at least be able to break through these castle doors, but then the going starts to get really tough. Jwoo has another duplicate that you could use to try to dupe the D.Va or even something like the Sojourn.
Jwoo's waiting on the sidelines too, waiting for Sakura to commit something so Jwoo can jump into the back line. Not revealing themselves either. Okay, there we go. Sticky bombs, as Strebor did see Jwoo and what the plan was. Here's the railgun. Overclock. Oh my damage. Okay, well, Zoro was alive for approximately 0.4 seconds before he was instantly killed by Gala. That is the power of Hazard, everybody. Self-destruct, and Hattori ends up falling in Pilot Diva form. Captive Sun for Gala. Again, only really having to dodge Hattori with the Matrix. It looks like it's actually going to switch. So now Gala can just basically do whatever they want. They could just fire it into the back line, get one, and then Hazard jumps on you, instantly die.
Oh, but Hazard versus Hazard. Hattori, a Hazard player that has been having a lot of success in those first couple of matches. I know it hasn't resulted in overall match win, but we were kind of excited to see whether or not Hattori and Vestola would actually go for that Hazard head-to-head. And we've finally approached that apex where Hattori switches over to that. China is also going to go onto the venture.
Oh, there's Captive Sun. Does connect. And there's the explosions. No initial kills, but Zoro goes down to the wall. 60 seconds to go. Once again, Sakura Esports struggling to get this payload past these doors. And Jwoo's got so much free space, Rose.
Jwoo has a ton of free space. It hasn't even had to use the duplicate yet. What is going to be hitting you in the skies? You can play around this wall so Zoro doesn't have great sight lines of you. Hattori's actually up there to see if maybe you can bully Jwoo away, but you'll make yourself an easier duplicate target for this Echo too.
All right, they can use that raid to get out of the doors. Here comes the downpour, though. I don't when it locks down too. Good sound barrier, but will it actually be enough? Vestola takes a lot of damage there and actually force away that drill dash, pushing him up to those stairs, resulting in a kill. It is a big trade. 3-on-3 now. 2 supports versus 2 supports and a DPS on either side as well, but it is a Torbjorn after all, and an Alari. A nice couple of shots there from Shockwave, and they are not going to be able to stand up to the might of the Torbjorn. There's the Molten Core on the point, and Gala takes the final shot, hitting Strebor. It will be Hattori managing to get back for Shockwave on the flank. Chops down Zoro like a tree with the axe. Another kill, perhaps? Oh, not even granted one. China denying the second hammer kill. But we've seen at least one today. Virtus Pro only going to let Sakura Esports get that first point.
It wasn't Jwoo that was able to deliver the hammer kill. But Shockwave is a man of the people, so thank you for that.
Perfect stuff. Shockwave. Perfection gameplay.
Oh, man.
Good look from Virtus Pro. Sakura Esports, though, the first time, well, they opened that up, first point up, sorry, with an orbital ray. They were able to pick someone off, that instant damage, you know, overclock or railgun, just anything to pop one person, and then they can just rush. Virtus Pro, it's hard to even fight into that, especially if you don't know they're kind of setting up for it. You've got an idea that the Juno has the ultimate, but as soon as it gets popped down, good luck standing up to a Sojourn or anything that can do very high impact damage. We'll have a look now if Sakura Esports can continue to do the same thing. They're not running the Juno this time around. They're actually going for the same kind of comp Virtus Pro are running. Protoss actually on the Alari, and then China on the Torb.
Okay, I mean, Alari seems to just be the flavor of the day when it comes down to maybe some of these more unconventional hero picks out of our teams. But it worked out so well for Virtus Pro on the defense, as you've been calling out some really great pylon placements, especially taking a look at where Proto's healing pylon is now. It allows you to play around the central pillar so well, and just make sure that you can actually strafe back and forth between both of those different chokes.
I love part. You can tell that I peaked on Alari. I love this character. It's very fun placing turrets in odd places. Looks like there's going to be a switch up though for VP. Okay, Fixer was thinking maybe we do a Pharah comp there, but it goes over to the BAP. So Gala on the Alari. Okay, Jwoo on at the Echo. It's going to be tough. Zoro, there's a lot riding on Zoro right now to get shots in this fight. It's going to be hard. There's a lot of suppression from the Echo. Although saying that, Jwoo switched over to the Torb now. So another quick swap. They're just going to mirror Sakura Esports.
And everybody on Sakura is so low. Hitori actually ends up taking a rock and now has to actually go around to the healing pylon. And oh, yeah.
Disgusting off angle here from the Torb and Fixer. All right, that should just be the first fight done and dusted. Pro to the last one left. Jwoo looking like he wanted to go for a hammer kill there. A Pro to down, point capped, and now it's their chance to push through those doors.
I'm telling you, Jwoo, all business until the third map, and maybe we get a chance to see him actually go for a hammer kill also. But Shockwave might not let that happen. Goes for the Widowmaker. If you get any single pick on the Widowmaker here, the match is over. And so Shockwave wants to seal this one pretty quick.
Oh, the Torb. Yeah, it takes the headshot, but... Oh, unlucky. Yep. Angry at himself for that one. Gala dead to Hitori. Fixer manages to kill Zoro, so a small trade. Fixer kills another. And Vestola kills one, and we're on Shockwave POV, but for him, looks like he doesn't have to do too much. Fixer is just destroying on the map. Window from the high ground, and Rose wasn't too much of a fight, sadly. It looks like Zoro's going to come back on the Tracer. A headshot from Shockwave eventually, but there's the map and set. Virtus Pro with a 3-0, and now 3-0 in the standings in EMEA.
Virtus Pro made that look like another day in the office. We got a chance to see some really exciting picks come out of this roster. Maybe we get to see more Alari as the weeks go on. So thank you, Gala, for such a fun hero to watch. And Zoe, is there anything that's going to be able to stop this Virtus Pro roster? Because I feel like the answer to that is just a resounding no.
Yeah, that's a no from me. I'm not investing in this product.
And she is.
Yeah, no,
to
it's.
us.
Oh, perfect.
We cannot.
I'm saying so many smart things, and I'm muting myself.
Okay,
There we
now
go. I
we
was
can hear you.
eating. I didn't want to,
you're
chime
right.
in with the num-nums. It's a no for me, is what I'm saying. VP looking absolutely unstoppable. Also, so comfortable on some more wonky picks, really. And this is so funny to me because Jaws, literally at the end of the show yesterday, you talked about how you definitely won't be seeing an Eliari. You're not going to get your trifecta. Maybe they were listening. They were like, don't worry, we got you. We got you. And they didn't like this. It wasn't just played once. In fact, it worked so well that it prompted a ban on Esperanza. So, there's a usage case to be made. I don't know.
Yeah, it's strange because week one is like, okay, it's a fast meta. We want to go Juno Lucio, Kiriko Lucio, like some sort of speed comp with Hazard. We want to run at you, Sojourn, Genji, Tracer, like all these crazy, like fast heroes. We want to get in your backline, use blades, use pulse bombs to kill people. And then we come into week two, and then Korea are running like Ball, Sim, and then, yes, the Sim virus, the Torb virus has hit EMEA. This is a classic, like, even going back to very, very old Overwatch 2 and even other esports as well. Korea starts playing something, and then it goes to EMEA, and then eventually
Funny how that
NA.
works.
Like, that's just how it's worked over metas across games and in Overwatch as well. And we're now seeing kind of what VP want to play. It's hard to say. I don't think we're going to see this kind of slow poke style come in. But if you are playing Torb and Sim, I actually don't think it's a bad thing, because Sigma can just play super slow. You can play with the Alari. You can just play for poke damage. And then you're pretty golden because no one can kind of step up, especially if you've got like a cracked Alari player like Gala. So yeah, it's yet to be seen. I don't want to call it just yet, but maybe.
maybe.
But you low-key did.
I low-key did, exactly.
Well, someone who definitely did step up with his tiny little Torp legs was Jay-Woo. Not only on Torp, of course, he also played Pharah and you name it. What a talented young player. We were all so excited to see what Jay-Woo can do in this roster. And he's delivering, man. Week 1 was already so impressive. Such a debut performance.
Yeah.
So good. Absolutely so good. I think everybody looks at this player and was already very excited prior to seeing the first official matches come out of week number 1 of OWCS. And now you take a look at Jay-Woo, and what can't this player do? Pharah, Echo, Torbjorn, Genji, like Tracer, you name it. I feel like Virtus Pro are so well set up for success when you look at just the flexibility of this player alone, in tandem with the fact that Shockwave is one of the best hit scans, and also projectile DPS, flex DPS, whatever you want to call it. Shockwave can also play basically everything.
Jay-Woo is a
That's
very
right.
promising player, and it was talked about at the very first week, like how Jay-Woo might be the next like god tier, like Korean Tracer, like flex player. A lot of DPS players that are like making their come up now are just kind of masters of all. You can't be like, oh, I only play projectile, like, oh, I only play hit scan. If you want to be valued super highly, you can pretty much play everything. I wouldn't, obviously on the team right now with Shockwave, you're not going to see him on Ashe, you're not really going to see him on like super long range hit scan, but like there's no doubt that he could probably play that at a high level. Look, he's played on teams like O2 Blast Academy, like Poker Face, the 4th best team in Asia. Like, dude, he's such a beast. Like, I'm super excited for his future.
I mean, I'm excited for this entire team's future. You talk about the versatility from him, but you can literally say the same thing about every single player. Frontline, backline, you name it. We actually have someone from the backline joining us now for a quick chat. It's going to be Gala, of course, as we're having a Spanish kind of day, I guess.
Thank you, everyone.
Gala, thank you so
Hello.
much for joining us. Congratulations on the dub. You guys made that look easy. Let's talk a little bit about the comps we got to see. We saw both Fixa and you playing Iliari. Worked really well on Impal, so much so that it actually prompted a ban from Sakura on Esperanza. I don't think any of us expected it. Was that a spontaneous decision? How does Iliari fit into the perceived meta? What's her usage case? Like, run us through this.
Well, no one knows right now what to play the best hero, so basically we are testing stuff still, and we are figuring it out. That is really good with Ilari and Bab as well, and we are testing and it's working really great.
I mean, that's the best time for you guys because it's like the meta's in flux. We can just test whatever, and we're still succeeding. You guys are 3-0. We were saying just a minute ago, maybe at the top of the series, like, hey, you guys could hit the perfect stage. Do you guys think you can go just streak through this whole thing, go 7-0?
I think so, and we should. Like, we are really good. We are a really good team, good players, and I think we work really well together.
What's the communication like? You do have a Jay-Woo on your roster, so how is the communication been to make sure that all of the team plays are coordinated?
Communication is not an issue. I think both their English are really good, especially Fixa. And if you have to come something to him, Fixa can do that in Korean, and no problem at all.
Yeah, I mean, it looks smooth, man. You guys look coordinated. Everyone seems to be on the same page. And you guys figuring out the meta is so much fun for us to watch. Gala, thank you so much for joining us. And best of luck in all your future matches.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye. Oh, it's great to see Gala. I don't even feel like we've had many Gala interviews in the past, which is a little shocking, honestly.
Yeah, I think maybe 1 or 2 last year, but yeah, not many. So it's good to see
Yeah,
Gala.
not many.
And good to hear about the comms too. Fix has obviously
Absolutely.
been around for a while. Was on mixed team, or like I don't think he's been on too many mixed teams. Was on Philadelphia Fusion and then Soul Infernal. And I think Fixa and even Avril. I was speaking to Avril about Fixa for a little while too, and he's saying like this guy is legit, like an actual beast. And it's good to see him perform super well in a mixed roster team and being able to comm obviously in English and just that kind of structure being kind of thought of when they're building the team as well is very important in mixed language squads. And you can just see the team is just on the same page. They're very, very coordinated. They're very, like, they're gelling all together. They look unstoppable, man.
They really did. Another team which impressed me, or us rather, in their first showing is Team Peps. We only got to see them once. They will be going up against Twisted Minds after a short break. You don't want to miss it. We see you on the other side.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining Faceit League. Gain competitive experience in weekly Faceit League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/s4.
Welcome back, friends. Zoe here, joined by Jack and Rose, and we're here to chat to you about our next matchup. We've got our featured co-streamer of the day, OC, joining us for that one as well. So OC, once again, welcome to the show. It's been forever. Well, technically just like 4 days, 5 days, 6 days. I mean, it was a week. I don't know. Yes. It feels like a long time. What is time anyway? OC, it's great to have you back. How are you doing?
I'm doing good today. It's a fun day. I was just streaming with Tomathan over on my Twitch, so we had a fun time watching that last match, and I'm really excited for this upcoming one.
Right. You know who didn't have a fun time? All of Sakura, probably. How do you feel about the team heading into the rest of the stage? I know that was mean. How do you feel about the team's chances for the rest of the stage, though? I mean, Alcatia, Twisted Minds, Peps coming up. It's not getting much easier.
Yeah, I mean, Sakura, I think they're going to have a good chance against some of those teams, right? Obviously, against Virtus, it's going to be difficult. Right now, I would rate them as the best team in EMEA. So they have a really good chance of just honestly getting first in EMEA. And this meta is great for them. Like, you can put Vistola on Sig. Vistola's good on the Hazard. So I wouldn't really use this match as a way to look at Sakura's viability, right? And look at their overall strength. They do have a chance. I don't think this means that they're going to get relegated or anything. They do have a shot.
That's right, and the meta is still evolving, right? I mean, we're seeing them like adding Iliari at this point. Like, it seems like everything goes. Are you a fan of wonky metas, or do you like to keep it a little bit more? How do you say that?
I think it's interesting. It's
strat meta.
It's a plot twist. It's a plot twist. Nobody really expected the Torb. RLG's prophecy came true. Please not hero ban the Japanese team. They made it happen, apparently. So yeah, and I think where the Torb comes from, where the sim comes from, all of that, it comes from just trying to figure out a way to deal with Hazard. And now that Hazard has been solved, nobody knows what to do. Everybody's lost. Nobody knows like what the actual meta is. Everybody's like kind of counter swapping each other, playing different things. It's super interesting.
It is. I love that Torb found his way in. I mean, also he's teeny. You can fit him anywhere, so it makes sense.
The viability is the height on things.
Viability is the height. That's right. Now, as we're waiting for our players to get set up for our next match, as you're seeing on our schedule, that's what's coming up for today. And since we have OC here, we thought we were gonna play a little game. How good are you with like geography, OC? Feeling confident?
Ooh. Maybe.
Okay, what about Overwatch map geography?
Yeah, I was going to say, what, just general geography? Is that what we're doing now? We're not even doing Overwatch stuff?
Yes.
Okay, where is Spain?
I don't know if I know my maps. We'll have to see.
Well, we will find out very soon. You guys are, I believe, playing in a team once again, because we're all about the friendships and stuff. But yeah, we're going to show you a small little part of a map, and you have to tell us which map it is. I technically have the answers, but I want to guess along, so I encourage chat to do the same thing. So I will not be looking at the answers.
Oh, okay.
And
wow,
let's start with our first one. I'm so noble. I might also just be cheating and looking in the answers and then acting really smart. What? That's
where is this?
Right? Ooh. I think it's the roof part of Numbani. Maybe?
You're goated.
Roof Numbani?
Yes.
Oh!
Okay.
I have never looked upwards in
At what point in time did you look up?
Yeah, I'm springing to the point.
Okay, I'm a ball player. In like the rooms and stuff, you latch onto the top, okay?
You're everywhere.
Yeah.
You're everywhere.
Yes.
That's a really good point. Okay, that's... Oh.
Samoa?
I was thinking the same thing. Like the wood decor on Samoa.
It's a hard no.
Maybe Suravasa. It could be.
Suravasa? That's... Oh, okay, maybe not. A bright map.
A bright, so aggressive.
Potentially slightly green.
Yeah.
It's not... Okay, so it's not King's Row. I know that for sure.
How many wrong guesses
Havana?
can they have? Yeah, I think we reveal.
Havana? Wait.
No. Reveal.
Dorado. Oh
no!
Wow. That was so misleading, though. This
is like Sombra player territory, like old Sombra player territory, where you go in random spaces, putting your translocator. Okay, all right, fair enough. We suck. Oh, Runasapi.
You said that.
Okay, well that's. Okay.
Hey. This could be like Nepal again.
It could be, actually. Maybe? No? Okay, well, maybe not.
Wow.
Rose?
Wait, was that a place to Suravasa or Nepal? Or was that both? Oh.
Everything's wrong.
We just suck. We suck at this.
I'm looking at chat. They're not doing much better.
Oh.
Okay. Is that
Esperanza.
We are the same thing. No.
Okay, well.
Okay, let's reveal.
What?
Okay. I never go to that corner.
Yeah, who's there in that corner, bro? Maybe Widow players. I don't know.
This is where... No. Okay. Next
OC, you're up again. This looks like a ceiling.
Yeah, OC, this looks like a ball
This looks
spot.
like a ceiling, yeah.
Yeah, true. It is a ceiling. Hold on. I'm gonna lock in here. Okay. Watch point.
Oh,
Oh, oh my God. What's the,
dude.
Arctic Peninsula.
It's light blue? Okay. Bro.
It
Is this
reminds me of
Dorado.
the doctor's office. Yes. Where in Dorado is that though?
On the ceiling! It's the thing at the top of the thing!
It's up there.
Oh, see, you should have known that.
I should have known that one. Yeah.
Okay, we have one more for you guys. We're not doing too hot, are we?
Samoa.
a couple?
It's a bait. They want you to think
That's
it's
not
like a sun umbrella. or something.
Paraiso, the beach on Paraiso in Lisbon.
No, see, this is the
Yeah,
bait.
he's getting
They want you to
baited.
think it's a beach.
No, but it is an umbrella. I think
It
it's.
is, but
Oh, actually, is it? Is this actually Ilios?
Surely it's an umbrella.
Wait. Let's see.
this is way harder than
I can't. It is harder than it should be. Hold on. What?
Think of every parasol.
Is this ever? Is this
Yeah.
also Havana?
Oh,
Oh, come on.
Coliseo. You know what? I'm going to chalk that up to I play on low detail. I'm going to chalk that I play on low detail, so I don't see half the stuff.
Okay, someone has to go through in low detail and actually see whether or not any of
what it
those
looks
places
like?
I'm pretty sure
actually
all of them
get
are there.
eliminated.
I'm pretty sure all of them are there.
Call Jack out.
I will. Jack, no excuses. I'm very disappointed. OC, you did great. Thank you so much. And Necra, I just love you, so I have
Thank
never
you.
had
Oh, thank
bad
you.
to say about you. OC, you're co-streaming all day, I assume?
Yes, I'm co-streaming all day. I'm doing Korea tonight too. So if you want to stick around for that,
Sick.
have
Okay.
fun.
Double
Join
duty.
me.
Long day.
Yeah.
OC covering EMEA, NA, and Korea, and also finding the time to somehow joining us on the desk. OC, thank you so much. Everyone, please make sure to join OC stream and say hi. Drops are enabled, of course, so get the goodies as well whilst you're at it. OC, best of luck and have fun.
Thank you.
Great to see OC again. Jack, Rose, walk us through what's happening because
All right,
we're
we're in. So we're in.
so.
We've got Team Peps versus Twisted Minds. Li Zhang Tower, Bands, Venture, and Honor on the side of Team Peps. All right, we're in. It's because we took too many times guessing, bro. That's and failing. We did terrible in that game. More Torbjorn by the looks of it. Both Team Peps and Twisted Minds running out that one, Rose.
Yeah, we're also going to see double speed from Zerion and FD God, as well as a difference in the Ramatra and the Diva coming through from Team Peps and Twisted Minds, respectively. I feel like there's a little bit more speed options on Twisted Minds, but both of these teams are going to be looking at just trying to get a first pick. It's going to be Ice. It's the first to fall very low. As Team Peps, they're going to take control of this point first.
Yeah, TVNT is not played yet, so this is going to be TVNT's first map here for Twisted Minds in stage 1. No seeing Hattie anymore, and this makes a lot of sense. If you want to play DV, you want to play some more of these off tanks, TVNT is the guy to do it. All right, point flip here. Pep's only got 15%. They're in a good spot. I mean, setting up here is a really nice angle for the Torb, for Exodial. FD got going down to a railgun from Quartz, though. That is not it. Both Psycho and Ken have been traded, so Torb's dead, but I think the turrets are still alive, so that's all that really matters. Ice going super low as well as Quartz hunts for his next target, but looks like Astro and TVNT are going to secure the kills. Oh,
This Diva, ooh. I mean, this Diva pick already looks like it's working out really well. You've got the defense matrix to be able to eat up the opposing charged railgun shots, as well as just making sure that you're also soaking up a ton of damage to their Quartz on their own Sojourn can actually pop off. Sojourn versus Sojourn, I feel like this is so interesting because Quartz was one of those Sojourns that was touted as like the best in EMEA alongside the likes of Kai from last year. And you got Exodial, who's another just a startup star for the DPS role, but really found a lot of success on something like the Cassidy. So the two of them going at it.
amazing split there from Twisted Mind, splitting Peps clean in half. That's that Ray is lackluster, to say the least, from Team Peps. They wanted to try and punish Twisted Minds, but Twisted Minds too quick. Just Lucio speed boost away, straight to the point. And Twisted Minds, they're going to be nearing OT. 70%, they got a lot of ults to burn too. And now not having to worry about this orbital Ray, they're as good as golden right now.
It means that the rush can go uncontested, and that's what's going to start off this next fight.
Yeah, good shot onto Psycho though, but here comes the sound barrier. So Exodio under a lot of pressure. Look at the forward momentum there from Twisted Minds. A TP into the back line for Irony, Suzu's team, and Ken using that Molten Core to claim space. Twisted Minds can come back. They got a self-destruct for a remake, and they've also got a Molten Core for Ice Gnome. Most importantly for Team Peps here, does have the Annihilation. It's going to be hard for them to really crack this one open, but that's a good start. Quartz once again starting this fight off with a railgun kill onto Exodial. The Molten Core is going to come out as well, scattering Team Peps. They've been struggling thus far to actually gain space. 1 HP on the Juno in the back lines, and here comes the Annihilation. Zerion staying alive, but Quartz is going to slide all the way to the back line. FD God does get an initial boot, but quickly dealt with by Quartz. Double kill for the Sojourn. The flip comes through, and Twisted Minds, they're going to get round 1.
They look like a whole different beast today. I know this is a very small sample size to start because we haven't really seen a whole lot of Team Peps yet either in this meta, but TVNT just being able to come in and play a D.Va, maybe even be able to play a Sigma if that's what the meta is going to ask for at a certain point in this match, I think just is a bit of a better meta fit, and you could see how TVNT has the heads up to go make sure to peel for Quartz or to peel for the backline. And already looks much better than the first couple of matches from Twisted Minds.
This is the Twisted Minds that was really like kind of prophesized, right? Just have Quartz on this Sojourn. The meta's still crazy, so just play whatever, and it's going to work out if you're comfortable on these picks. That's 2 fights back to back. Quartz was able to start that off with a railgun kill. I see them roll out of the gate. So Ice now straying away from Archer, going the D.Va, going to match up against TVNT. Exodio's already got a railgun as FD God takes care of that turret, and a very nice angle for the Sojourn too. The only problem here for Exodio, if Exodio has his slide forced, then you are pretty much dead. There is no escaping for you, and a Psycho death is Twisted Minds as they rotate to the Mega Health Pack room. Exodio does end up falling as a Suzu stops all the damage coming through, and the boop as well from Ice Gnome. So here comes the point cap, and now Ken can just sit up with the turret and chill out.
Ice is still taking some pretty big charged railgun shots though, as Quartz is still set up. He's able to get the disruptor into the back line too, and that rotation was beautiful.
Yeah, Team Peps, they just left Ken alone on the point. Like the D.Va and the Kiriko were just in hut that whole time, and they only get 12% for their troubles. And now Quartz can just sit up on the bridge.
And it's gonna have the Kitsune rush as well as Irony lets that rip.
Yep. Really easy fight win. Getting a pick or a D-Mech is perfect, and there it is. There's the D-Mech. It's going to stall for another few seconds as FD God also falls. Look at those assists too, jeez.
That's just everybody doing their part, you know? You had the disruptor shot, just the amplified damage from the rush, and yeah, everything else under the sun. But that's another delay here as Team Peps also split their focus. Half of them going towards the bridge and the other half going towards White Room.
They have got a rush. Zerion's going to unleash it. Looks like Quartz and the rest of Twisted Minds are going to respect it. Turn their attention towards Ken. He was trying to exist a peaceful life in White Room, but unfortunately, yeah, they knocked on the door. Well, I wouldn't say knock. I'd say barricade the door down, or bash the door down even, and end his life pretty quick.
That was a sick reaction time, though, because you saw that the Kitsune rush got layered towards the main part of the point, and then a quick 90-degree turn because they got hit by something from the side.
Good
They said, well.
Exodio still with the slide, though, so can play up a little bit. Just kind of chewing through this overhealth. Oh, what a boom! Can he get back on? Ooh, fancy footwork. Exodio will slide it back onto the high ground. Look like Astro got a double kill there, and unfortunately for Astro, burnt to death. So Twisted Minds have lost their Lucio. Might even lose the point. 85% as TM do manage to get another touch before it does go over. And here comes the sound barrier. Team Peps want to end this fight here and now as Irony uses that rush at about the same time. A remake here for TVNT as the self-destruct gets a kill. Zerion goes down to the bomber. And Twisted Minds are going to just win this 4v5. Funny Astro is back in the fray as Ice gets demeched, and Team Peps, they get the flip, but it's only Ken waving across the bridge at TVNT as he sees the point go Twisted Minds' way. A Doomfist now picked for Ice to get back to the point in time, but they're just going to get booped off, and Twisted Minds take the win. A 2-0 in what seems to be don't want to call it too early, but a return to form. The aggression from TVNT looks good, and Quartz just doing Quartz things.
I'm so glad we got a chance to talk to OC before this match, and I feel like it confirmed what a lot of these teams and players are thinking, which is that the meta super up in the air right now. Twisted Minds really trying to fit the mold of what the Hazard meta had offered for that first weekend, decides, yeah, you know what, this is not for us. I think we have better things that we could probably be doing here to play to each of our individual players' strengths. And so Sojourn for Quartz, TVNT, come in and play the Diva. Don't put yourself into the box of having to play Wrecking Ball or Hazard. And so unfortunately that does mean putting Hottie on the bench, but look at the possibilities that this has opened up for Twisted Minds.
This is it. This is the world we live in now. A Torbjorn Sojourn world. It looked good. Twisted Minds, their ability to kind of collapse and also bisect Peps in that game was really good. Pushing ultimates and then splitting the team and then running down an individual. We saw it here on the bridge where FD God and Zerion are like, okay, we're going to speed, we're going to rush on the bridge, and Quartz and the rest of Twisted Minds, that play there, turned instantly. Look and see Ken in White Room and kill the Torb. And as soon as that happens, they're able to then swing back around because the rush is fading, and then they can fight them in a more even playing field. 7 deaths to 23. Yeah, Peps just kind of got, honestly, blown out of the water by Twisted Minds.
That was a rough map. Hopefully doesn't foretell the rest of how the series is going to go if you're a Team Peps fan, because they did start out the stage very, very strong. A 3-0 versus OWCS, who have since then have been putting up tremendous fights against very strong opponents in this stage. And so everybody kind of looked at that and said, not recency bias, but Team Peps look like they have a very good read on the meta right now and should be able to hold their own against some of these tougher teams. But maybe Twisted Minds are one step ahead and have really figured out how their team can tick.
Yeah, and with the bans coming through for Peps, obviously winning that series 3-0, they've not really been on the receiving on this end of like, oh hey, we have to kind of choose a ban, choose a map now. I wouldn't be too shocked if they kind of target Quartz specifically. And this comes back to what we spoke about last week with Gen G. I think you go to a map like Suravasa and then you ban the Sojourn. Somewhere where you want to play it, you ban it out, you play a little bit more slow. Maybe you have an Ashe duel, for example, and then you could even go to an escort map where, okay, we go to Havana, we go to a Dorado. Sojourn's still pretty good on those maps, but you can play a little bit more Ashe focused. Maybe even a Widow comes out. Push, of course, can be chosen. We've seen a lot of Colosseo, a lot more than I initially thought we'd see. Esperanza's still kind of up there in terms of how popular the map is being picked. I haven't seen a lot of Blizzard World, sadly. I want to see a little bit more, although it could be a tough map to attack into. We've already seen the clutch plays you need to make on point 2, but we'll have to see where Peps want to take us. And even if they sub people in too, are we going to see soon? I mean, hopefully, at some point.
That would be awesome. It's been such a long time since I feel like we've really been graced by Soon's presence on a server. And so it would be so fun to be able to see Soon back in one of these matches. But I don't know what the rest of the series is going to hold. I think you bring up some really good points about the maps that could be picked. But Suravasa, I was with you on that one. We touched on this a little bit, sort of the duel in these hit scan DPS players between Exodial and Quartz. If you want to ban out the Sojourn, put Exodial on his best hero, the Cassidy. Make sure you can actually get those close quarter fights, and Suravasa can deliver you exactly that.
Well, they've shown us where they want to go. That's Suravasa. We'll see where the bans are going to take us. Don't forget, though, you can watch and earn some drops this regular season, 24th of January to the 23rd of February. Couple hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, and 10 and 12 for the BAP colorways for the OWCS. Yeah, if you're tuning in, you are eligible. So that's all good and fun. Now, thinking about this, yeah, are we? Is my prophecy going to come true? Are we going to see a Sojourn ban? Looks like it's actually going to be Peps banning the Mauga away from TVNT and Hardy. Genji ban on the side of Twisted Minds.
Well, there's no subs, so it is going to be TVNT staying in this map for Twisted Minds, and so even if you ban out the Mauga, I feel like you could still play the Diva, or you could play the Sigma here, and either of those choices are going to feel pretty good. We've also seen TVNT play quite a bit of Ramatra, so that could be another tank that's on the cards for both of these teams.
Oh my, that is closer than I'd ever thought it would be. In 2019, a racing pigeon that sold for, wait, what? 1.4 million for a racing.
1.4 million. Oh my god, I went down a rabbit hole last night because I remember when we were looking at this map and we're like, can pigeons actually exist in Suravasa? And so I looked it up and I Googled it, and yes,
you're Googling pigeon lore
exist.
at 2 a.m.
Yeah, I'm Googling pigeon lore, and yes, there was a pigeon that sold for $1.41 million in 2019.
Man, I gotta start raising pigeons as a side hustle or something.
You gotta start looking at pigeon racing. Now that is some content right there.
Yeah, don't expect that on the OWCS broadcast anytime soon, at least if I got anything to say about it. All right, Quartz on the Sojourn, no surprise. TVNT on the Diva, kind of what we expect. TVNT is one of his best heroes. Well, unfortunately getting desuited there. Unlucky. Twisted Minds do cap, but for how long is the real question. Ice Gnome just getting full Matrix back, trying to make another move, trying to force Quartz away. Same with Psycho. Should be a very easy point flip. No punish, though, for Twisted Minds. Quite hard to punish the Torbjorn, though. Same with the Kiriko and the Lucio. Pretty hard targets to actually lock down.
Yeah, but FD-God's gonna have to be careful because I feel like he's sort of playing with fire, with dancing up on...
As always.
Up so high, yeah. He's just waiting. I mean, Funny Aster's actually gonna be one that takes the biggest hit there from one of those charged railgun shots, but that's what these Lucios have to be cognizant of.
Astra and FD-God simulating ult charges right now. This beat's coming online rather swiftly. Looks like maybe Twisted Minds want to... Yeah, they want to get an ult online, so they're trying to farm ult charge for the supports and then go in. But it looks like FD-God and Zero are going to go first. There's a sound barrier available for Twisted Minds. They do use that as FD-God just ints into the back line. A sound barrier comes through from FD-God just in time to save Ice, but he's so low HP right now as Twisted Minds are going to try and focus out the Diva. They managed to kill FD-God, and Ice took so much damage on the approach that even that sound barrier, which it is decaying alongside the incoming fire, Ice didn't have a chance to actually capitalize on the overhealth, and Twisted Minds managed to get the cap. Peps, on the other hand, 93%, so they only need one more fight.
Yeah, there's still a lot to be able to take away from that first flashpoint, but I feel like based on how long some of these fights have gone, just sort of waiting to see if a Sojourn is going to be able to get a pick, this could just be the last fight, and we're looking at both overclocks for these Sojourns, so it could also be very explosive.
Long-range Molten Core. The mortars have been sent down, and Exodio jumps the high ground. A nice boot from... looks like FD-God there trying to line up someone for Exodio, but a snipe from Quartz. And FD-God once again tries to go for another boot, trying to boot Quartz up into that self-destruct, but unfortunately met his own demise. Team Peps are going to get the cap, but Twisted Minds aren't out of this just yet. TVNT is alive with a self-destruct for a remake, and Quartz still... not healthy, but still in the fight. FD-God and Ice Gnome are on the sidelines as they try and get the interrupt on the resuit, but Astro is going to make this rather an unfair fight for them as the sound barrier hits 3 and they get the cap. Molten Core now on the point, a rather deadly affair for Team Peps. They now try and get a final touch. FD-God gets in there, but he's so low. Same with Ice. It's looking like it's going to be a Twisted Minds first cap on Suravasa.
I'm sorry, Funny Astro lapped FD-God in ultimate charge. Did you see how fast he was able to get that sound barrier online? Normally you would look at that and probably not something you would expect to be a difference maker, but this is such a scrappy fight.
Rush for both sides as well, yeah. Zerion is 1 HP. Exodio's not in a spot where he can be an impact in this fight. Is down on low ground. Quartz ends up dying to Zerion. This is an insane turnaround for Team Peps. A late rush ended up forcing Twisted Minds to use one as well. Psycho falls. TVNT is out of mech as Ice comes back in and manages to help Team Peps secure that first point. I spoke a little bit too soon as Twisted Minds, I would imagine, are also a little bit shocked that they lost that.
Yeah, it looked like it should have been Twisted Minds at the end of the day, even though Ice came back on the Doomfist and fell pretty quickly to that Molten Core from Psycho. Comes back on the D.Va and ends up just being able to seal out that flashpoint for them. Really big deal because now Exodial is going to be the one that gets to hit the gas with this overclock first when they make it to that flashpoint.
Man, the fights don't stop. Exo's got to be careful now. No overclock. And Quartz has got one in his hands. However, finding an angle on this point can be rather tricky. So we're going to get through that D.Va Matrix as well. Point capped for Team Peps. Oh, there's the rover. It's a body.
God has sound barrier.
Everybody scatters. Sound barrier ends up coming in. Quartz not using the slide just yet, but that, yeah, the sound barrier launches FD God forward and launches him straight back to spawn. Okay, you're happy with that one if you're Twisted Minds. You found one and you forced the sound barrier on the other side. Astro's got one in 5% or so. Quartz dove on. However, a Suzu there from Irony is going to save his life. Ice going super low with only half Matrix is going to have to use that to save his own life. A rush as Twisted Minds end up capping.
Wow, and the sound barrier invested from Funny Astro. We are just seeing these teams really work for it right now.
FD God's gonna die again. FD God's 1 HP. Okay, maybe not. Stays alive. The fight is not stopped. And there's FD God dying again, unfortunately, at the hands of TVNT. I mean, that rush turned the tide in their favor, and they're gonna try and stagger Ice for as long as possible. Ooh, they're gonna be able to get the kill. There's a mega health pack, obviously, just around this corner, but yeah, they're gonna...
Oh,
wow.
That was perfect.
She got launched.
That was frame perfect stagger though. Literally, Ice had the D.Va bomb ready to go to get back into mech. And then, yeah, I actually died before it could get the remech activated. So perfect stuff from Twisted Minds. That's going to put them in final fight territory as Team Peps race to get back.
What?
I don't know how Astro
there.
could find out but like that.
Must have been a railgun, then just died to disrupt shot. 1 HP is Quartz right now as the Molten Core is laid on the point. Looks like a 2-man death squad on the sidelines for Twisted Minds, trying to get a pick on Exodial. TVNT runs over Zerion though, as half of Team Peps weren't even looking. They're going to have to get on the point. Touches for OT as TVNT is launched off of the map. And Psycho's turret kills the FD God. I mean, chaotic is one word to put this map. It's Twisted Minds. They even the score.
Yeah, it's just deathmatch at this point. I feel like it's mostly what we look at when we see Flashpoint, but this one in particular between these two teams. I have Q, I use Q, I kill people, so maybe I also get sent back to spawn, repeat, and rinse the process. It's going to be Twisted Minds now, evening up these Flashpoint counts, but Quartz wants this overclock.
Good flank. Ken, he's in trouble. Nice shots. Exodial trying to step up to Quartz there. I mean, it's worth attempting, especially if you have a D.Va Matrix next to you, but Quartz is quicker on the trigger. Point unlocks in a couple of seconds. FD God on the sidelines. Don't test him. Quartz is going to dash up there and get you with a one-shot. Does end up getting the Mega, but Ken using that Molten Core, the Overload, to try and stay alive. And that'll be that. Twisted Minds. And the hands of Quartz should be able to take this one. Looks like Ice wants to get into the chandelier there, dive onto Quartz, but not to be. And that mech is not looking healthy. Gonna need some immediate repair. Can't call AAA, not from Survasa at the very least. Ice Gnome down and Twisted Minds. They're gonna get some staggers.
Yeah, I mean, Zerion is barely able to make it up, but I think they were thinking about chasing it. But think better of it. Twisted Minds don't want to lose anybody here because they're still one fight away from being able to take the lead in this Flashpoint map. Double support ultimates here for Funny Astro and Irony to the one of Team Peps. FD God does have that sound barrier. But,
there's the pick. All right.
Now you
Exodial
really
getting the better of Quartz there. It's really been such a star matchup with Quartz and Exodial on our screens. Molten Core on the point. And unfortunately for TVNT, he was playing on that for the majority of his mech's life. Twisted Minds, you still have 97%, so you can come back in. In an ideal world, Quartz gets a pick, right? You force FD God to use Sound Barrier, you force them to use a single ultimate, and then you rush in with a Sound Barrier of your own. Everybody pretty similar in terms of ult charge. Of course, Psycho still has a Molten Core available, as Ken used his own to win that last fight.
right, and now you can kind of launch those Molten Cores as just at least to for Psycho to make sure that he can get back into this. Look at the flank he's taking here. See if maybe that can be something that lands onto the back line.
Oh, there's the rush. Quartz not finding a kill just yet, just a kill on both turrets. Sound barrier for FD God. They've managed to push the tanks all the way back. Irony ends up going down to Exodio's rail. There will be a self-destruct here available for Ice, but can Quartz get away? No, good boot for FD God. Sending Quartz into the direction of the bomb, or into the LOS of it, and they secure the kill. Twisted Minds have potentially got another touch, but it will be a risky one.
Oh, I don't know if you go for this.
They're not going for it.
You can't
Surely.
at this point.
Yeah, they're
Everybody's
just gonna go.
rotating.
They got Ice Dome's mech, though. That's pretty nice, actually, for Twisted Minds. Depending on what the point is, they're going to have to rotate pretty quickly, too. It's on their side of the map, so it's up to Ice to try and get this mech back, but it looks like a quick switch in spawn is going to be just what Ice ordered.
Back over to the Diva, gets back in mech, but I don't think you're too upset about that, because Diva Bomb at this point isn't necessarily the offense. It's just about having that extra life, but it does give enough of chance for Twisted Minds to actually make it to the point first.
Nice, Suzu.
But they're on the back foot versus this overclock.
Yeah, nice Suzu there from Irony. Just getting a little bit of invulnerability before they got into cover. Zodiel spotting one. No, Squads has a railgun too. Actually takes a body shot. Here comes the rush. Point catch for TM.
TM now look at just trying to use this Kitsune rush, but Team Peps back up from this. Very smart for them to give up that space, because now they get a chance to come back in and attack, maybe with this Molten Core from Ken. But Team Peps are still quite a bit of percentage away from being able to actually set up with one of these ultimates for the next engagement.
Yeah, Molten Core available in about 4%. Diva Matrix can eat it. No one else can, and it would be ill-advised if you tried. Oh, Quartz ends up going down to Exodial again. That's the second time in a row that Exodial has found Quartz in this re-push. And the Molten Core is going to kill Funny Astro. Quick deaths here for TM. They don't want to stay around too long.
They get a reset with the sound barrier overclock from Quartz here, which will be nice. Exodial is a little too far away, so maybe Quartz gets a chance to initiate the next fight with that ult. The fact that you have to walk into a Kitsune rush, Team Peps, it feels like they might have a bit of an upper hand here, while as Quartz can just make a big dent into some of these players in the back line.
No, I mean, look, Quartz has got 100 on the rail here. Has to dodge out of the way, though, of this rush. They're heading straight for Quartz, or at least trying to. Zero with an aggressive use of the Suzu, as you see Ice pushing everybody into the line of sights of the rest of his team. Sound barriers on both sides now. Up to the Sojourns to try and get some railgun kills. Looks like Ken is the first to fall, as well as his turret. Quartz taking an off angle, spots out Exodial, as well as that Kiriko in the back line. Zerion is pretty healthy. Same can't really be said for Quartz, but still willing to take the fight. Meanwhile, another 2 players on the site for Team Peps will end up falling. And there comes the cap. That turret finishing off Exodial at the final moment. And it is all on Quartz here on this high ground. A pick here is going to tie this one up, you'd imagine. Another touch here from Twisted Minds, from Peps, is inevitable.
Well, especially if that pick is onto somebody like Exodial, who's getting so close to that overclock for this next fight. There's a couple little more pop shots that's going to get you that, but you need to set up.
Yeah, perfectly placed. Look at that. All over the point, like a cheese on a pizza. OT re-triggered once again, and here comes the overclock. Still dangerous to kind of step on the point, though. You can see Ice Dome's mech just burning, melting in front of him. Where's the second touch? The third one? Oh, they can't get it. FD God dies to Funny Astro on the sidelines, and that is going to be tying up Servasa 2-2.
Very close map so far as we go into the final flashpoint to decide it all. And I think poor Team Peps. They got to go back to the spawn and regroup for this next one. Twisted Minds only gonna be the Diva Bomb for them, as Zerion is also gonna be a little bit close to this rush,
Well,
but
goodbye.
out of nowhere, TVNT just spots out the soldier.
Yep. Exodial down. I'd imagine Exodial didn't have slide there to get away. And Ice ends up getting desuited. Love this aggression from Twisted Minds. Really nice. And don't kill Ice. Just force Ice to get mech back. Oh, don't let Quartz die, though. Yeah, okay, all good. The Bunny Blaster is not going to secure the kill, and Ice ends up falling. There's the first cap for Twisted Minds. Team Peps Rose, they do have the Kitsune Rush advantage, but I mean, realistically, especially with the sound barrier, TM should have all the answers required.
Yeah, and especially if you can kind of set up courts to be able to stay as far away from that Kitsune rush as possible, then you could still pop this overclock, and that could also equalize this with the rush advantage for Team Peps.
Very easy point to rush on as well. Wow, they're just going to use the rush after the OC. So overclock. No match against everybody getting a lot more firepower with that rush, and it looks like Twisted Mind's happy to give this point up with low casualties.
If they overextend here, then it just extends a bit of a lead for Team Peps. But now, since Twisted Minds didn't lose anybody in the process, they get to go in with the sound barrier aggressively.
Yeah, TVNT's even got the self-destruct as well. Gets an extra life. Trying to jostle now on the point. Overload used by Psycho. Molten Core available soon as Funny Astro lines up with his sound barrier. Doesn't want to get AJ though. Dashes behind cover first, and here comes the rush. Sound barrier for FD got a later one from Funny Astro is going to connect. Ice is going to be the target. Molten Core on the point, going to make it hard for Ice once again to actually stay stuck on there to re-trigger a contest. Funny Astro takes down Exodio, and there's the team kill.
Team kill for Twisted Minds means they are one more team fight away from being able to go up 2-0 in this series, holding on to the Diva Bomb, but their work is kind of cut out for them. Exodio has the overclock, and Ice is going to be able to match that remech with the Diva Bomb of their own, and Twisted Minds, they're able to get even just a pick here as Quartz looks to set up through those windows. This would seal the map for them.
Do not give Exodio a chance right now. Astro takes a body shots. In danger though, as Exodio has to dash back. Can't really play aggro now. Can maybe go for another shot down on the staircase, but it's such an awkward angle to fire upon. There is going to be a point flip here. 95% though for Twisted Minds, and they're in good standing. 5 players alive as they try and make another push. It will be Ken's turret going down first. First casualty of war, unfortunately, is going to be an Omnic. Psycho's turret down as well as OT approaching for Twisted Minds. Quartz, oh, he's close to getting these kills. I can sense it, but the rush is going to start off the fight strong for Team Peps. A quicker engage here, and no touches. There's no touches at all. Oh, Twisted Minds. They don't get a touch. They had 5 players alive, and you saw TVNT go in for the self-destruct, get the remake, yeah, get another touch, but oh.
That has to have been a miscommunication. Like, how do you have 5 people alive? To be very fair, okay, like actually, let's be truthful about the situation.
Okay.
There's a rush. How likely is it that you're actually going to survive if you touch the point? And who do you have going around the stairs to wrap around it to make sure you're not just gonna get
You still gotta go for the touch. There is a lot of boops as well on the side of the team. You got the not Astro boop, the Lucio boop. You got the mech boop as well. Exactly, but still. Well, I'm sure we'll get the small replay at the very end of these highlights from this map.
Oh, man.
Pretty close affair. TVNT jumping. Yeah, unfortunately, the ledge a little bit closer than he anticipated there. Looking good, though, I will say. Twisted Minds, very lackluster start to 2025 in OWCS, but they're on their comforts now. TVNT on the Diva. Quartz on the Soldier. Wouldn't say Psycho's comfort is the Torbjorn, but it's looking good. Astro on Lucio. I mean, it looks good for Twisted Minds right now. And Peps, keep this up. Got to keep it scrappy, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to
the
Peps
touch.
because...
Okay. Let's have a look. So Astro goes to the boop. Let's see where TVNT ends up going. He does end up getting double boop there, I think. At least a boop from the Lucio. So yeah, it does make a lot of sense, but he saved the thrusters for when the boop came in. So the boop hits, and then he hits the thrusters to try and get back. It's a little bit of everything there, not being able to touch, but unfortunate times. They let that point go, knowing they had 95% and 5 alive. Hey, it happens. It happens. One apiece, though, tied up with this series.
Yeah, I mean, major credit to Team Peps because I think they made that map look incredibly scrappy, competitive, and after how that first map started in the series, I was a little nervous that this was just going to be a roll for Twisted Minds, but the Flashpoint looked much better, and I think this is where they're going to thrive. A little bit more chaos. I also think that when you give Exodio room to operate, he can make a lot of magic happen, and he had so much more room on Suravasa to be able to show up and do the Sojourn thing.
Exactly. And two perfect maps that are good for Sojourn is Esperanza and Colosseo. So we'll see if we end up going there. Escort as well can be chosen. Dorado Havana, Route 66. Twisted Minds pick, and they also ban first also. I'm not sure there's any like crazy priority bans. There's a potential ban for a Lucio. And now that seems a little bit counterintuitive because Astro is best on the Lucio, but Astro's Brig is also stellar. So you could force FD God onto the Brig, and I'd take Astro's Brig over FD God. We'll see where Twisted Minds end up wanting to throw a ban. Of course, they'll use it to kind of protect. They could ban a DPS, making sure Quartz gets the Sojourn. Also very possible. Looks like they're going to Colosseo as our map, number 3.
Okay. So Sojourn ban could be possible here, but I feel like you do hurt yourself a little bit. If Quartz can't play the Sojourn, then maybe you actually ban out a different DPS to protect the Sojourn on this particular map.
Yeah, 100% possible. And then you also have Hardy on the bench too, so you could also sub Hardy in.
True.
Maybe ban D.Va, get Hardy in, a bit more of a main tank look for the team. I think TVNT has been super impressive. I keep singing his praises, but I think it's a D.Va especially looked very good. Had his Malga banned away as well in that last map. No substitutions I'm hearing, so they're going to run with the same 5. So TVNT sticking in the roster.
Maybe see more D.Va. I do think maybe we could see some Sigma here if you wanted to play a more
a little
style
slow
with something
comp
like the Sojourn.
Okay, don't mind it. I think slow comps on Colosseo do work. They worked a lot better before when the Glass was there. Obviously, Glass deleted. Thank you, Spilo. But then against the D.Va, it's like, I don't know. I still feel more confident in like a faster play style, but I still, there is a big possibility you can play the Sig and more of a slow comp. We saw it last series with VP, playing the Sig, playing the Alari, playing a more of a poke oriented comp, and then just wait for Quartz to get a pick. Don't think that's off the table.
I do think it depends on what the bans are, because if Sojourn for some reason does get banned out, then maybe you play Ashe, and then maybe Sigma becomes a bit of a hotter prospect for you to actually play versus something like the D.Va that can help follow up on those big charged railgun body shots. Or maybe Tracer gets banned out or something. I don't know, but let's find out, shall we?
Sim ban for TM. Okay, that does kind of scream that they want to protect the DPS. And then an Orisa ban for Team Peps.
Orisa's interesting, if only because ICE has played Orisa in the past. Maybe if you did want to slow things down, then you could actually... obviously, this would be if it was coming through from a Twisted Mind side ban. ICE has played it. But maybe you're in this situation and going, it would be better for us to protect our options to play D.Va or Sigma.
Yeah, I mean, the Orisa ban is a little strange. We've seen a little bit of Orisa. I think the Sim makes a little bit more sense, I'd argue, just going on the, okay, we want to protect Soj.
Or wrecking boss.
Oh, yeah, I mean, look,
that too. Okay, that too, actually. Yeah, if you expect maybe Team Peps wants to play more of the Symmetra or whatever the anti-hazard comp is, then you could do that. But yeah,
very possible.
It was more of a protection for Sojourn rather than it being something that was strategically inclined to hinder Team Peps.
Yeah, 100% agree. Let's go into map number 3, Colosseo. Twisted Minds, our partner team, versus Team Peps. Same 10 entering the lobby. Not seeing Hardy. Not seeing UB either on the side of Twisted Minds. And we're not seeing Soon, but I'm sure we will at some point. You could say we'd see him soon. Let's have a look if Twisted Minds are going to go with this Sigma. But I imagine Team Peps are going to run the same thing. Ice on the D.Va.
Yeah, D.Va, Sojourn, Torb for both teams also makes some sense here, and it will just come down to whether or not TVNT and ICE want to stick to D.Va Sig, or maybe TVNT goes back to the D.Va at some point. Otherwise, everything else, pretty stock standard for both of these teams, as we get mostly a mirror match. So all eyes on Quartz and Exodial if they can actually find those first picks that they would want. And also, how do these Torbjorns come into play? I feel like Psycho's been pretty accurate with these faraway shots.
Yeah, Exodius has been standing up to Quartz, which is no easy feat.
Not too surprised to see Astro kind of stick in this one as well. Not exactly known for the Alari. So not going to go like pure poke with a backline kind of supplementing the damage. Although, to be fair, oh my goodness. Okay, well, that's Exodial again taking it to Quartz. One of the best to ever do it on the Sojourn. Up there with the likes of players like Shy. TVNT dead. That's yeah, not a good start. And especially on the Sigma comp, it does get nice. It does get a little easy when you're playing on like a high ground. But if you're finding picks like this, and with a rush too for Team Peps very early on, it's going to be this second fight is going to be tough. And in fact, TVNT is going to go, okay, no more Sigma for us. We're going to go back to D.Va.
Yeah, I liked the Sigma theory just because I actually did see a long-range accretion hit Exodial, and then you saw how well the shield covers a lot of these midway points, so you can't get an easy flank. But TVNT has performed so well on the D.Va, I feel like just the instant reaction of something like the defense matrix makes this D.Va just a little bit more powerful. If Twisted Minds had won that fight, I think they can stick to the Sigma. But let's see how the D.Va now fares against this Kitsune rush from Zerion.
That rush was, yeah, aggro to say the very least. TVNT caught out. You saw them try and get an off angle. But yeah, Twisted Minds. And I'm just getting kind of rolled. Nice little turret kill there by Ken. Did the last single point of damage.
Team Peps now, look at the sound barrier that they have. They're going to also have this overclock from Exodial. If they can actually just get Exodial set up on some sort of angle. Like, look at how far back Exodial's playing. Just to see if maybe you can snipe anybody off of that bridge. That could be first checkpoint for Team Peps.
A lot of ult on both sides. And here comes the overclock. Oh, bye, Astro. See ya. Yeah, okay. Well, Exodial. Yeah, don't count this guy out any step of the way. That is a good stagger, too, on TVNT. That's checkpoint for Team Peps. An extremely aggressive jump to the high ground for Exodial, and that's that. Twisted Minds. They are not keeping up with the pace right now that Team Peps are putting out. F1 car versus the lap car. Twisted Minds. They're going to use a railgun, this overclock of their own. But honestly, the Molten Core on the defense too. Okay, I actually really like that from Ken. Actually stops Twisted Minds pushing into that small room. They've already got checkpoint rows and a few extra meters to boot. Like, this is such a good look for Team Peps right now.
It's looking very good for them. And now they've got the Kitsune Rush again, so that's something they can still use aggressively for this. Double support ults for both teams.
Straight to the back line goes Psycho. Pops Overload, and here comes the Molten Core. A lot of that's getting eaten. Only a couple of splodges there landing on to the Kitsune Rush. Okay. FT God Ken down. All right, here we go. This is what you want to see for Twisted Minds. But getting a few extra meters, I don't think it can be really understated after the checkpoint is very important because of how easy it is to re-engage after a checkpoint is currently like in progress, after that butt scratch mode is kind of initiated. So getting 79 meters over that checkpoint mine is very, very good for Team Peps. And it's going to cause Twisted Minds to have to win a couple of clean fights back to back in order to gain the lead.
Which one of those is about to happen right now? Watch Exodial.
Yeah, it's been the Exodial show, seriously, for Team Peps. Lights out, kind of really clean Sojourn play. And coming in from last year as well, really hyped up as this hit scan rookie, a Spanish player, looking really, really good. We'll see if Twisted Minds can get this bot onto the bridge, but Exodial was making it rather difficult. No one really wanting to peek him. Full railgun plus the overclock.
Ooh, the railgun's gonna look so good here, especially if Exodial can keep control of the high ground.
Oh, that was lucky, but Irony takes a headshot. Run over by Ice. Again, they were just waiting, perched up on the high ground, looking at their prey beneath. Funny Astro gets the kill onto Ken, but Exodial's still in a really nice spot. Can go back onto the high ground. Both self-destructs used as Exodial takes a body shot. A quick teleport there from Zerion and earns himself a rush. Funny Astro onto the high ground, gets the call that someone's low, but a defensive rush from Zerion is going to make sure Team Peps are unperturbed on this high ground.
In fact, everybody on Twisted Minds is going to back up here because TVNT gets so low, in danger of losing the mech, and without something like the remech available, that could just spell disaster. But Twisted Minds still have 4 ultimates to work with here, as now it's time for the overclock from Quartz.
But look at their position. And now they're going to sound barrier in. Quartz has already used the slide. That's going to be a big call. Good sound barrier from Fronting Astro, though, keeping people in the fight. FD God does end up going down first as Quartz looks for a pick. Bot is still moving, and more importantly here for Twisted Mind, the bot did not move back to mid. Molten Core is going to get unleashed here by Ken, but quickly dealt with by Quartz. And the Kitsune Rush on the point. This is going to be good for a checkpoint, Rose. Those self-destructs used early, and especially for Ice Gnome here, is going to result in Twisted Mind kind of bowling over the front line. Checkpoint earned, and even a push to spawn.
Little bit of push to spawn gives that bot some time to actually match the progress that Team Peps have already made to gain the lead. Coming around the corner, I wonder if Team Peps is going to allow them to grab that.
They got touched.
The bot is so close, but yeah, the touch comes through, but not before Psycho actually uses the Molten Core, maybe to keep this touch from actually completely going through.
Okay.
That's the lead.
Psycho's Molten Cores have been really good. Super defensive, just denying space from Team Peps throughout this whole series. Zerion goes pretty low, but look at the critical health bars right now on the side of Team Peps. One railgun shot and everybody's dead. Quartz has almost got the overclock as well. Ken first to fall for Team Peps, a 4v5, and Quartz in a good spot. Ends up sliding down to the low ground. The oppression from this rush from Team Peps, a little bit too much for him to bear as Astro ends up falling. But Rose, with 3 minutes in the bank left and 105 meters, Twisted Minds have flipped this map on his head.
And look at the look at the stall they've been able to get as well. Now we're going to see another fight back at the midpoint of Colosseo, where Twisted Minds, they do have, it feels like a bit of an advantage with these ultimates. Irony is going to be very close to another Kitsune Rush if this fight does end up extending. Otherwise, it's going to be the same 3 ults on either side. Exodio and Quartz both looking for opportunities to use these overclocks. I feel like Twisted Minds have a bit of a defensive advantage right now, being able to play around this building.
Yeah, 100%. Both overclocks being used, and Astro's going to prolong this fight, like you were saying. Rosen's going to give enough time for Irony to build up this ult. Zerion and the rest of Team Peps are going to have to find a way to deal with this rush. FD God ends up going down, wanted to touch the ball, but the rest of the team are just no way near him. Self-destruct launched out. Ice Gnome isn't going to get a chance to get back in the mech. And this is going bad to worse for Team Peps as Irony saves the rush. It wasn't required as the bot is in favor of Twisted Minds as they make their final push on this home stretch.
2 minutes left now, so still realistically 2 more team fights can transpire on this map in a clean fashion, but Irony gets to save the Kitsune Rush for a quick fight.
Really quick fight. Look at that. Peps now huddling for warmth in that corner, hoping no one dies to Quartz's railgun. No ults to their names, not yet at the very least. 123 meters to 79. It's not looking good for Team Peps with only 1 minute and 40 seconds to go, and the bot is on their side of the map.
Oh, there's a Kitsune Rush though.
You have to use it. You got to use it. You got to find something. Oh, Zerion with an aggressive TP forwards, and TVNT's just going to punish him for it. Asuzu on the ground barely saves his life for a fraction of a second longer. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, and you've lost your main source of healing. A quick push here for Twisted Minds. Rose might just end the map.
Zerion's even going to try to switch over to the Moira, respects the fact that this team fight is a little too close, goes back over to the Kiriko, and Ice holding down the front line, loses the mech.
No mech, TVNT is going to get healed. Psycho pretty low, but there's the beat, there's the push. The final few seconds here for Team Peps to see themselves in this map. FD God with a 3-man beat on the points. Irony may have fallen, but it is Team Peps. They are the rock that crumbles before this tide. Twisted Minds are going to push all the way and cap the point on Colosseo as they find match point in this series as well.
Was very close though until Twisted Minds finally got a good control of the tempo of these fights and were able to push past the lead that Team Peps were able to create. Still a very close series overall. Jaws, we went to 5 flashpoints on Suravasa. We still saw a fairly close map there on Colosseo, that full capture even coming down to almost the entire time bank of the map. And so maybe still a potential for 5 maps in this entire series.
I mean, if you're a Team Peps head right now and you're looking at this series, Exodio is the one you're looking at to get picks, to get kills. Him and Quartz are going at each other right now. The head-to-head is very, very close. Quartz every now and then is getting a pick, but a lot of the time, it's Exodio picking him. These fights as well, I mean, look at that. Doesn't end up going for that shot either. I was surprised he didn't go for the flick onto Quartz. Headshotting Irony after the Suzu happens, and then TVNT, Ice, on the other hand, following that up.
And I want to also shout out on the other side of things, Psycho's Molten Cores. Normally you're like, okay, Molten Core and Torbjorn in general, like kind of a meme hero, kind of a joke, right? We're seeing a lot more Torbjorns now. There is quite a few nuances to the character and how you use the ult. Psycho, a lot of the time, is using it in a very, very like meaningful way. He's using it when they, for example, Saravasa, when they push on and take the point, using the Molten Core to buy space and time to actually get a cap. And then you saw there as well, using Molten Core as they are like, what, a meter, 0.5 meters from actually getting the lead, using the Molten Core to stop Ice from touching the point. I think they've been very impactful, kind of an ultimate you don't see a lot of the time at all, but Psycho has really got he's got the Torb gene, is what he's got.
Oh my gosh. We have to do a little bit of research. What gene, in fact, are we looking at? Does this correlate to players' ability
the silly
to
hero
play
gene.
like Junkrat, Symmetra? Yeah, I think there's a couple more heroes that actually get roiled into the Torbjorn gene.
I mean, it is the silly hero gene. Like, if you can play Mei, you can probably play the Torb, you can play the Sim. They're all like projectile-y kind of heroes as well. So you're hitting right clicks as Sim, you're hitting left clicks like as Torb and stuff. So yeah, it looks good for Twisted Minds, and they are honestly on the come up. And what a perfect time to do so as well. 0-2 right now. They go down in a pretty disappointing fashion over the last couple of games, but now the meta is kind of shifted again in this weird amalgamation of Torbjorn and, thankfully for them, Sojourn. And I think this is where Twisted Minds, they're going to be on the come up. 0-2, you've got 5 more maps, this being one of them. You can still end this stage 5-2, not 5-0, 5-2. So Twisted Minds and the fans out there, I'm sure, kind of thanking that it's not back to the Hazard meta.
Yeah, I almost have wonder how some of these matches would have played out if teams had figured out anti-hazard meta tech or just the hazard meta a little bit earlier before last weekend. Do the ultimates still get swept by Virtus Pro?
Right, yeah.
Does that match actually look a little bit more competitive? I think the answer to that is yes.
It's kind of funny because you expect, especially at the start of a stage, for the meta to kind of stick, at least for like a few weeks.
Yeah.
But maybe, the ROG prophecy has come true. That team was playing like the Alari, they're playing the Torb. I looked at one of their games on stream the other day, and their team is very fun to watch, and ROG is a very funny player to kind of spectate. And it's been fun. And I think the Torb virus has hit EMEA, and it's going to hit NA at some point as well. It's going to go through the Atlantic cables.
I don't know though, because I feel like when it comes down to North America, they don't really care about the meta. They just care about what they know their individual players can play.
Sure.
And even looking at the matches yesterday, Sombra, not necessarily a hero that I think is ever present in the meta right now, but Phone basically played that the entirety of their match yesterday. Same thing with last weekend. And I feel like that's always the case with North America. You always have those just a couple of, players that just do play their own thing.
Zoe in my ears, just soon, soon.
That is crazy, so exciting.
We are finally seeing it. Soon has returned. Now, for those who don't know, Soon, a rather historic player, did end up switching esport after 2021. He's so back. Like Soon as well, a very old head FPS player in the French scene, has been around for a long time. Still good. Somehow Johnny is not kept up with the skill level. Soon is still a hardcore like aimer. And I don't think you lose that either. Obviously, he was kind of known for Tracer, Widow, Cassidy, like these heroes that would just kind of raw aim. Seeing him once again and calling his name once more, obviously he was in the Overwatch League on Paris Eterna way back when, had a small stint on the Boston Uprising as well before retiring for 4 years, by the way. 4 years we're seeing him back in Overwatch. It's going to be a good time. Peps end up picking Havana, and they ban Kiriko, and then Twisted Minds, they're like, Soon back in the lobby? Let's ban the Widowmaker away from...
I don't think you're allowed to play Widow.
Mr. Soon. So, it's going to be a good time, regardless of how this ends up unfolding, because Soon is so back.
So back. Oh my gosh. Jaws, we are so back. This is so exciting.
Ex-Misfits, ex-Rogue, like some of you I feel like weren't even born at the time Soon was playing Overwatch and other competitive
please don't
games.
Age us. Oh my god. No, but yeah, like I'm honestly a little bit upset that Twisted Minds respect banned the Widowmaker here. Because I want to see Soon on Widow again. That would just be like a dream come true. I didn't get a chance to actually cast Soon in the Overwatch League. And so I feel like I'm seeing something that as a fan a long time ago, I was like so excited to see on the server when I was just watching the Overwatch League as a fan. And so I'm like, oh, but please, Widow, please Soon Widow.
Well,
Soon
unfortunately,
Tracer, anything.
It's banned. You can blame Twisted Minds for that. Unfortunately, we're not going to see the Soon Widow. But, you know, good on Widowmaker. Like I said, raw hit scan. Like, we're talking Ashe, Cassidy. Like, he's going to be rocking out with that. And Havana, very good for picks like Ashe. So let's load on in. Havana picked by Team Peps. They're subbing in soon as Twisted Minds ban the Widowmaker away, and we'll see what they have cooking for this map.
I wonder if we get to see double hit scan, because when you look at the actual DPS lineup,
old comp.
I mean, wait, Pigeon Fact? Hello?
Fact number 2 of the day. There we go. Having passed the mirror test, the pigeon is an intelligent bird. Disagree.
Okay,
but,
they are
sure.
though. Okay, but pigeons are actually so smart. Did you know that there are over 200 species of pigeon? And a lot of these pigeons were trained to be able to be like messenger pigeons.
Oh,
they can actually
pigeons,
take notes to bunch of like cross country or something. They're fast, they're smart.
But they are not reading or writing them, so checkmate, pigeon fan.
What bird could do that though?
A crow.
They don't have thumbs. No, crows can't. Right.
Well, we'll find out in the break if that's true. Team Peps on we'll get the UI or like the lobby sorted for the next series, but Soon is on Tracer. Another very historic pick for Soon as Team Peps rock out with Ice on the Sigma.
Okay, well, I kind of thought maybe we would see like Soldier and Cass or Soldier and Ashe, but Soon on Tracer is also a treat. But Irony is on Olari. Jaws, Olari, Sigma.
Look, it's a good map for poke. Is all I'm saying.
It is.
Olari does a whole lot of damage and very, very easy pylon positions too. You have to really over peak if you put one and set one up for TVNT, or you can just do what he's doing now and just put one up onto the high ground. And then you can find an off angle and then not worry about healing for the rest of the game. J3 would hate me saying that, but unfortunately, Jay, the pylon is there to heals. I am there to shoot.
Okay, payload moving forward just a little bit. I feel like I saw a horror close-up of Briggs' face as Soon flipped past it.
And this is a very hard matchup, actually, for the Tracer. I'm curious how long Soon is going to stick on this pick. A body shot from the Illari or a headshot from the Illari too is going to result in Tracer almost forced to recall. You can see Soon struggling also against the Torb, to no surprise. So I'm curious if he's going to stick this one out or just switch to a hit scan. Cassidy, Ashe wouldn't be such a bad option for Peps.
I do think maybe you see if the pulse bomb can net you anything and then start to figure it out. Soon technically hasn't died yet. And so just see, I got a little bit more time, about 2 minutes and 15 seconds left. And Soon is very close to that pulse bomb.
Oh, good body shot there from Quartz. Pops the railgun instantly, trying to find Soon, but Ice gets a 360 rock. What? Okay, play the MLG music. 360 rock onto Quartz. Killing him with the help of Exodial. Doesn't end up going down, and there's the pulse bomb landed on the back of TVNT, and that is a double kill for Team Peps as they finally crack open this defense.
Oh my god, Psycho is by himself. I think Psycho, if he dies here, also spells...
Soon's gonna die to turret. Soon died to
Oh
turret.
my god! Okay,
oh dear, and FT got also... Psycho just found 2 kills. This is a re-engage. Psycho just flexed on Team Peps. Despite his stature, Torb's still benching 300 pounds easy.
Well, what I was going to say until we actually saw Psycho prove that wrong is I said if Psycho dies here, this defense is over for Twisted Minds. But he kills 2.
Captive Sun.
And it's definitely still alive.
Rally ends up coming out, but Exodio's already detonated an unbelievable Captive Sun from Irony. That was FD God popping the Rally as well. but that overhealth could not build up in time. Irony with a captive Sun, and even Ice Gnome throwing in the Flux to try and salvage this fight. I don't know about that. Wow. I think that's a little bit of a throw from Ice Gnome there, as Team Peps, with only a minute to go, struggling to get this first point on lock.
Yeah, I would have rather seen Ice save that to be able to combo with this Exodio overclock, because then you just make everybody such clean targets, especially because with the Gravitic Flux, you're actually bringing people above the ceiling of that Immortality field from Funny Astro. But now, 30 seconds left, Molten Core here from Psycho. Exodio trying with the overclock, but yeah, so low.
Had to dash out and then couldn't even go for a repick with another OC blast. Okay, he's got 100 rail. He needs a pick. And Funny Astro on the BAP of all things too. Not even mentioned that yet.
Yeah, I blew past that one because I was very interested about the Soon thing. But yeah, Baptiste Alari backline here for Twisted Minds. And this is not a hero pick that we see from Funny Astro very often. Amplification makes sure is so good for the OT.
Good window. And now it's hard to actually pick. FD God goes down yet again to Psycho. Oh, enemy number one. Who'd have thought it, huh? And there's the ultimate on the point. Captive Sun is going to detonate. That's a whole lot of damage onto TVNT. Wasn't able to eat it. And Twisted Minds, that's a first point hold on Havana. Team Peps on their map pick and on their ban too. Now they still have FD God alive, but not for long. TVNT with a nice shield dance as Soon punched in the face as Twisted Minds with an unconventional backline with players that aren't really he's familiar with Baptiste, but not known for the BAP in Funny Astro on that. This looks good for TM. The flexibility here cannot be understated. And then everybody making hero plays too. Psycho with a massive hero play, getting a double kill. Soon going down to the turret. FT God going down to Psycho's just left clicks. And then Irony getting a big Captive Sun double kill, just obliterating FD God's rally. Wow, this is a mental breaker if you're Peps.
Oh, man. It's so tough because on the one hand, if you're a long-time Overwatch fan, I think everybody is rooting for Team Peps to be able to make something function with this team and bring us into a map 5. But also, if you're a Twisted Minds fan, you really hope to see more flexibility like this. I think a lot of question marks over this team came in from, you know, how is Funny Astro going to do in the support lineup? I think there are a couple of players that you can look at in EMEA, OWCS, that look to be on paper a small bit inflexible. I think Funny Astro, FD God, and Landon are the first 3 players that come to mind. But the fact that Funny Astro can show up on the Baptiste is amazing, and I think this bodes a lot of confidence and just good graces for this team moving forward into future matches. We can still also see a full hold here from Team Peps, but right now I'm pretty excited to see Funny Astro on the BAP.
A fuller hold potential, but it's going to be tough. This, again, it's very tough for Soon to get a lot of stuff done here on the Tracer. So many things to poke and pressure and out. Killing the pylon is really nice against the Alari too. The healing goes down and you have to rely on your right click. A lot of healing to be fair on the right click, but the resource is pretty limited. Astro does fall though to Exodio.
Yeah, big pick there, so we're going to have to see Twisted Minds reset, but Quartz with a revenge kill onto Exodio. And that's a really big deal for the attack.
And look at this on that. Soon has to recall. Soon's half HP. Outburst to try and chase. Good headshot from Irony. Needs one more. This rotation is super nice. Soon can't go down here, but no, the lamp! The lamp is so close from Funny Astro. Jumps up onto high ground, lamps Quartz before he just gets destroyed by Soon. And with 2.5 minutes, Rose, I mean, this is it. This is the series right here. Twisted Minds just run a ring around Peps, who cannot find the answer.
I mean, Quartz has an overclock as well. Like, any little bit of damage is going to allow that overclock to hit any of these respawns.
Zerion dies behind his own window. Soon goes down. The overclock on the high ground. And that is all she wrote. Team Peps, they end up falling to the might of Twisted Minds, who have really come up in week number 2.
their first win of Stage 1 in 2025, and they look good doing it.
You were saying, Jack, this could be a 5-2 as a finished scoreline for Twisted Minds at the end of these group stages. And Zoe, I'm inclined to agree with that. Twisted Minds look so much better just being able to have a week to think about the meta a little bit, even just 24 hours, right? Did they play yesterday?
I want to say
Minds?
yes. Did they? I don't know. Honestly, time is a vacuum at this point.
Time
I
is
do
a
not know
vacuum.
anymore which matches happened when, but you know what, Necra, I can look that up for you. I have the technology. It's right there in my grasp. Yes, they played yesterday and they lost 3-1 against OWCS.
Right,
so
that's what I mean. 24
that is
hours.
a turnaround. That is a turnaround. And quite frankly, Peps impressed us in their first showing, right? They also played against OWCS. They won against OWCS 3-0. Oh no, are we in another choke equilibrium?
Oh.
Hold on.
Don't say
Oh no. Transitive properties are going to come in hard for our next few days.
And we love those.
We do love those. I also really just love the changes that they made. Like, yes, we don't see Hardy right now. TVNT is coming in. So not only are they showing us different compositions, they're also showing us a completely different lineup. And that is a short turnaround, right? From last week to this week. It's like 4 days, 5 days in between to split practice time and whatnot.
It's the substitutions are going to be super important throughout the next couple of weeks as the meta settles. It was really nice seeing Soon, and first kind of competitive game, proper one in OWCS at least, in Overwatch 2 was quite exciting. The Tracer for Soon, obviously you can rely on it heavily, but this comp was just so like anti-Tracer, it hurt Soon in a big way. This map with the Alari and the Bat, like the poke and Psycho with a turret, Quartz being able to slide away, it's hard for the Tracer to get stuff done. And I think Twisted Minds came into this with a game plan as well. You ban away the Widowmaker, and then Soon is kind of forced onto another kind of hit scan or
I love that respect, Bando. You see Soon coming onto the server and they go like,
100%.
Widowmaker needs to go, especially on this map. Like, holding on defense with Widowmaker here is just, that can get out of hand real quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, I love seeing Soon back into the mix. Of course, he's an absolute OG. Did it work out for them? No, but that was non-Soon. That was just like such a good read from the opposition. The backline really, really interesting, Necro. What did you make of that? Like Baptiste, Iliari, not something
so
we
cool.
usually see.
No, I love it because I don't think that that's a backline that you look at this support duo and say, yeah, okay, we're going to see Funny Astro on the Baptiste, of course. You look at that and you say, maybe if you see the Alari, maybe we see Brig next to the Alari instead. But Funny Astro really pulling out the stops for this season. Very exciting to be able to see him bring out so many different heroes just outside of that Lucio we know him so well for.
And of course, what we know from TVNT is that he's a very, very competent diva, and he showed us just that. It looks like both teams kind of agreed that diva is going to be the tank of choice. TVNT looked a lot more comfortable than Ice Gnome on that one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, TVNT's best hero is easily the Diva. You could argue as well, maybe a little bit the Malga as well, which was banned actually in the series. Yeah, it looked good. The Sigma also really nice. Their ability to sub in Hattie when needed is going to be really paramount for their team success moving forward. With the backline as well, just being inflexible, kind of what we talked about. Like, you normally associate Funny Astro with the Lucio and the Brig. It is super sick seeing him on the Baptiste. He's like a really sick player. Mechanically, obviously very good. Aim is very nice as well. So being able to actually do that and go, hey, if we do need to play Alari, we can put Irony on that and we can rely on Funny Astro to play the Bap. You play this more slow style, which is kind of opposite of how Lucio normally plays. It looks really good. This team is still, and it's been said over the last couple of weeks, even before OWCS even started, that this team is very promising and should be in the top 4. So yeah, they're going to continue their run, I believe.
Absolutely. We actually have a post-match interview now with Psycho, who should be joining us via voice. Psycho, hope you can hear us. Of course, congratulations on the dub today. First things first, before we even chat about the match, I want to talk about you personally as a player, because Jack was mentioning the Torp gene and that you got it.
Yeah.
What do you think the Torp gene is, and like how does that show up on the server?
Can you guys hear me? Just making sure.
Yeah,
Yes,
we got you.
can.
Okay, perfect. The Torb gene. I don't know. Because, I mean, Torb is a pretty small character, so I don't want to associate it with height. So I don't know what the Torb gene is, to be honest. I'd just be chilling, so yeah.
Maybe that's the Torb gene. Maybe that's it.
Yeah,
You
just
have to be
chilling,
the
yeah,
chillest
maybe.
guy to play Torb.
Yes, exactly. You just lay back in your chair and you just hope for the best, you know, place down a turret, like on Havana, and you just hope that someone dies to it.
Yeah, dude, you just find
Yeah.
the one angle and then you just start left clicking and you will hit headshots because they just run at head level and it's it's all over.
Exactly.
Twisted Minds, obviously, you had a kind of a disappointing start. Obviously, a lot of the fans were expecting TM to come out the gate swinging. You're 0-2. Obviously, the meta's been a bit funky here and there and everywhere. But now you have Quartz back on Sojourn. You have yourself being able to flex to things like Torbjorn as well. How do you see your team's chances in the next few weeks? Is this a 5-2 ending for you at the end of stage 1?
Yeah, I think so for sure. I mean, coming into the first 2 weeks, to be honest, we had like internal issues figuring out comms and everything, even comps. I mean, you saw us yesterday, we tried like Sim Torb because we saw it in Korea, which maybe wasn't the best choice. And now we're gonna, I think, stick to Quartz playing hitscan and then me being subbed in and everything, you know. Yeah, I mean, I think like you saw today, I think it was pretty promising compared to yesterday. We played way better. And I think, like, even in scrims, we always played good, by the way. It's just officials that we've struggled in. So I think if we can figure that out like we did today, we'll be ending, what, 5-2? Yeah, I think 5-2.
You got the Zephyr gene, maybe, the Scrim God.
Yeah, we just got the
Yeah, I
Scrim
mean-
Bucks, the classic.
You got a lot of them, because I've definitely heard some great things about how Twisted Minds were doing in scrims, but very sad to see that not quite translate over until today. So when you take a look at maybe where you would like to see the meta go, are you happy with just being able to lean into the strengths of everybody, or do you have sort of like something on your bucket list of something you'd like to be able to play in the next couple of matches, like a hero?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. I mean, personally, I hate Torb. It's just like, you know, I like my Tracer, my Echo, my Genji, the carry heroes, you know, the one where I can express my skill on.
Yeah.
But here I'm just chilling on Torb, shooting one angle, placing down a turret. But you know, that's just how it goes sometimes. At least we can play Quartz and hitscan. But yeah, if I were to choose a meta, it would probably be a Tracer meta or like an Echo meta. Those are my favorites. But I'm okay with playing Torb sometimes.
You know what? Whatever gets the dub, right?
Exactly.
Well, we hope to see not just more of your Torb, but also everything else that you have up your sleeve, because we know there's just so much depth and versatility to your roster. Psycho, congrats once again, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you guys very much. I appreciate you all. Bye-bye.
Love you, Psycho. Have a good rest of your day. Great to hear from him. Yeah, maybe chillin' is the Torb.
I'm just saying,
Like,
that's the best way to play
That's
Overwatch.
play Torb.
Hey,
That's how I play. That's how I play Torb on the
AFK
Switch. Yes, I'm an
AFK
Overwatch
Torb
Switch
strat.
player, and I only play
Every
Torb
DPS
exclusive.
earns one of those weekends at some point, right?
That's
you just
right.
Psycho
Listen, we
works
put
so
our
hard.
supports
Let
in
him
break
chill
jail
a
for
little bit.
years. Maybe some of our DPS needs to be reined into like some Torb.
Oh no.
That's where we're going with this one. Virtus Pro on top 3-0, and Twisted Minds climbing the way back up after a disappointing start. How are we feeling about Team Peps after today's showing, though? Like, we shouldn't panic just yet.
No, definitely not. I think T-Peps are gonna be fine.
Yeah, it's something that, okay, you look at kind of the schedule for Team Peps moving forwards, that's when I actually begin to kind of worry, like, because everything is because everything's a little bit more in flux. Their next opponent is Vision. So you're like, okay, you're expecting Team Peps to kind of walk away from this one. A big confidence booster for them would be a 3-0.
But
And then
Vision is like they're an upset team. I feel
They
like
are.
they will
I could
push
see
you.
Vision winning. Like
that could be a very spicy series. That's tomorrow, of course. But then they have Ultimates, then Virtus Pro, then Gen G, then Sakura. So their strength
Ending on a high note.
Yeah, right. Their strengths of schedule is very like front loaded. So you're expecting them to pick up some early wins. Tomorrow, I wanted to say, and we kind of preface the series like, okay, this is a strength test. And I think TM passed it. They got 99 strength, they got the cape, but Peps, especially with Soon on the Tracer here. I think that was a bit of a comp mismatch. Going into next week, Ultimates and then VP, you're going to need some crazy like turnaround potential. Ultimates, not so much on the downswing, but they had a bit of a beatdown versus VP, although VP are beating everybody. It's hard to say. I don't rate Team Peps highly going into the middle of this stage 1.
Let's see. I mean, yeah, last map there, a little unlucky. They got the ban going up against them. Obviously, can't play that Widow, and then with the Tracer walking into the Torp and this Baptiste Ciliari backline, it's just that's an uphill battle, right? Good luck with that one. Unfortunate things. Now, Jack Rose, it is time to say goodbye to the two of you. Thank you so much for calling all the action. It's been an absolute blast, even though you did curse us with another C9. So thanks so much.
Okay, that was not a C9. They got booped off. I don't
know if we can call it that.
They didn't forego the point.
They
just didn't touch because they got mega booped.
Okay, then it was like C9's ugly cousin. Okay, like it was still not nice.
half of his C9.
Yeah, it was like the C and the 9 wasn't quite there. Either way, it happened, and we will forget all about it as we're heading into all things NA. So we say goodbye to the two of you. Now, as NA is starting up next with Nightmare versus Amplify, I want to quickly make an announcement before we're heading into the break, because before we sing that match, we get into what has potential to be the biggest match of the day. It's the debut of the Battle of Bots. That's right, I said what I said. Get in chat and vote on which support hero you think will survive our aimbot deathmatch. Dude, it's 2025. Everything goes. We'll see you on the other side of this. Bye.
That's the main entertainment right there.
Save you, Angela.
I got this. Shouldn't have come so close. Barrier's not in good shape. Barrier down. Get back.
The move. A taste of poison. Enemy neons remaining. 3 kills remaining. of human kindness has spoiled. Big stanger left. Do not rely on my generosity. It is futile.
Barrier won't hold much longer. Barrier down. Get back. I'll reach you. Barrier's not in good shape. Barrier down.
Enemy needs remain sire. Match complete.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining Faceit League. Gain competitive experience in weekly Faceit League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/s4.
Hello, welcome back. Happy Saturday to Mitch and Matt. We get to see them now for NA. How are y'all? What's the weather like where you're at?
I mean, I was here yesterday, so I mean, I'm good. I'm pretty much
How
the
was
same as
traffic?
yesterday.
Like 101 and 5s and stuff. We're in LA, Mitch. We need to talk about traffic.
Yeah, no, there was definitely traffic.
That's-
I was on,
yeah.
you know, another show yesterday. It had great ambitions, so I was glad to be there. But, you know, good to be here with you two, I guess. The love of the
So
game
don't
really is
you-
what keeps me coming back. I'll be honest with you. That's about it at this point. I
not
love me
us.
some OWCS.
Yeah, so you don't
Good
even
show.
drive. So
Good show.
how do you determine the traffic? Like, what's your?
I don't. That's why I asked you about it.
Well,
Oh,
I tell you what though,
Yeah.
like she does like run 30 miles with a stroller. So
Yeah, I'm literally
Okay.
faster than most cars because they're
Yeah.
all stuck in traffic. Right. So I'm stepping up my small talk game for this season.
That's good.
I feel like I nailed it.
you're doing
Yeah,
great.
no, I'm doing really good at like being a human and stuff. I do better when I can talk about Overwatch, so let's just do that. EMEA matches are done for the day. NA matches coming up next. But before we dig into that, I want to talk with the two of you about a different way to compete because we get to debut the Overwatch 2 Faceit Pro League starting up real soon.
FPL?
Like real soon is like
Yeah.
I don't know, a few days from now. Yeah, that's right. FPL program that's been running for like over a decade with other titles that I will not name, and they've been dishing out. Wait, hey, listen, good sir. Wow, okay, he did it. He just did it. He just dropped it. Anyway, they've been handing out many $1 million in pricing since, what, 2018 or something like that. And we now get to have FPL for Overwatch, which is super exciting, rather. Let's talk a little bit about what FPL is then, Matt. Since
Yeah, I
you're
mean, this is
expert at
awesome,
everything.
right? This is something that I think players have been asking for a really long time. It's like basically like a solo queue type system that you can play. You don't really need a team. You just need to be good, really. I know in that, top 250, top 500.
Unlike OWCS.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if you're like a high-ranking content creator, you find your way in, but it's a opportunity for you to show your skill individually, make some money. Maybe you kind of, in other games, right? We've seen players go from FPL to like top-tier pro teams, right? So an opportunity to get recognized. It's a really awesome system. I'm excited it's coming to Overwatch.
yeah, that happens a ton in games where we've seen
Yeah.
FPL. There's a weekly leaderboard, right? Which like honestly has like really hefty like financial incentives for playing. Think of it like a pug system that takes only from the top echelon of players. So it really is like an incredible proving ground. And it's a leaderboard that resets every single week. Q in the evening. Games obviously be streamed a lot of the time, so there's like a ton of content from there. We kind of had this back in the early
earlier Overwatch days, like Pro Pugs, this is kind of the same thing, right? It only takes like the top cut of players, and it's going to be a ton of fun. So I'm looking forward to seeing like a lot of my favorite pros competing on those ladders, and hopefully you out there as well can qualify for FPL if you work your way up. So it's going to be a ton of fun. I really think it's my favorite thing that FACEIT does, and I'm really glad we finally get that now in Overwatch 2 as well.
Yeah, more financial incentive and support, of course, for people who haven't been able to break in just yet because they didn't find a team. Maybe they didn't have the time to commit because they weren't sponsored by a team, etc. There's like just so many reasons why really, really talented players are not at the top where they really honestly should be. I mentioned it before, there will be invites and they're going out real soon for all the high-ranked players and some content creators as well. So the FOMO will be real. I hope we get to announce some of those invites next week. Matt is not on the invitee list.
Look,
Reinforce, I had them scrapping.
If there was a payout,
cobblestones for miles start quivering in fear.
I tell you what though,
if
FPL had a payout over just like, you know, best clips or best shorts, I mean, I'd be racking up the dough. I mean I would just be.
You are the bane of every cityscaper out there.
And the best part is I don't need a team. My team's always abandoned me for whatever reason. I mean, so this would be perfect for me.
So pugs are for you then, because you don't need a team. So, this is from Matt and the Mats of the world. Let's actually take a look at a quick FPL video to see what we can expect from it.
I'm hyped.
What does it take to become the best? You'll need the right environment, a place where everyone plays their role, communicates and knows the meta. Perseverance, the will to grind elo, to compete again and again. And the right teammates, stacking together in order to face the toughest challenges. But to become truly great, you'll have to fight against the best. Your journey's just beginning. Ranked Pugs and FPL coming soon in 2025 on FACEIT. Show your interest now to get a chance at early access. fce.gg/pugs.
I love the sentence, show your interest now. What does it mean? Like raise your hand, sign up?
No, I would
that
get your peacock feathers and display them to whoever's watching. Display your feathers.
All right.
It's a great way of expressing interest, you know.
Okay, that will kill me.
Or if you're mad,
anyway.
just barrage them incessantly.
Just
you can do that.
Your opponents,
Look, if you want to get rewarded for doing absolutely nothing, not even like displaying your feathers, then I can highly suggest to you to maybe connect your FACEIT account to your Twitch account, because you can earn drops, not just our regular old drops with your Battle.net account. No, we also have the FACEIT points. Mitch is so hyped about that laptop. Always, yeah.
There's someone out there.
We've been talking about that laptop for a long time. Is it real? Has anyone ever gotten it?
I'd like to know, like if anybody has managed to amass like a ridiculous amount of FACEIT points, like through drops or from other mechanisms, let me know. And if you've actually cashed them in for one of those like bigger quote unquote prizes, I also would love to know. There are obviously a ton there, including the OWCS skins, credits for in-game like Battle.net vouchers and that kind of stuff.
Love those name cards.
Yeah, there's actually a ton there. When we talked about this last year, there was a bit in the store. There's a lot more in there now.
Yeah.
It's awesome. So check it out.
They're trying to sway people away from stocking up for that laptop with all this other cool stuff. You're like, man, I could either keep saving for this laptop or get like, half the Overwatch page. You're like, damn, there's a lot of cool stuff.
Keep them in the hamster wheel away from the laptop by waving other goodies in their face.
They only have one singular laptop to hand out, and they really don't want to lose that one. Let's look at today's matches. So we know what we have in store. It's going to be 3 NA matches for today. A lot of action coming our way. I'm personally extremely hyped about that last series of the day. Rad going up against Team Liquid. I feel like that might be the closest series we get to see in this region today.
Yeah, I would say without a doubt. I mean,
guys, like, obviously I wasn't here yesterday, but obviously I watched the games. But how do you guys feel about this Amplify team? They were able to sneak that Flashpoint map away from SSG, and Nightmare are not necessarily in a position to prove themselves against the top teams. They actually also lost 3-1 to SSG. So I don't know. I think this first game might be quite interesting, and Avidity also looked pretty good. They haven't had to play against top quality opposition yet, but
I want to see Amplify back on what we've seen from them in the first week. I'm not believing in their Torp Sim or whatever else shenanigans. Like, I loved to see Winter on that Sojourn doing so much work.
Yeah.
I loved Phone being able to just play whatever. That's what I want to see. That's their strength. So I hope they can just stray away from whatever weird disease has befallen all the regions, which is just Torb, really. None of that. But we'll find out. We'll see it on the server in just a little bit. So guys, please take it away.
thank you. Yeah, let's get this one started up. Obviously, we talked a lot about Phone and Winter on this Amplify team and some of the heroes we really like seeing from them. We should expect Sombra to be a feature. Nightmare, Zera obviously, talked to us at length last week about, teams attempting to ban out the Genji, for example. They had that really exciting 5-map win against Timeless. And yeah, again, I think proved that they are at least deserving of that number 3 spot in NA. But there's still much more to be told in these coming weeks. And I do think this is a game with plenty of things to get interested in.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, we have some teams in NA that don't have wins yet, but I think there's like a difference between a team that hasn't won a game and a team that's just not competitive. I feel like the teams have been competitive. I want to see Winter go back and play the Sojourn. She didn't really play it at all yesterday against Seeker and SSG. They opted to play something that seems to be kind of what's up and coming in terms of the meta. Why are we doing what?
Why are we doing this Torb thing?
There's just, you see something go on in APAC and then it's the Bible at that point, right? I mean, you gotta do it. So it's kind of what we're seeing. But we have seen good success with the Torb. I think the Ball, though, we don't see Ball here in the first game as Gap didn't really play it at all yesterday, but Ball's been really effective.
Big concussive blast there. Looks like Guando was able to pull themselves back out of the pit after being knocked into it. Nightmare here, we know Kaffa loves a little bit of Ramatra. It definitely seems to be a preference of his. It's going to be the Orisa comp here for Amplify. Zera on the Pharah, though. Pretty tough for either Winter or Phone to interact at length with this particular pick. So they just kind of get to do as they will. There is a health pack there that Zera can't really benefit from. But again, this poke damage coming in from the periphery of the fight is far too much for Amplify to handle.
If you never deal with the Pharah, you're just going to get chunked down over time, right? We were on board with Zera throughout the most of that first fight, and nobody really putting a lot of pressure on him while he's up in the sky. So Amplify make a change here, Mitch. I like putting Winter on the Sojourn. She's been so good at it when we watched this team yesterday, as I mentioned, move completely away from it, and they'll bring in a Mei, so it seems like they want to brawl out now with this Ramatra head-to-head.
Okay, yeah, we've got Winter back on the Sojourn, was sort of pointed out. So wholesale changes to this Amplify comp, and as soon as she gets into the battlefield, she makes an impact. Namely one, in the middle of Lethal's chest. Big pickup here now. Amplify find themselves at a player advantage. Kaffa, though, in that Nemesis form, is trying to swing back, and Zera's going to barrage instantly. Winter disintegrates. Not enough healing either for Phone, and that is 2 DPS taken down in one fell swoop.
Yeah, that's what I thought I was going to do the other day. Obviously,
visualize.
That's what I visualized. Yeah, just it didn't come to be. We're going to get it.
Jack visualized when he threw the blizzard into that room on Esperanza as well.
Which time? The first time or the other 9 times?
No, I only saw the viral one. So.
Okay. Yeah. Well. Yeah. There's a few other you can go look for. But
the difference is he actually tries to be good at this game. You don't. So that for me is almost more damning of an indictment.
I don't know if that's true. Nightmare with a ton of ults. Actually, almost caught up with the Mei wall there. It's going to be an Aurora Ray from UV as they kind of capture everybody here inside.
That sound barrier's not going to last long enough here. Not against the Annihilation. Good boop. That had to happen. Kaffa will be frozen stiff, and there's no one actually to help them here. So while Nightmare create a huge amount of space off that barrage of ultimates, they are going to win the fight out. Not convincingly anyway. Ends up being a 2 for 2 here. But Nightmare still have point control. Lethal is still free to do exactly this. And no one can really close the gap on this Sojourn right now.
I was going to say,
Mitch, going to come down to Gap just trying to hold right click and flip the point.
Yeah, it's such a mess, right? There's just kills being exchanged by both teams, but it's Nightmare that kind of push the pace. And at that point, Amplify, they have to kind of run on the point with only 2 players. So even though Nightmare doesn't exactly win the fight, they get a lot of ultimates out of Amplify, and then they pick up some kills. There's nothing they could really do once they get to the point. So Nightmare, kind of assert what we think they will be as a team, right? We're not exactly sure where they kind of stack with the rest of NA, but you obviously would favor them over Amplify, you would think, and they come out good in round number 1.
Yeah, I think Amplify, to their biggest credit, they've not been swept in any of their series so far. I do think that like the loss to Shikigami hurts, but conversely, map wins against SSG definitely looks a little bit better. I do think the Nightmare are going to be really difficult to topple in general. They've already had to cut their teeth on Timeless and SSG respectively. This is Nightmare on paper the easiest game so far here in OWCS Stage 1. They've been put to the test extremely already. Forged into a deadly weapon. Phone here is able to take Lethal down across the map with that Torb pick.
Yeah.
They're also mirroring the Torbjorn. So we're absolutely in a Torb world right now.
Exactly as everybody would have envisioned and wanted, as well as they get that pick from Phone at the start. They use the Orisa, just kind of get their way over to the point and bully Nightmare out. And this could look like, looks like Amplify going to take this first point. And Zero quite low, just trying to challenge Winter here on the side. Winter's going to find 2, so Amplify in a much better spot here in the second round.
It's a great opening for Phone at the start of that round. She picks Lethal off, I think, across the map. So big change here with the Genji and the Doomfist coming out for Nightmare.
Yeah, we don't really see a ton of like the Genji now into the Torb, right? But Nightmare probably feels like that if they amp up the pace here against Amplify, right, and speed the game up, even though it might be a comp that's like not as good, or not as good into this, that they feel like they can kind of force them into mistakes.
It is awkward because there's no Ana here. That's been banned out by Amplify, so you don't have much to work with the Genji, and also Juno really has to take some risks to follow Doomfist in such that she can keep him in line of sight. Still, it's not a pure counter, the Torbjorn against the Genji. Zero just doesn't really want to take that fight if they can help it. That overclock, that overdrive rather, is going to be a big problem for them. And there it is, eventually Nightmare able to encircle and deal with Amplify. And on this,
like you mentioned, no Ana in the game, man, and that's usually what you would want to combo with like a Winston or a Genji type of setup. So pretty impactful ban from Amplify. Amplify yesterday, Mitch, they do not want to play any like dive tanks like at all, it seems. Yep. They did not want to even, they played Orisa on Dorado, I believe, on defense. So just kind of give you an idea of how they want to stray away from it. Is Lethal with an overclock. That's actually going to have Unik use the sound barrier here. It's sound barrier plus orbital array layered on top of each other. So a lot invested here for Amplify, but that should be enough to flip the point.
And it puts Nightmare in a bit of an awkward spot. They do obviously feel good about a favorable ult trade, but they were already behind before that fight began. So now Amplify are going to look to stretch that lead out to about the same amount as it was at the start of that fight. It would be about 50%. And they still have a couple of key ultimates to rely on. Molten Core against a composition this mobile is unlikely to be the be-all and end-all. And immediately, Nightmare dive on it. Amplify don't like playing dive, they don't like being dived, doesn't matter. Very quickly, Nightmare get back in without having to spend those ultimates. That is such an efficient fight win.
It looks like Kappa, the punch actually just knocked them into the back of the point, and then Zera and Lethal were there, and just like a dash on through and a Sojourn shot finished those players off. And yeah, it is a lot of percentage though gained for Amplify. The thing that I worry about for them though, Mitch, is like you're not gonna get these support ultimates for a very long time, right? You're going up against 4 ultimates on the other side. That's gonna be a sound barrier that answers the overclock here, so you have a good response from Nightmare and a Blade, and this is gonna be a Nightmare fight win.
That is a sick punch. Beautifully done by Kuffer. Lethal almost died, by the way. Winter, she pops overclock, and Lethal gets hit by a javelin.
Oh,
I think if Admiral doesn't beat there, it's an instant pick-off on Nightmare's Sojourn.
Absolutely. I mean, that's why you kind of see the beat always in response to that on the opposite side, and you're going to actually have Torb Sombra here now for Amplify, so a bit of a change up here, but I mean, what, you have Terror Surge? This ultimate against this comp with that much mobility, it's going to kind of do nothing, man. Oh, that is unfortunate.
Oh, Phone just gets a little bit too close. Reveals herself. It's the easiest pickup for Kuffer. Crazy Cat on the way down gets caught, and this one feels like it's cooked. Nightmare here still, of course. Have some ultimates to spend should they even need to, but it's unlikely that Amplify can even get out into the sunlight, let alone contest this point. Wrecking Ball's going to try and get there, but that is the round and map, folks. Lijiang Tower convincingly won by Nightmare. Amplify slow start in the first round. We'll give them that. They're playing against the Farah comp. They don't have a way to work around it, even with a Sojourn. That second round, though, we got to see more from them, but losing a fight like that. With the Doomfist punch, Genji follow-up, no ultimates had to be spent by Nightmare. That's a blowout.
That's a lot how like they looked yesterday though. They didn't really look good early on in control. They were kind of getting pushed all the way back to the spawn, but then they played better throughout the rest of the series. So interested to see what Amplify brings in. But Nightmare, whether it be the Ramatra or the Doomfist, looked very good here.
Yeah, we see this first round as Gap wants to match. We mentioned that Amplify aren't really looking to play these dive tanks, but Kuffer is in his element when he's on the Ramatra or Doomfist apparently. And this is the second round, and that's an early lead that Amplify get out to. They're playing that Torbjorn comp, and they get a random pick on Lethal at the start of the game to kind of set this situation up. But fights like this, you see like 3 players hit by a charged up punch from the Doomfist, and Zera is already going to town on them. The pick on phone that we just gets clipped off there, I think, is really what heralds the end for Amplify. Is she just touches the Doom, reveals herself, and then for Kuffer, it's just spam a couple of shots, light the Sombra up properly, and yeah, she's cooked.
Well, the fight that Zero uses that blade, right? You have no support ults for Amplify. They use both DPS ults, and even though they still have a lead at that time, like 80-something% to 50, you're just kind of cooked in that situation, right? I mean, all you got is Terror Surge. You're going up against this comp that's highly mobile. There's not really a way to kind of break out through that choke, and they never were able to.
Yeah, Terror Surge, Molten Core. We talked about, like, you know, Nightmare switching a Genji into the Torbjorn composition, but just avoid him. Avoid the turret mostly. For Tracer, it's maybe a little bit of a difficult issue. She has to avoid flanking routes where that turret is sort of set up, because you know, just taking damage for free is annoying when she doesn't always have access to play around a mini health back and had to recall like prematurely, which is I want to avoid, but I think they played around that quite well. Sombra, Torb we saw. I really think that, I don't know, Amplify's best gameplay comes from like Sombra and Sojourn comps. Feel like that really puts their DPS in position to succeed, but that's not necessarily a combination that is objectively strong right now.
But it wasn't strong even when they were running it before. Like, you wouldn't be like, oh yeah, this is great. They're working into Sombra Sojourn. It wasn't really great when they were running it before, but you were seeing pretty good results. That was the only thing that really upset me yesterday with this game with Amplify. They never actually played Winter on the Sojourn. Like, they went completely away from it. And I get that Seeker's really good on the other side, but she's been lights out on the Sojourn. Even this, you started to see much better results from the team when she was playing the Sojourn. So I don't think they should be afraid to take some of these like matchups with her against some of these top Sojourns in NA. I think more than hold her up.
Interesting on Lijiang Tower, by the way, a map that's not always known for dive comps necessarily, that we had the Ana band used up on that map. So that,
I mean, we're all ball pilled at this point. I mean, we're just, you know, it's just a wrecking ball world here. So any map is, you know, a dive roly-poly type of map at this point.
That is fair. Is Nightmare really a wrecking ball team, though?
I don't think so.
More of like a timeless angle, no?
Yeah. I mean, we've seen like, yeah. I mean, you could. I think the ball is really strong. It's just like we talked about last week. You have to have somebody who can play it, right? It's not like just kind of slotting in a Winston or a Diva or something like that. It just feels like he's extremely oppressive right now. And what does Amplify decide to go with here? We saw them play some Esperanza the other day. We saw them play Numbani. I believe the Numbani, I think, was their map pick, but they will actually go Havant here. So this is a map that you have to kind of play some of those longer range hit scans.
We saw this map from Amplify actually in their first.
Oh yeah, that's where they almost got full held. Yeah, that's when they almost got full held. They ran it down.
They do win that map, and a big part of it is because they end up switching to Orisa for the last stage of Havana. Whereas Avidity have their number. It feels like for most of the map, and you're right, like they almost full hold them because they have a strong counter like pick scenario. I think it's like they're trying to play into Amalga or something like that.
They played May, I think, in the second part of the map when we watched them play this, but they had a really tough time even getting the point, right? That's kind of the thing that worries you a little bit is you have to unlock it. Okay, so they banned the Zen. We've actually seen teams Mitch here go with like Zen backlines. Yeah. And then Nightmare in turn responds and tells Foe no Sombra this time. So but we talked about this last week and we talked about the other day. Like, Phone, we talk about how always playing the Sombra, but she's looked good on all the other heroes that they played. So like banning the Sombra, like sure, you take it out of her hands, but it's not the end of the world for Amplify.
Sombra was banned against Amplify when they played this map against Avidity, and Phone came out on the Venture initially and was like struggling to really get set up there at all. Obviously, when she switches, you know, she has access to a couple of those different heroes. There was Mei, I think, involved. Seen Phone's Mei before. Tracer came out. It looked a lot better. I also think that the Zen ban for this Amplify team on a map like this is really important because you might play Zen against the slower comps that Amplify prefer. The Ramatra, even the Malga at times, but also the Orisa comps on these long straightaways just can't really deal, you know, very well with the Zen.
I mean, the Zen can just be really oppressive, right? Especially with the distance that's just kind of created by the map here. Really difficult to make a play. Or the Zen, it'll be Nightmare here on defense, and they'll actually play a Sigma base setup, Baptiste Brig in terms of the backline. So obviously when Sigma comes into play, you would like to see the Baptiste Immortality field plus like all the utility for Sigma to stay alive is really strong. And for Amplify, let's see what they decide to do. I mean, Maga Torb
supposed to do here against well, I guess they have the Genji.
And Torb is just like a bit of a nuisance, right? He's like difficult to kill. He's got you know, pretty good damage now in terms of like his primary fire, and then just the off angling of the turret like seems to be just really difficult, especially you know, when he overloads and gets like some of that extra armor.
Yeah, this is all things that he's always had though, which is why it's so curious for me. Again, like the poke comp here is obviously very powerful. Kappa cannot get stomped though. That's kind of the issue. He needs to make sure that accretion is available to stop the Malga in his tracks, and this is how we kind of see these comps play out. Gap wants to play on the corner here if possible. Nightmare are denying this though by having like a high ground position to flank the corner players. Okay, Phone.
Amplify had a lot of problems, though. Mitch trying to keep this Maga alive yesterday. It felt like every time that they went toward this Maga comp is Lethal with a railgun shot into Phone, but then Winter response. They have a really tough time keeping Gap up. Like once that armor's gone on the Maga yesterday, he was just dropping instantly. So we'll see if they can do a better job of it today.
And Phone has a pretty bad matchup against Lethal, but if Winter can keep doing that and like trading those eliminations and being the only Sojourn on the map, I think that's really, really positive for them. Nicely done. Good accretion, just as Gap looked like they were about to reach Zero, but Zero was already very low and burning there, of course, from the minigun. So that is going to be a kill traded out. Still, our Matrix built very quickly, as Ultraviolet's probably going to be able to get these online quite frequently. And this poke composition has been able to keep Amplify at arm's length. Kuffer's low though. Immortality field available? That's a big no. And now Amplify have the advantage. No tank up here for the defenders, but Crazy Cat has been taken down. So how do you keep this Malga standing? They at least got that orbital ray off, but that is not going to last forever.
Oh, that's
a question of what's in their front line standing.
They sound barrier up on the high ground there, Mitch. You and just sound barriers for himself and Gap, and they may not even win this. I mean, you see how spread out the players are on Nightmare. They're really difficult to track down.
Gap gave up the chase onto Lethal there as they were about 40 HP. So they can double back, get healthy, and go again. Ultraviolet, though, did get caught out. This is disarray. This is a game stake that Amplify are often trying to create with their composition. Split Nightmare up and prevent them from, you know, making use of the synergy with the shielding here. Kinetic Grasp as well can wait out some of this cage fight time, but eventually Nightmare are going to be forced to account for their deeds. Okay, I don't mind that. From Kuffer, at least able to find Winter. And if Lethal finds a kill, a crucial kill here, then this defense will be able to hold on. But in comes the Malga. Lethal hit by some of that radiating damage from the stop. Amplification, Matrix, not available here for Ultraviolet, and the Immortality field wasn't enough to keep Lethal standing. But Ewan is down. Here's the Molten Core, folks. Much of that actually getting eaten up, though, by the, or rather at least avoided by Kuffer. But all behind him, you can see that lava set up. Very low is Gap once more, but from the high ground, Winter finds a big headshot. They've got to deal with Ultraviolet at some point or just force him to come down. It's the latter that ends up being relevant. Eventually Amplify, they brawl for it, and they'll get that first checkpoint.
much better than the last time we saw them on this map. Even though they let like kind of Ultraviolet and Lethal control the high ground, they have a really difficult time dislodging either of those players. It's still a fight that just seems like goes on for ages that they're able to come out on top. And you see when Gap goes in with that stomp, they have Phone right there using the overcharge of the Torbjorn, right? Getting that extra health and damage, moving on in, and it's really difficult to stop. They use it there again and get a kill.
Lethal and Ultraviolet go down already. Phone absolutely going to work on his Torbjorn. And of course, the context of these comps changed a lot as we get into this second phase of the map. Kufra had already switched over towards the Orisa, but Nightmare can't get a favorable brawl at all. UV on the Ana now. Again, important to really limit the effectiveness of that cardiac overdrive for Amplify and a high healing composition in general, but they will be dealing against the sound barrier here, and Amplify are going to play on those corners as usual.
This part of the map, I feel like the Torb is even better though, right? This is where you can get close quarters. The turret can really be a nuisance, especially for like a Genji on the point. The Zero deals with the turret there, and that's going to be a sound barrier used by Ewan. So they want to go. They want to be quite aggressive, Mitch, and they get rid of Admiral.
Yeah, it lasts as well until this Bionic Grenade actually sort of expires, so no chance to make use of the anti-healer. Otherwise, it's quite powerful. Kufra gets chased into that low room now, and Nightmare still have to fight this. Zero with a blade, though, has it available. Trapped inside the cage fight, though, and nobody else is there. It's just the Mauga. Zero does not want to sit down with the Mauga. Kufra, those come back off respawn now, can make some space. Crazy Cat's so low, but Kufra can't afford to chase the Juno down. They'd have to leave the point. That Bionic Grenade hit, though, on Gap means an instant disengage for the Mauga, but they can still come back in after the fact. Good healing. Kufra got run over in that front line. Phone hitting way too hard in that overload mode, and Winter popping off.
And Winter yet again, sick overclock, connects with 2. They're going to stagger Ultraviolet out. And even though they get the Mauga low, he just backs up a little bit. You have the healing from Crazy Cat. Phone comes flying on in. And that Torb being a bit of a nuisance. It's almost like you're almost using Torb in the way that they probably envision you to use Reaper, right? But the Torb just way more impactful, it feels like at the moment.
I mean, we are seeing someone as durable as Orisa just getting blown up instantly. Bolton Core here, interrupted. Nicely done with the Javelin connection. Kufra's able to finish off the kill. So not only getting a pick on the Tor, but shutting down a Molten Core that would have made it a bit awkward for Kufra to stand where they were needed. Here's that Terror Surge, Sound Barrier even thrown in. Nightmare invests so heavily in winning this fight. It pays off, sure. But how do they make use of the fact that now they're in spawn camp position?
And this isn't the end of the world here for Nightmare, right? You give up those first 2 checkpoints, but a minute and 40 on the clock, not a lot of time. You can play close up here. This is the same thing we talked about in the last Amplify match, right? Just don't allow them to finish the map, right? That's kind of the goal here. So anything that you can hold them before that bridge is huge here if you're Nightmare. I mean, this is a situation where you can almost, you don't want to say guarantee a map win, right? They still have to do it on offense, but put themselves in a great spot. Nice bio there on the side.
Orbital Rage, yeah, shut down to a degree, but Gap will be healed up. That Mauga is still going to be irrelevant. Letha is down. This Nightmare composition is struggling against Amplify at the moment. They lost so much time on that first point to that, clever poke composition that Nightmare put forward. But they've had a very good couple of fights. I mean, I barely saw any gameplay in that second phase of the map. It was so quick.
Yeah.
And Amplify again cycling into that combination of Winter's been incredible with their ultimates, and you're with a sound barrier.
What they've done as well, they've done a nice job of Gap using the cage to kind of catch Zero and trying to use this blade, right? So we'll see if you're able to kind of trap that Genji, prevent anything massive. Is Winter going to go in here with the overclock, just trying to find Ultraviolet? 2 nice shots into it.
Oh, I think she was able to dodge that sleep dart. Kufra takes Winner down eventually, though, but there is a cage fight right back towards spawn. Lethal can't really stand on the card. Phone is dangerous. Oh, she's overloading. Oh, no. They have a kill on Lethal. I can't believe it. The BM is amplified. Get the map done with 20 seconds to spare.
Dude, we saw 3 hammer kills yesterday, at least. The hammer pretty strong now as well. So that is Amplify finishing the map. Also 20 seconds in the time bank. So pretty good here for Amplify. They seem to have a really nice game plan here on Havana. Can they stop Nightmare though? Right? Nightmare obviously extremely talented team. We'll see how they go about it on their offense.
Oh man. We've talked about it a lot. This is a difficult map to finish in general. That last phase of the map feels extremely, well, it can feel extremely defender favored, depending. But Amplify have done very, very well after what was a really difficult push-up. Having to play that Mauga composition against Sigma can be complicated. It really rests so much on your DPS finding angles that Sigma can't cover, while the Mauga tries to interrupt, force Sigma to shield in awkward places, like try and throw one backwards for their Baptiste, or just throw things into utter chaos for a comp that really wants to be quite orderly and regimented.
What do you think about Nightmare playing like the Orisa towards the end, playing some of the Sigma? We saw a lot of these matchups in terms of the tank role last year, right? Like Mauga versus Sigma, Mauga versus Orisa. It seemed like Mauga was always the one kind of winning out. Maybe the Sigma, you know, if you can kind of force it in certain maps and situations, you can do. We saw a lot of teams actually go to the Queen towards the end of last year, but Havana is not a map you would play Queen on. So I'm curious what your thoughts are on you know, this tank head-to-head.
I don't mind it, but I don't think Nightmare are going to get the straightaways to make use of this Sigma in. When you push up against this comp and you try and spawn camp, you're fighting in a proximity that forces this poke comp to brawl. Now, they have some elements that can do that. The phone getting picked off here early feels like a miscalculation for Amplify. But Cover does not want to be right up in front of this Mauga.
No. Yeah, the position he's fighting in is ideally not the one he continues to fight in for the rest of the map, right? You have to kind of do it here to get out of your spawn, but that's like the effective range of the Torb and the Mauga, right? You kind of want to keep that Sigma at space. So we'll see, is Winter actually going to play the Widow here? Oh, we get a Widow play. So Widow, I mean, dude, this is a wild comp. Widow, Torb, Mauga.
I mean, this comp also sucks against Zen. So that's probably one reason why Amplify are getting away with it. Yeah. Discord over that Mauga means that they get absolutely chewed up by the Sojourn. And Winter, I think this is her only opportunity really to have this level of space, maybe on the last phase of the map here, but her sightlines aren't as good. Oh, that's dirty.
Sick shot.
Lethal's just not ready. And Ultraviolet went to so much effort to post up on that high ground. Well, they have to know that their time is very short.
Yeah. And I also like the change here for Amplify, where Crazy Cat will play the Kiri, right? UV's hitting a ton of these bios. And, I mean, he's just getting staggered. I mean, this is...
Yeah, again, you're not going to get the Lucio. Ewan has heal on at the time. Winter dies to one more shot from the Ana there. Very, very close. It ends up being a big, long stagger.
I mean, now you wait here for Nightmare, right? Takes like about 20, 30 seconds off the clock. You have to be pretty careful here not to get picked off by Winter. You do have a Nano, but who's like the Nano target? I guess it has to be the Genji in this situation.
Yes, most likely. Unless you're trying to keep someone alive and they're going to get pushed by this Kitsune Rush. But here it is, the blade coming into the backside of it. It's going to be a good one for Zera. There needs to be a connection. And there it is, both backliners. Phone also going down. A 4K for Zera. Just what the doctor ordered. If your doctor orders that for you, get a new one.
yeah. Check their license if that's what they order. Ewan didn't have the sound barrier. He's so close. They use the Kitsune Rush to try and catch him around the corner. I think the benefit here, though, for Amplify is you probably get another fight, right? You're going to be able to get out of spawn here. You're going to get close. You're going to get another fight here before they actually get checkpoints. And you have to beat, so definitely not over.
Speed Boot just gets him out now, and Amplify can take a fight up close, which is usually what they're looking for. That is a very
he is high.
And Kaffa gets a big 3-player Gravitic Flux. That is going to turn things upside down for this team that would normally want to brawl, but now hit with the Biotic Grenade, now split up. They are going to struggle. Nightmare is a great way to keep their momentum going because they know this is going to be a long map either way.
Yeah, and the beat comes pretty early from you, and you have a few players who are actually like dropping quite low, and the beat comes before the flux, right? So you're still able to get that flux off and do massive damage there for Kuffa. And like you said, I mean, Gap uses the cage fight, nobody home there on the opposite side of things, and Winter with another change over to Genji. I also think, you know, playing the Widow there towards the end, right? You know that fight is going to be a brawl. The Widow really, you know, doesn't provide a lot in terms of consistent damage. You're not going to find a pick most likely, and in this next fight, Zero starts things off with a kill on the Crazy Cat, which is quite good. That's both supports dead now for Amplify.
That is nicely done by Lethal. I don't think Ewan thinks there's any chance of them eating a railgun headshot like that.
Yeah.
Really hard to catch the Genji. And see, Crazy Cat obviously is trying to play this Kiriko to cover up the Biotic Grenades from Ultraviolet, but sometimes the throughput just isn't there for this Lucio Kiriko comp, especially if Kiriko is at a distance from the Malga because there's a travel time for this Ophidah involved. It'd be very hard to respond to changes in sort of damage output from your opponents. So they switch to the Ramatra here.
The Ramatra, you know, it can do a little bit more in the neutral than obviously the Maga, but like getting past that shield is not going to be as easy as like just using the stomp and going on in. So it's going to be a little bit harder to get these engagements in kind of melee range, so to speak, for Amplify. And right away, it's a Blade here that comes in from Nightmare and Nano Boost as well from UV. That's going to be the second checkpoint. 3 minutes and 20, pretty good amount of time here for the end of the map.
These Blades have come out at great moments here because Ewan has never had a beat to answer them. First, the 4K for Zero that allowed Nightmare to get close to that first checkpoint, and then again, just now. Amplify have those support ultimates up now, and they'll get value for them, don't get me wrong. Maybe a response here to the Gravitic Flux or something similar, but big momentum for Nightmare off that last fight. Good damage here. Zero takes a headshot, I would suspect, from somebody. Winter switched over to the Genji, though. She's showing that flexibility to be able to go towards, flanking projectile DPS off of the Sojourn. Kaffa's going to be caught here. Oh my goodness, that was close. Gravitic Flux going to be used. Oh, they're going to group up for it. That is ridiculous. Amplify, Matt. Layer both their support ultimates.
Oh, man.
Added back until they expire.
They've done that a few times. Crazy Cat now moves away from the Kiri over to Juno. And now going back to the Kiriko. So potentially here to cleanse these bios towards the end. Phone over towards Venture. We talked about how we saw her play this last week. It was quite good on this map. I think you're just trying to brawl this out towards the end.
It looks like Kaffa's pretty comfortable playing into Gap here at Sigma. Again, Nightmare just ignoring Gap until they're in Nemesis form because they're not a threat. Here comes Phone, looking to try and shut that flanking route down that Lethal was looking to occupy. And Annihilation comes in here. Oh, the sleep, it's perfect. Nightmare have such a good comp against this. In goes Zero. Got nanoed. Blade's going to come a little bit late, but hey, better late than never, as they say. Couple slashes there. Good damage put down on Winter, who also has a blade. She can't advance towards Lethal. A little dangerous. And that card is going to keep moving now. All of Amplify scattered to the four winds. Gap eventually going to have to succumb. Desperate Suzu there from Crazy Cat to keep Winter alive. That'll give them at least a window to get to the high ground and further stall this out. Ewan, though, will fall. And how about that? Nightmare with the time extension go to 2 minutes and 2.
You just can't layer support ults. I feel like that is the ultimate no-no in Overwatch, right? Like layering the support ults on top of each other towards the end on the bridge in a fight that was, most certainly like a loss, even kind of going into it. And then what? You have real like after that, like you have such a minimal chance. Like you're relying on Nightmare kind of just throwing it a little bit to be able to bounce back.
Okay, so in general, yes. If you like there are some situations in like the Amalgamator where like you'd layer sound barrier and orbit array. But if you layer both your support ultimates and your opponent just has a beat, then I think you've certainly wasted it. Because after the fact, right, it's like there's Gravitic Flux. Nightmare were able to fully disengage from Amplify, who would obviously telegraphing that they wanted to take this brawl style engagement.
Yeah.
And at that point, they're able to buy enough time with the one sound barrier on their side of the map and ultimately win the fight. Again, Nightmare only have one AoE support ultimate, so it's harder to. We're never going to accuse them of layering support ultimates because they have Nano Boost, right? It doesn't work in the same way. Fights in which those occur simultaneously aren't going to be an issue for the viewer, the eye test, so to speak. But Amplify definitely could have staggered them out a little more, I think.
See now Amplify on offense. Tough hill to climb here now because they're going to at least need first checkpoint, right? At minimum, you would think, right? With 2 minutes in the time bank. Now, look like Kaffa wants to play a little bit more aggressive here. I kind of agree with that. I think you play this corner if you're Nightmare. You can play it quite aggressively. UV's doing a nice job connecting with like the bios. And look, the longer you poke at this corner and just kind of keep them from, because Amplify wants to use that stomp, get around the shield, force these fights quick. The longer you can make this a poke game and just kind of trade damage, UV is going to build up these nanos rather quickly. Two players here with the bio there. That's sick.
And Phone can't be saved. Crazy Cat, they either have Suzu and don't have a chance to use it or didn't have it off cooldown. Either way, though, that's devastating. Nicely done. And again, you do get to play from these comfy high ground positions as Ultraviolet to guarantee these effective Bionade hits, but they pushed up here. Nightmare
dude.
moved the line of scrimmage very, very close. Sleek comes out. Bio does get used and just misses as far as I can tell, but it doesn't matter. Amplify here, absolutely in shambles. We'll only get about 30 meters of progress in extra innings.
UV's having a pretty sick game, man. Some nice bios there throughout the entire game, but in OT. And dude, could there be a worse spot for the payload to be? Because you can't exactly play the corner, right? But then you can't exactly play the spawn. Like what? You know, like I mean, I guess
Like,
you have to.
Your comp is dog water if you don't play it. Like,
Yeah.
Don't take the spawn cam.
Right, like I guess. I mean, that's kind of what you're gonna have to do here because you have no opportunity to play the corner.
You are right.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's like right smack dab in the middle of the road. I mean, that's tough.
Yeah, I get it. So at least
You'd almost rather have it be closer to the spawn. I know you have to like push up and play from there rather than like have a conversation about it and like what do you do here? Playing the Widow is totally like you're all in on that pick, right? If you do not get some pickoffs early on here with the Widow, it's going to be a GG.
You're playing on the corner with a Ramatra comp. Okay.
But I mean, you're going to be what? Just forced to kind of like turn the corner and fight in the open, I guess. I mean,
they 100% have to push that corner, but at least like if they do it in small windows, right? The Nemesis form doesn't. It's hard to bake that out, right? But Nightmare, in theory, I would like to see them disengage off Amplify if they push around this corner. I want to see if that happens because they have so much time.
Yeah, and you can just kind of like poke them down to death. Just kind of like poke, do a little bit of damage, force them back, and then all of a sudden they have to kind of turn this corner and get into an all-out fight.
They have to go. They have to go. I mean, none of this early poke has got them any kills. Kuffa, everyone else playing inside out of Widow's line of sight, and it's just Kuffa pushing it up. And they are not fully committing really for this either. Look who's in the backline. Zera and Admiral just diving. But look, they're not committing either. They're just keeping this backline busy. And they don't have to really risk anything. Crazy Cat eventually falls because a couple of stray shurikens found their way there. Lethal makes use of the fact that Widow had her head turned for a moment, picks her up. Gap's done a very good job here, and there's actually not a lot of healing for the attackers for the time being, but Gap is essentially on their own. No real
has to
for
play.
them now. Nemesis form for Kuffa should end this Ramatra, and that's it. No other options here for Amplify. Takes them about a minute exactly, but Nightmare close out Havana.
Yeah, Gap has to play the card at that point. I believe Ewan actually dies in the back line. But like you mentioned, yeah, they just kind of get that back line distracted. You know, you have a few players there playing on the card. I mean, it's probably almost the worst possible spot you can have that payload to be at that point, right? It kind of creates a really weird spot that you have to play from. And Nightmare, look, they play that quite well. Even though they give up a map completion where we've seen Amplify be pretty good on this map, they still get the win in the end.
And look, this is not really a map where the dive comps are all that often brought in, right? The closest thing you get is like a ball comp. I think we saw it from SSG. I think they tried to play some here, but maybe Teal. But either way, like you do want to play these brawl style setups, but they do, you know, use a Zen ban, and there are some maps here that can lend themselves to the Zen play with the sort of longer sight lines. Blizzard World being one of them.
Yeah.
And frankly, like, you know, if Amplify are going to win the series, they are going to run out of map picks. This is going to be their last one coming up after the break. But taking a closer look at the game, Poke Comp against Malga, pretty good on Havana. When it had to be the Orisa from Kuffa, and you know, like a almost counter brawl style, just with the point of difference of, you know, not having the Malga, didn't look great for Nightmare.
This has been the best look we've seen from Amplify thus far, I believe, with like Gap on the Malga and then continuing to have like Winter on Sojourn and Phone can play, whether it be, you know, we've seen her play Venture at times, but I think the Torb probably the best look. When we've seen them have to go to some different stuff, that's where I think they kind of struggle and start to fall a little bit behind against some of these teams.
Yes, I think that we still have a couple of bands that can shut down the potential dive comp, but Amplify are probably going to keep trying to take us to maps in which that style doesn't look very good. Might be Flashpoint in that sense.
Suravasa, you can see potentially, do you see like an Esperanza potentially, right? I mean, you could play the dive on Esperanza, but if you want to play Maga like pretty good on Esperanza. So
I've seen Amplify. We've seen Amplify pick Esperanza. After losing
Suravasa.
Suravasa. Definitely seems like that one of the best sort of dive hostile maps will allow them to play the Malga comp. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, we could see Orisa into mirror that. Obviously, Ramattra into Malga is not it as far as...
You only watched NA. You wouldn't even know that New Junk City exists. I mean, it has been Survivasa 24/7 here in NA.
That is true. We really prefer Survivasa.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, we even have people playing Colosseo. I mean, that kind of tells you, like, you know, hey, Survivasa is the go-to here on Flashpoint. But I wonder what we see in terms of bans, right? Potentially, if you're Nightmare, like, do you see them go with like a Mauga ban, right? It seems to be what Yap and Ko on the other side is really kind of going for. No threat of like a ball, so force them into playing like a Ramattra or Sigma type of setup.
We have seen those comps on Survivasa in the past. Like, we've seen Sigma mirrors happen on that map. I wonder if like Amplify will try and force Amalgam mirror by banning the Orisa. Maybe that like is something that they prefer. Or you could like, I don't think banning the Ramattra makes any sense here because there's just better comps in if you're going to play like the counter brawl style. You could also, God, I mean, no one's banning Sojourn, interestingly enough, and she seems the most ubiquitous pick.
We saw it yesterday. We did see it yesterday. I believe Amplify did ban Sojourn against SSG. But Winter's been sick on it. Yeah, okay, so they ban it right away. And then the Kiri ban is actually quite interesting because the Ana has actually been pretty impactful in terms of UV connecting with those, so you get the cleanse out of the way. Do you think though, like for me, Amplify, I like Winter's play totally fine against Lethal in terms of this head-to-head. I get taking it out. Maybe you feel like you can play like
she's at least on that level in this series.
Yeah. I would agree. I think maybe do you feel like you can play like the Torb Genji and it throws things in your favor? I mean, that's kind of probably what you're looking at, right?
I think that Torb's prevalence means that playing double like flanking DPS is not an option. So you can't see like a Sojourn ban and play Genji Tracer in response. I think that's pretty hard to do. I suppose like the Venture is acceptable into this kind of setup. The Lethal Sombra, I'd be very interested if we actually see him walk out on that one. The Doom here for Nightmare, so they are going to play like an Ana-based dive setup, and they ban the Kiriko, so it's scary for Malga. There's nothing to turn off that Bionade, nothing to cleanse it off.
Oh, and we saw how good UV was with it in the last map. I was talking to you, having a great series. Prime to actually finish it off here with some sick Ana play as they went to the Doom in map number 1 as well, so they feel pretty comfortable Nightmare doing this.
You can see they're trying to dig gap out of these corners, but the Torb is really annoying for Lethal, who wants to like sit up on the high ground and like hack and throw like free viruses down. This Nightmare comp like has to achieve their objective in like the first 5 seconds of the fight. I think if you cycle into your second lot of cooldowns as Malga, you've already won.
Absolutely. You want to get Nightmares. Their goal is to make these fights as fast as humanly possible, right? Where Amplify, if you can just keep extending these fights, that is a win, right? The Mauga continues to kind of just be a nuisance, right? As he continues, nice job dodging the hack there by Zero, but actually gets him a virus on the way out. So you're taking down quite low. The virus actually going to finish him off.
And there's enough incidental damage that comes there as way that they don't end up surviving. Phone over the top there, posturing almost like they had an EMP. Very aggressive, of course, and you would be if you are brimming with confidence like Amplify are right now. These are the kind of comps that they want to play.
I would also say the Venture's really poor into like Torb. So this change from Zero over to Echo, I think this is probably the right move. I think you'll definitely see Zero become way more impactful here on the Echo as opposed to playing the Venture. The Echo can kind of capitalize on some of the, like that big damage that goes down. It's going to be an EMP though that connects with at least 2. I think it connected with Admiral as well.
Yeah, and the switch over towards the Echo here for Zero. I mean, we're just not going to have a chance to see whether or not it works here. In theory, it should be good. Sombra's a little bit annoying for Echo, in fairness, just as Tracer is. But a pretty average start here to the map as Amplify show their mastery of this composition. You and I would say caught out here. This is just a problem when maneuvering.
Yeah, just kind of rotating right through this choke where Nightmare's actually coming from. It's going to have one player die. It's going to be Lethal's EMP. That's going to connect with 3. And most importantly, Mitch, it actually connects with Crazy Cat and, prevents Crazy Cat from dropping that orbital ray, maybe continuing the fight.
Yeah, it is committed into a fight that your opponent has no Lucio and therefore no ability to actually escape from you and disengage. So there's an argument that maybe you could have held on to it to try and counter out the cage fight. That's what Doomfist does not want to be caught in cage fight. Nor does Echo. That would be terrible for them. So does Lethal get punished for using this aggressively? Cuffer tries to play in the corner as cute, but yeah, that is one dead Doom.
And they just completely give up the Doom. I was wondering, I was like, do they try and beat, maybe keep Kappa alive? Like, does not matter. It's actually going to be Zero copying the Maul gun. They're actually going to use the beat here for the tank on the Echo.
Yeah, I'm just not enough health points there, unfortunately, for Zero to stay alive. And no orbital ray either. It's a sound barrier that eventually just wears off, whereas the orbital ray synergizes very well with this amplified composition. Looking good so far in this Suravasa map. I've got to say I'm quite impressed. They were able to win this one against SSG though, so not too surprised. This definitely seems one of their best maps.
Nightmare as well in that fight, Mitch. End up using the Nano, right? The Nano used pretty early in it as well, so don't have that for this next fight. Both support ults used by Amplify, but they're going to be up above 50% before the next fight kicks off, and then also nothing really to work with here from Nightmare, so Phone looking to build the EMP, right? Just kind of get in the back line, get some hacks, just be a nuisance. See if you can get this EMP. It could be quite devastating to walk into.
Yeah, I mean, need to see Zero, I think, achieve their sort of game objective here. That was a meteor strike that came down. Phone was hit by the Bionic Grenade, but they were able to get out of trouble pretty quickly. And who was going to kill Gap? Well, clearly they think someone was, because they have to charge off the point. They don't give up the full flip yet, but it's taking a long time to get this Malga ready. 2 to 3 business years to heal up the Big Islander, and eventually Amplify back towards the point. Phone though gets and the EMP comes down before they have a chance to use it themselves. Oh, that's a nice fight for Nightmare indeed, and not a moment too soon either.
Well, I think that's why that Amplify was fine backing up. I think they were going to back up and actually just kind of engage again with Phone's EMP. They just didn't account for Lethal having an EMP on the other side of things, and Lethal ends up popping that EMP right as Phone was kind of moving on in. Not able to pop that big ultimate, but look at this Amplify. They're already back in the action.
Cuffer's going to be hacked and then EMP'd here, I think.
They nano him.
Oh, you're kidding me, Phone. That is devastating. Beautiful Bionic Grenade hit onto 2. Cuffer. Seismic slamming the approximate location of the Sombra that they were looking for, the Malga. Okay, folks, we're one apiece.
And that the nano onto the Doom, I mean, that's where the extra damage comes from Kappa being able to finish those players off. So puts down a ton of damage on the Phone, and look at this, they kind of catch them rotating out yet again, Mitch. The same type of thing, right? Last time it was Ewan, but maybe able to catch a few players out here. Oh, nice job though. The Amplify players coming off the spawn realize they need to get over here and help Cap and Crazy Cat, and Ewan and Winter come on through, pick up some kills.
I mean, the fact that Crazy Cat can double jump and just avoid the Doom punch is pretty sweet. Comfort tries to knock them up. Yeah. Switch over to the Ram here. So we have the Ramatra still in this Ana shell, and you've got a dupe online. Ramatra versus Malga. How do we feel about this?
I mean, the Ramatra can kind of like just be a little bit annoying at distance, and then can brawl out with that Malga with the Nemesis form available, but still, it seems like Malga is the way to go. That's going to be a sound barrier, though, in response to the EMP, but I don't even think it's going to be enough to keep Nightmare alive, Mitch. And Amplify, they have a ton to kind of continue on in this, right? They don't have to use either of their support ults there. It's just Cage Fight plus EMP. They're set up to take the second Flashpoint with ease.
Yeah, I would say so, Matt. It's going to be really hard for Nightmare to wrest this lead away from them. UV didn't get that sound barrier. They instantly just got nuked in that fight. Okay. Random solo kill on the prestiges of this Flashpoint gives Lethal and the Nightmare team an edge here. And they build an EMP. Pop that one straight away. May as well make use of it. Molten Core comes out too late. The Malga is very, very low. And all of a sudden, Nightmare, in a fight that they don't have any business winning, they find the Dream first pick. And all of a sudden, they are gaining percentage.
Yeah, as soon as we're like, oh, it's set up great for them to just kind of steamroll through this second point, you're like, uh-oh, wait, hold on. As twice in a row they're able to find Phone. I mean, these kills are essential. Zero up on the high ground, the beam just deletes Winter as 2 fast fights in favor of Nightmare, getting a little spooky.
Man, it's one thing to get Phone picked off early in that first fight.
Yeah.
It's another to also commit like all of your ultimates into that engagement as well. Those ultimates that Amplify were carrying over that you said would serve them really well to just win the point out.
They're all gone.
Spent them in a losing fight. They got a sound barrier at the very least here. And it's not a great nano target. You could maybe give a Cuffer like a nano cycle into Annihilation, basically. For 30 seconds.
I think that's what you do, right? You would use the Nemesis form with the nano, then you would switch over, as Cuff actually does get the nano here while he's using the Nemesis form. So on the chase, they get, you know, kind of circumvented, not able to find it. Oh, that's a huge kill. That's a lot of the healing, and then a dupe on the Malga coming on in.
Yeah. Is that Annihilation? Cuffer is alive. Crucially, Zero giving as good as they get. A cage fight, of course, will disappear eventually. Zero distracted there by Ewan and taking the focusing beam off Gap for a time, although they are going to be chased down by Lethal in the end. This one is a rug pull of Logan Paul level proportions for Amplify. That hurt.
Yeah, I mean, Hawk to a coin level of rug pull there. I feel like I feel like Amplify, they had that, man. Like that's one. You know, there's a few fights here throughout the weekend, especially for Amplify, that they'll go back and look at, you know, through the week, and you know they'll be almost sick as like you're so close to winning. You know, obviously they beat SSG, but you're so close to actually competing at an incredibly high level against some of these teams. And it's just situations like that, right, where you have a huge advantage in terms of ultimates, right? You're at like what? They were up like 50% or so on the point, and then you end up kind of blowing it. Those are a few that, you know, if Amplify were to clean those up, this is not like an 0-3 type of team, right? They can make a little bit of a run.
Certainly. I do think that in the last couple of fights, Lethal's built 2 EMPs in the time that Phone has had to gain 1 because she's been picked off at the start of both these engagements. Admiral needs to stay out of the LOS here of EMP. They kind of know it, but yeah, that's Phone's first target. So great job for Amplify. They instantly see the opening. They've alt-tracked a sound barrier for Admiral, and they know that's where they need to be. So Nightmare here will be held at bay on this 4th flashpoint for now.
Amplify, even though they give up a little bit of percentage here at the start, now starting to figure it out. Chasing down Lethal. Got to be careful though, right? You kind of chase some of these kills, and then all of a sudden it's a bio that comes in from UV. Is they're set up here, Mitch. Maybe, you know, what you do, Nano, Kuffa, send them on in, right? If Amplify plays a little bit too aggressive.
Okay. Here's that Molten Core now. It's pretty dangerous stuff. And then, geez, that sound barrier. Did you even see it, Matt? I didn't even see the green on the health bars for Nightmare. It just disintegrated instantly. Cage fight, Molten Core. That is a dirty combination.
Yeah, it used to be cage fight plus a blade, right? But if you capture everybody inside of it, drop that Molten Core, nowhere to really run, as you still do have a Nano here. So Nano plus Annihilation available potentially for Nightmare. Also Zero with the dupe, right? So they've been duping this Mog up pretty consistently. So look at this, going on a little bit of a flank. This is going to draw them back towards the point. Is Ewan uses Sound Barrier. Sound Barrier, you want to go, but they're going to have that flip on the opposite side.
Kuffa has the Nano Annihilation here as well. We have a flip. Just as Amplify would look like they'd be able to take the round. Not only do we have a flip, but the 4 players remaining of Nightmare are able to knock Amplify over.
Yeah, they misjudged that, man. They actually thought they could Sound Barrier and get quite aggressive and move on in. But Nightmare, they had that Nano plus the Annihilation, so you weren't going to be able to deal with anything on the front line. And then Zero was behind on the point and ended up flipping it. Just a little bit of a miscalculation there for Amplify. And look at this, they put themselves in a bad spot now, Mitch. No support ults here to move on in. It's going to be all on Phone and her EMP.
How quick can Lethal's EMP come out, though? Because last time Phone had an EMP, she was blown up before she had a chance to use it. Okay, she gets a good counter. Lethal's the only one that goes down so far, though, and Zera's dupe really just used to keep them alive a little bit longer. Gap goes down in the front line as the Shadow Malga, with less health, albeit, is able to win that out, and that might be it for Amplify. They don't have any options left. It's Nightmare closing out a 3-0 series in which Amplify had opportunities, Matt. They did. Nightmare, though, are really clean behind the ears right now.
Nightmare, obviously, they take care of business here. I can't help but be a little bit frustrated for Amplify, because they definitely could have sent us to a map 4 at least, right? I know, look that good, but no, Nightmare, they take care of business, right? They realize these situations, they play them pretty perfectly. And look, this is a series they're supposed to win. They handle it quick with a 3-0.
Yeah, but as you just said, like, that was frustrating. There were more than just one moment where this could very well have gone in Amplify's favor. They just couldn't quite finish it out. I like the changes that we've seen from them from their previous match. I think they looked a lot more, how do you even say that? Confident with what they're running.
their Survivos is good. Like, I would even, if you lose map 1, move that up to map number 2, right? You gotta get a chance to even this series up.
It's obviously we're seeing one facet of Amplify's game, because outside of the control map, all the maps in this series were chosen by them. So, we are seeing Amplify at least like kind of cater the environment to playing more of these brawl style comps. They haven't had to deal with Wrecking Ball. They haven't had to deal with Winston. Like, God forbid you take this team to Numbani. That's the concern in like a longer series, where if you're going to win series, your opponents are going to get to pick some maps. So that's one thing that a 3-0 kind of hides from us, is like how they look in some of these other setups. But, if the scope of our discussion is only about the brawl comps, then I think they look pretty good. I think they lost too much time on Havana to the Sigma comp, but the Sombra Malga play is really good. It's just with hero bans, it's still not enough to guarantee you to get to play the one comp you really like without some fear of a counter. They banned Ana on the first map, a control map where I don't necessarily know if dive comps are going to be that important, right? I think a lot of teams are trying to brawl on Lijiang. Like, there are other maps I think you could have saved that for. Maybe more strategy around the hero pick and ban might serve them well, but in general,
it's
beating
difficult.
Top teams on this Suravasa map, and it says a lot about Nightmare that they can turn around and quasi mirror and beat them in the Sombra head-to-head.
That's the thing, right? With the hero bans in play here as well. So okay, cool. Now you banned Ana, but I don't know. Like, you need to show us more than just one look, essentially.
Like,
and
what happens
so
if
far,
you go against this team and Ana's available? Like, they can't.
Yeah, then good luck with the nades. It's unfortunately a little too one-dimensional. That's, I guess, their main issue right now. Like, that's exploitable. We see the top teams, they are so successful because the hero bans don't really affect them. The map choices don't really affect them. They have more than just one playstyle up in their sleeve. And that's kind of that's where you need to be at as a team, because it's very competitive.
You could also, I think, though, get by with being a little bit one-dimensional if we weren't playing.
No,
well, hold on.
That's not the sell here. Nuh-uh.
I'm going to say if you weren't playing like a round-robin type of season, right, where there's like lots of footage and consistent games, like you can probably get by with like, like kind of like a surprise like Sombra Sojourn type of comp in like a single elimination, double elimination tournament, right? That's like large, catching people off guard. But when the same teams are seeing you week to week, it's impossible to catch anybody off guard.
You have 7 games, you've lost 4 of them now. So you are using the rest of this season to A, avoid relegation, and B, work on some of those comps, right? You still have the opportunity to be amongst these very good teams. I would consider that Amplify does deserve to be here, undoubtedly.
Oh yeah.
Go beat up on some of the other lower table teams, build that confidence, and start to deepen your comps here.
Yeah, go beat up on others.
Yes, that's the takeaway here. Another big takeaway from that match has to be UV. Ultraviolet, nasty nades. Like, him on the Ana, you gotta check that, man. Like, this is a well-deserved player of the match. I love when we have opportunities to give them to the backline. Quite frankly, in the meta as it is right now, plenty of opportunities to do just that.
I mean, Nightmare got a ridiculous player in Ultraviolet. Like, I don't know, like, how do they win out the bidding war theoretically for this guy? That is crazy. Obviously, they're incredible. They're one of the most experienced support players we have in NA. And yeah, I think the Ana was instrumental in unraveling this Malga comp. So I can't fault him. He's been
sick Ana play, sick Baptiste play from UV. Like you mentioned, Mitch, it's for Nightmare, right? Like a godsend to end up with a player like this in the back line. I know, especially when you look at the landscape of NA, one of the best.
Well, now that we gassed him up, we glazed him, we marinated him, we're also going to chat to him. Ultraviolet will be joining us for a quick chat after their victory. UV, thank you so much for taking the time. Congrats on the dub. Let's talk a little bit about your team. How did this team get together? How did you end up on Nightmare? How far do you think you can take it?
So during this off season, after Energy imploded, there was a lot of like uncertainty of like where I'd be going and like what teams I'd be going to. And I think I was honestly like pretty surprised that I didn't end up on a partner team, but I'm like really happy with the people we have, and we're looking to show that these partner teams aren't all that good.
off to a good start in doing that. Obviously, your first matchup sort of pits you against an SSG, and at that point, like not all of our teams have had a ton of time to practice. Like some of these roster decisions were fairly last minute, and obviously that's a game you end up sort of losing. But that 5 mapper against Timeless, everyone's waking up like, okay, Nightmare is still very much here in the top 3. What do you feel like is the barrier, if any, to you guys for getting into that top 2? Because we'd love to see you, obviously start to, put the hurt down on some of these partner teams, especially you. Some probably feel like you have something to prove as you weren't picked up for either of those rosters as good as you are. So what's the next step for you guys to break into that top 2, you feel?
I think we're on the way there, and like we have like a lot of like really like talented like players like up and coming. Like these players are like super high mechanics. Like I've wanted to play with them for a while, and like I think we're getting better each day. It's just like about getting to that apex, which I think like when we reach that point, like there's not gonna be a team that can compete with us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I see you guys got that Team Liquid plushie over there using it as a voodoo doll, maybe, giving them bad vibes. But what do you guys see in terms of what do you see in terms of the meta, right? We saw you guys play a decent amount of Doom. We see teams playing like Ball, Tor. What's your current take on it?
It's definitely interesting with all the Sim and Torb coming out of Korea. But I think, especially for the tanks and support picks, it's especially with hero bands too, you can like kind of just like pick what you're good at and like what you're comfortable with.
How willing are you guys to be affected or infected rather with those different looks? I mean, I see a lot of teams probably not getting too much practice on it. Just like with 2 days before their matches, they start implementing those wonky picks. Are you guys willing to try that kind of stuff? Have you tried it in scrims and then just dropped it?
We've tried it a little bit, but I think we just like prefer the hard hit scans. Like Lethal's like unreal mechanically, and I think it like definitely favors us to play like this style.
Yeah, don't give in. Stay strong. Don't give in to the Storm Madness. Stay strong.
He'll be gone soon enough. Well, that's it from us. Ultraviolet, thank you so much for joining us. Congrats once more, and of course, best of luck in your next match.
Thank you for having me.
GG.
Of course, always a pleasure talking to you, V. One of the OGs. Love to see what the team.
I like it. We tried it. We hated it. That was like a sly way of saying we tried it and hated it, and now we're not doing it.
I actually know why why it is good. Like obviously all these teams are coaches, right? They all know what they're doing. But like I think like when you look at something that doesn't necessarily like it can be hard to develop an appreciation for a comp, especially if you're like some of these teams out in Korea aren't necessarily playing it super optimally. You're like, what are they doing? What are they going for? I like the fact that they want to play to their strengths still. I like the fact that I got through a Nightmare series without glazing Lethal. I think that's a huge achievement for me personally. That's what I've taken away from this game. But in general, like I think that they can play to either style. Like we saw them match this sort of amplify style and look really good there. Like they switched to Echo, they had Sombra and look good. So there's more than one Nightmare style, I think.
Indeed, and that's the versatility you need to have as a team going up against not just the best of your region, but also, of course, internationally, because then we start to intermixing the ideas of different metas, and that's coming up very soon as we're already halfway through stage 1 as it is week 2. We have another match coming up after a quick break. SSG will be taking on Avidity. Don't want to miss it. See you on the other side.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining Faceit League. Gain competitive experience in weekly Faceit League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/s4.
One NA match done, 2 more to go, which means plenty of action to break down. Of course, I do have Mitch and Matt, but it's never enough for me anymore.
Why were you unsure if it was us?
I was about to I had to triple check my monitor. I don't know. I have to talk to so many people this season. I'm losing track. Like I don't even know
You gotta
anymore.
watch out because people are gonna find out if you're not careful that you're actually not a social butterfly. Like you
that's.
you need to keep
I was getting away for years with people thinking that I'm like super social and I love talking to people. Turns out that's not the case, unless I do get paid to do so. So let's do it. This person I do want to talk to though. It's the one, the only. You know her, you love her. It's Lemon Kiwi joining us for a quick chat here on our imaginary desk. But she was not there for a desk this year. Hi! Long time no see. How you doing? How's life? What's going on?
Good. You know, I'm really vibing with what you're saying. Just, you know, getting paid to talk to people, you know, if they're pleasant enough for free sometimes, but we got a good desk going on here.
We do. You know, the kindest compliment I can give anyone on this desk is no one would have to pay me to talk to you. I'd do it for free.
Okay,
good.
Unless I still want to get
Well,
paid.
you said that with a smirk,
Basically.
and I feel like it was directed to me, but you know, that's all right.
That's crazy. Jen, I know you've been following the action. Which team, which player, who's been standing out, who's been overperforming, underperforming? What are your thoughts so far this season?
You know, North America is becoming really exciting. I felt like a lot of the spotlight has been on EU, but NA I feel like is leveling up. It's really hard to pick who's like your absolute top 4 between, you know, SSG, Nightmare, Team Liquid Timeless. I feel like a good dark horse is Rad. It's just a really competitive season, especially incorporating those hero bands.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on the hero bands? Yay, nay? Oh my god, what's happening?
It's so like I feel like I'm an old head, so I don't mean to like yell at clouds or anything, but like hero bans was something discussed like a long time ago. And a lot of people were hesitant about it just because of the amount of preparation that you have to do, because there are so many maps in Overwatch and it's really demanding of the back room to come up with not only just your main comp, but also a backup, and you don't know what's going to be banned until you get to the match. So I'm excited to just, I think it puts a spotlight on the most flexible players, and this is what Overwatch is all about. It's not just being number 1 at Widow or just one hero. It's really the decision making of who you want to play to counter what, and especially taking in those hero bans and finding those weaknesses and studying your opponent.
But the best part about all those problems, Lemon, is that they're not problems for us, and they're not problems for the viewers. So I'm totally okay with the hero bans. Yeah, you know, somebody else solved those problems. I love it.
It is a whole thing because like that, like Jen's saying, that whole the flexibility you need, first of all, is something you do in roster building. Secondly, it's something you do in like the day-to-day. Like you need a draft strategy now, and like in the past, like, a lot of teams have just had the coach, but now like Liquid, a great example, they have a coach. They brought Danny on, who by the way is like splitting time as a manager for the team, as well as like a assistant coach to really help with their draft strategy. So
sometimes he even plays, right?
Investing in this. And some are, you know, just loading their coach up with even more stuff to do. So it's a lot, man.
I wish we would have had that many years ago where teams, that's right, that's what I was about to say, like back then when everyone had a job, and even people that, you know, like what are you guys doing, that would have put them to work. Man, would they have been at work during the good old days. Now, of course, wrinkly brains is what we require here on broadcast as well. So Jen, Mitch, Matt, I want to put your wrinkles to the test. I want to find out if you know how to spot a hot take or a fake. How well do you know our community, the people out there, the players even? And we'll be showing you a series of hot takes on screen, and our lovely players, that's you three, will have to determine whether it's a hot Overwatch take pulled from the internet, or is it a fake crafted by our production crew? Could be anything. Let me bring up, so I need to know.
I've been a community expert up until this point.
You are actually, like, it's kind of wild.
Matt really well, because I've never met a bigger rage baiter than Matt Morello.
So he is he's the one making those statements.
All 1,400 of these submissions.
He's the Redditor in charge. All right, let's take a look at our first one. You guys are playing against each other, so if you think it's a hot take or a fake, just scream it out. Anna should be able to nano herself.
Real.
This is a
I
hot
wrote
take.
this.
That's a hot take. Yeah.
I believe in this for
You
sure.
want a deathmatch anyway. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So all three of you
It's
would have
real.
been confident that this is no, it's so not real.
People
No one
have said
say
this.
Yes, but I guess not. Yeah, we
Not-
haven't.
Not
Maybe not
the one
recently.
person we selected. Unbelievable.
All right. Fair enough.
Okay, no points. No
That's a
points
pretty
for Hat
tough
that
one.
day.
That's a nasty one. Yeah.
Okay, next one. Genji should be updated to just use his sword instead of his shield.
I'm gonna say this is a hot take.
Certified
This
haters
has
of
like
all.
this is like a 3 a.m. Reddit comment all over it.
Okay, Matt said it first.
Overwatch Anonymous.
Matt believes.
I'm gonna go with Matt. I'll trust Matt on this.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, this is.
Oh.
Oh, I love that we called him out with name. We actually include.
Yeah, the name drop is crazy.
Somebody check the timestamp on that one.
Yeah. What time of day in their local time
Yeah.
zone was it? I need to know.
asking for like research science.
Demon
Okay,
hours.
next one.
Demon hours.
Jungle Queen's ult should be unstoppable and not affected by CC or anything.
You know,
Plus
that
one. Reddit gold for you. It's real.
I'm gonna say this is a fake. I'm gonna say this is a fake off of
Because-
I don't know who plays Junker Queen enough and gets angry enough to then go post about this. So
Well,
that's why
clearly
I'm gonna
Lemon.
go with a fake.
Clearly
Yeah,
Lemon.
as a take, man, like this, that is the most annoying thing. You're trying to rampage, you're trying to do anything, and you just get purpose slept. That's like the whole reason she's out of the
I
meta.
just play
She's so
Maga.
CC prone.
I
That's
think
true.
it's fake as well.
That's also true.
Honestly, I don't know if anyone in their right mind is asking for that. That would be broken.
Oh, my man Paul.
Paul Link, shake hand emoji,
Okay.
lemon key.
But you think
Yeah,
that's
we just became
reasonable,
best friends.
honestly.
I think it's a good take as a fellow tank player, so I'm with it. All right, this one. When Tracer lands a pulse bomb, she should get an extra blink every time. What are you huffing? No. What?
Nah. I've never seen a Redditor be good at tracers, so for anyone to give feedback on this is that's fake. It's a production.
I want
for
Brig
sure.
to be able to shield bash into the tracer
Man,
and still kill them.
These are tough though, because this is such a rage bait inducing one. Like that, like it's kind of like teeters on the line of, yeah, they could add this, or like, this is so stupid, don't do this. I'm gonna say
fake.
I'm gonna say it's a hot take.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
fake.
suck at this game. Holy.
Oh, it's a fake.
Oh, we got it.
Huzzah.
Back.
Got it.
Go
Nailed
back.
it. All right.
Yeah, I
next-
just think that
next
like
one.
most players who want Trace to be busted want it to be even more busted than that. It's not busted.
Roadhog should be able to hook the payload and drag it. Lol.
Mush!
This is some asylum level take, okay? What is this?
Bro,
the LOL makes it sound
Look 'em
Reddit-y,
up.
but
Wins was
I think that might be a
They've been
bait.
able to do this for years, bro. I think this is a hot take.
Yeah, let's go with a hot take. Let's let it ride on a hot
say
take.
fake.
Come on.
Bro be towing the cart.
Lemon's on. I think Lemon is winning this game, by the way.
Yeah,
That's right.
Wow,
The LOL was a
Reddit too
bait.
much. Do I need to touch
100%. It might be time. You have some plants in the back. I guess they're as fake as the taste.
Oh,
That's okay.
I know
All right,
who
last
wrote
one.
this.
If you play Genji,
Hexagrams.
you a bum. That sounds like a hex
Hexagrams
take
wrote
for
this.
sure.
That's a daily Reddit post. There's no way this
Yeah.
isn't real.
No.
That's
I
literally
believe
my
this,
signature
everyone
in
believes
the Overwatch
It's something that
forums.
Matt would say,
This is
but not about Genji though. I think it definitely it's like a hex attitude. Matt's verbiage.
Yeah,
The
but
kind of guy to say you a bum. You know what I'm saying?
You a
yeah,
bum.
but,
yeah, the grammar, if Hex wrote it, the grammar would be correct. So
Okay.
that's a giveaway.
A hot take.
hot take. Yeah, I mean, somebody said
Real.
this somewhere.
100% someone said that.
Designer
love-
willingness.
Underscore willingness.
Bro, I suck at this game. Holy.
I think
What's the score?
I think Lemon won this one.
I think
Lemon,
so.
I feel like Lemon won for
Oh, no.
sure. Lemon
Certified
is
Redditor.
the people. Actually,
Redditor.
facts. Oh man. Yeah, well, before I let you go, quick thoughts about this upcoming match. Who do you think is taking it? Who's going to impress? Who you keep your eyes on?
Oh, super hard. I think the big highlight is looking at Sugar Free and Zomba, how they're going to clash on the Tracer and the Genji. Of course, the incorporation of hero bans. I look at SSG being a more flexible team that can handle that, although they made a note on Twitter about Team Liquid really getting them in the draft, as they call it. But I think both teams have solid backrooms that can help them figure it out. But can Sugar Free step up in the big way? Because I think everyone's looking at him to be a star for this team. But Zomba's got a lot of hype ever since turning old enough to be in this league, so it's going to be a good match. I don't think it's going to be a sweep for SSG.
Let's go. We need some close matches here today. Yeah, Jen, before I really let you go, where can people find you?
@LemonKiwi_ on socials, or just LemonKiwi on Twitter, on Twitch, I should say. And this is going to be a good match. I'll be in chat watching with y'all.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Jen. It's great to chat to you. Now, Mitch, Matt, please take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, good to hang out with you, Jen,
Yeah.
as well. Catch you on the other side. We got bodied, Matt. We got absolutely dumped on. I think she got 4. We got 2 each, mate.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough. I mean, all of those could have been real. All of them could have been fake. I mean, you know...
I'm just the bull you wave the red cape in front of. Like, I'm going to assume like that people could say anything. And that's why the game, I think, is so cleverly designed. It's tough. Anyway, Space Station Avidity going head-to-head here. Lee Zhangtao will be our first map of the series. And yeah, SSG, of course, you know, a pretty comfortable win against that Amplified team with a slight stumble in Surivas. But outside of that, I mean, they were dominant. It was really one-sided series. Avidity, though, a team that we expect to, I think, lead the charge of the, you know, the mid to bottom sort of table rosters here. I do think that this
what does that mean? Lead the charge of the mid. What does that mean? Like,
so you know how you've got a bike race, right? And you've got like the peloton, you know, the main group of cyclists, and there's like maybe the top 5 that are, you know, a bit further out in front. I think Avidity lead the peloton, Matthew.
Okay. Sure, yeah, I don't really think anybody has any clue what the hell you're trying to say there, but
where my cyclists at?
What? I mean,
where they at?
Definitely not me. I ain't no cyclist. I really love watching Sugar Free and Seeker play. Such a fun DPS combo. And when they're right, Mitch, and like they're gonna be difficult, I think, for anybody to deal with. Not just in NA. I think globally it's gonna be really tough. And this is one of the first times in NA we're actually gonna see both teams end up playing the sim.
Yeah, it looks like Unter has prescribed 150 cc's of Korean comp a day for this team, and they have picked this style up pretty much straight away. Space Station with control of the point here. Bear in mind, Sugar Free out of the picture here as Wob was able to pick them up. I am very curious to see these comps, road tested now, but it's the Ramatra versus Mauga point of difference that I feel like gives Avidity the edge.
A little bit, you would think, right? But the Mauga is a huge target, though, to be able to kind of charge up the beams of the sim on. It's going to be the point first going to Space Station, but now it's flipped in terms of Avidity, but Avidity going to be tough to make it back in towards the point, right? You're going to have Kellen still here alive. They're doing a nice job keeping him up. And we're going to have Mauga back in the action, so the fight continues.
Yeah, I mean, again, but it was a flip for Space Station, flipping back, So Mauga is here, but Avidity can't use Pella's bulk to further stall the point. Good backtrack there by CJ. Orbital Ray now thrown down, and he has to play from within it, but still there's too much damage for the Mauga. And a sound barrier here for Avidity. They do layer their support ultimates, right? That is a minus, perhaps, but they do a good job picking Space Station off within the Ray itself.
But that's the biggest thing for me, right? I mean, Nenwa is so far ahead in terms of the sound barrier compared to Bliss, right? As you already had double support ult there for Avidity. I think in their type of situation, right? Hey, we got to win a fight. We'll end up taking the lead. We'll figure it out later. Is Bliss still pretty far away from that beat?
Okay, we're going to have walls for both sides here. Been a little while since we've seen this level of confidence. How about this? We've got our slicer straight down the middle of the map here. Kellenho has an annihilation. He'll need to be wary, though, of this molten core, and he's using the mobility right now of Nemesis form to avoid it.
Nice boob.
Bliss sends Wab just careening over the edge of the map. And it basically means the annihilation may not even have been required. Very efficient way to win the fight here for Space Station. They hold on to this beat for the next one.
Massive, right? You can start to snowball these fights in your favor if you're SSG. You'll be able to play quite aggressively here behind this beat, right? You can play with that beat. Oh, it's going to be a TP straight across the map. Oh man.
for 1 on DPS. That is sickening.
Man, that's look. It's pretty telegraphed, right? When you're going through that TP, maybe you could have like dropped a little bit of a fake out, but no, they full on commit on through that teleporter, and Bliss is right there to meet him.
Well, let us pick ourselves up and go again. That is about 10 to 15% for free for Space Station. Bliss already had ultimate, so unfortunately doesn't get the free charge off that double bloop, and then the kill on the Malga. Here's the cage fight. Dives on in. Bliss sets it up perfectly now, so Kellen isn't blown up instantly. And, of course, Sugar Free. That's the...
Oh, that is
holy, this guy moves quickly. That is dirty.
Yeah, maybe they're onto something here. He just flies on in. His Torb is not supposed to be that quick. I mean, those little legs can't be moving that fast. Hella now will go over to the Doom here. I also think, Mitch, like the Molten Core, right? While inside of the cage fight, even though it's the cage fight that comes in from Pellet, right? You're stuck inside there with the sound barrier on the opposing team and the Molten Core. It's not really an awesome situation to be in.
No, exactly. You had the advantage of, playing in a localized area turned against you by that Molten Core. And I'm pretty sure we just saw what happens when you actually stack the speed boost, right, between Lucio and Juno. And when Torb, Overload has that amount of speed.
Man.
I mean, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, fast. I mean, going out of nowhere. Just, and he's such a difficult target to hit, right? The turret just being annoying, putting down some chip damage, and then that right-click shotgun blast is just nasty. So you see why people going over towards that Torb. SSG. They win that first round. Potentially some changes here. CJ looks to be hovering over the BAP, which the BAP is pretty good on this point, right? Pretty close quarter, can use that immortality field to great effect.
All right, over to Control Center we go. And we will stay with our Sim and Torbjorn setups. Again, it will be Ramatra and Malka point of difference. And CJ's opted to go over to the Baptiste this time around. Pela just crumbles to the front line. Clearly, Sugar Free's getting plenty of value, and Seeker was charged up, ready to burn that tank down. And Avidity instantly.
You can also play way more aggressive, right, with that immortality field. You're trading damage. The one thing with the Sim, right, is pretty glass cannon. Sim can just get deleted really fast. But playing inside that immortality field, you can play pretty aggressive, which ends up hurting the Malga significantly, right, because that allows the Sim to just ramp even harder.
Up to 10% here at Space Station. A very, very clean start to that fight. If Pele doesn't feel confident enough going in like that with the shoulder charge, then Avidity are not going to be able to make this Malga comp work. So, run it back again here, and mostly Kellen gets ignored here by Space Station Gaming. They've dove into the backline. Wab on the signature Reaper pick here. And this is how you want to play around the Ramatra, it seems, Matt. Basically, just bypass him.
Just circumvent him, right? A lot like how you would play around Sigma with that static shield. As Seeker gets quite low there, they know they have to deal with that target fast because that Sim damage starts to spiral.
Yeah. Stall here, though, for Space Station got them up to 40%. So they are taking a junk fight in that previous engagement. But Kellen needs to find a way to stay relevant, whether or not he is in Nemesis form. That is the tricky part. Always going to be a challenge for a Ramatra player here more than ever. Wub very low, and I don't think he has Wraithwalk available, but had to stay safe, maybe even TPing back to the rest of his team. So there's no backline pressure right now with the Reaper out of the fight. Sound Barrier is going to be employed here in response to this orbital ray. And then White doesn't see the need to throw a beat in there with Avidity losing this fight.
One of the rare instances you're going to hear, it can really just kind of anybody say this, but it feels like this comp with the Torb is just better than the Reaper, right? Torbjorn seems to be way more impactful than the Reaper in this type of situation, especially the Reaper a little bit slower in, doesn't have any long distance damage, but then the Torb also seems to provide some nice burst up close.
There's that Molten Core, Zomba having to move very quickly out of the way with those teleporters. So Sugar Free gets the core down, but Avidity able to avoid it by the most part. Here's that sound barrier that Nenwai held onto, and Seeker got hit by the charge by the looks of things. Avidity here really trying to tailor this composition to punish the weaknesses of the Space Station setup, and that's an annihilation. It goes for very little. The Space Station may want to consider a change.
No, that's awesome for Avidity, right? Being able to get that annihilation out. There's no sound barrier on the other side. Seeker actually plays Reaper, potentially. Nope, looks like going to go back to the Sim. So deciding to stay with that sim, potentially looking at swapping out the sim for the Reaper, which is quite interesting of a setup. But even though the teleporter comes in from Zomba, it's sugar free in response to the Molten Core right on top of it. They back up, and the sound barrier is massive. As you see Wub actually getting in the back line.
Okay, cage fight. Death Blossom, pretty potent combination. Bliss and CJ were seen loitering by the edges of that cage fight, and they were swept up in the chaos that ensued. Wub here can always get out. Wraith Walk was available should it be needed. It wasn't. And now Avidity can start to get this capture progress up to parity.
Seeker gets 2 here towards the end, so I wonder if you're able to get back and take another fight here if you're SSG. You're going to be coming up on an Amp Matrix to use here as well. Not a lot of great targets. Kind of shoot through it. Really just looking at that BAP and the tool.
Wow. He's going to pop it straight away. That's an Amp Matrix that gets so little value as Pella just dove straight through it. Can you bounce back a Space Station? You do have a sound barrier you've developed midway through this fight, but you've just lost Kellen. You've got no choice but to go for it here. Space Station might end up with a map pick that doesn't suit their comp nearly as well. I think the Reaper's been a big issue for them, but they're going to go for it here anyway, Matt. They do not have their Ramatra. Kellen gets back into the fight and will have Annihilation available, but Bliss is going to get hunted down. Here's the barrier for Seeker. Play from behind this. He wants to try and clear some of these sim turrets and look for a longer fight. Kellen wants to make use of that Annihilation very soon. Zomba's already been taken down. There is a chance for Space Station now. Molten Core for Sugar Free was popped off in that previous little engagement. And here's the Annihilation. Nenwai, though, has the answer. Sound Barrier comes out for Avidity, still with 4 players to work with. They are holding strong. Space Station lose CJ, the Immortality field they deployed. And it's a scary moment for them. They did flip the point back.
Oh, they're going to lose.
Can they catch Pella out?
Oh, I mean, Pella needs to stay alive. Looks like they're going to be able to. Is Seeker actually able to just use that sim wall that comes in from Zomba to ramp up his damage? But look at this, Avidity coming back in. Going to be able to have Wub on the point here. He's going to get a flip Death Blossom to work with as well.
That's going to end it, surely. Sugar Free there had nowhere to go as the Reaper drops the ultimate on top of him. CJ returned to the fight. Got an Immortality field down, but Wub found a very important pick there. And it took too long for Space Station to chase Pella down. So should we head into a third round here on Lijiang Tower? The Reaper Malga composition for Avidity gets him another.
Yeah, just inside those close quarters, especially with that Death Blossom inside the cage fight. Definitely was impactful there from Avidity as we move to the final round here on Lijiang Tower. Do we see... I think for SSG, I think you continue to play this with the Torb and the Sim. I think specifically it's probably more of the points, you know, in terms of the objective and where you're kind of going in terms of control point that was more impactful there than the comp.
Yeah, we might even see, despite that, a tweak here for Space Station. Seen a couple of teams already today. I mean, M5 very much the same. Feel like Malga is the way to go. Space Station, flexible enough to make that switch now coming into this next round. Feel like they give themselves a bit more of an even matchup at the front line. We have Mirrored Sim TPs, and oh, buddy, it's a mess already. Nenwai and Seeker both fall. Zomba can really only play from the edges of this point. But with Sugar Free out of the picture, Space Station are down their DPS.
Oh, at the start of the game, we see both TPs go towards the high ground. You knew the fight was going to kick off fast. Now the point is going to unlock SSG. You're going to be able to get everybody back here. So maybe another contest. We'll see. It's going to be Avidity who gets control of the point first. But SSG not out of it just yet, Mitch. And actually, they have Seeker go over and play the Sojourn here. So you're going to drop that Sim for a little bit more long-range damage.
Okay. In theory, this means Space Station have no interest in wrapping the point and probably just knocking on the front door every fight. Seeker needs to be able to get a lot of pressure on Pella's direction, and it looks like that's worked, at least enough for Sugar Free to finish that off. There's no backline pressure with this comp in terms of flankers, but Space Station have the advantage in front-loaded damage off the rip, like just add water, and they've got the Sojourn hitting rails at the start of a fight, as opposed to needing the Sim to charge up.
It feels like for Avidity, when you see the Sojourn on the other side and the swap, you need to use like the Sim TP, you need to get aggressive, you need to go on in, because the more space SSG has with that Sojourn and being able to play behind it, that's how they're going to win, right? By allowing them to just kind of like, you know, sit on the point, SSG is able to just get a huge advantage there. So if you're Avidity, you need to kind of figure out where the Sojourn's playing from and charge it down.
24% and counting. How do Avidity deal with Seeker's position? Wub's turret is naturally going to be destroyed here, as this is not a position where Torb is strong, trying to push in the front door. Here's an orbital raid though, so Kellen just turns his back on 4 members of Avidity. And he can! The healing is enough that the Mauga can deal with the threat of his opposite number. And Pella dove on in there. Unfortunately, just makes a very swift and ignoble exit from the fight.
That is a fight full of chaos, right? The fight kicks off. You get both orbital arrays, both sound barriers for both teams. As Zomba now going to move off of the Sim and match this Sojourn. Yeah, they're going to match on the Sojourn here. Seems to be pretty strong. Pella takes this off angle, Mitch. Kind of pushes them back to the points. It gives them a little bit of space. But, I mean, I was going to say that. I thought that was going to be a shot. It's actually the turret that gets thrown out right in front of Sugar Free.
I mean, it's a massive bodies. Could have been anything at that point. Zomba normally the Tracer Genji player on this team, Matt. So this is fun. Are they taunting Seeker with this Valiant skin? We'll never know. Bliss gets brought down. Pella almost got snarled up inside that molten core and eventually is chased down by Keller. This is a close one now. Space Station did lose control of the point, and CJ probably would have had the better of Scuffed had Zomba not intervened. 2 quick railgun kills at the end of the fight make it 3. Zomba gets Avidity over the line.
Avidity seems to be winning these fights, Mitch, when they actually are the team that is aggressive and kind of setting the pace, right? When they're playing a little bit slower and letting SSG just kind of like work their neutral game, that's where it seems to be losing, right? You want to see Avidity take these fights. They've been pretty successful. They take them in that head-to-head, and they get quite aggressive as they'll be in control of the point. Disruptor shot towards the back here from Seeker, trying to allow Kellen to move on in.
Winching forward now. Then the Space Station comp doesn't have the ability to wrap around and be flankers necessarily. It's just too dangerous. Should you run into the Torb? Okay, well, this orbital array comes a little bit late in the day to save Kellen's life. Space Station, though, use it to flip. They do create enough of a lethal zone, but Avidity come back in with their own, and Nenwai's going to have a beat for the next fight. So this is a very good result for Avidity. A chance, honestly, even to take the first map here. I can't believe I'm saying it.
Yeah, absolutely. Avidity was actually playing off of the point there. They're just kind of keeping it contested because Scuffed was working his way up towards that orbital ray. Finally gets it towards the end, but it's going to be Bliss and Seeker with a kill apiece here as SSG trying to make a play.
Nenwai no beat. Is there an Ajax in the mix? It's unclear. No, I think they got it off. I'm not sure what went down in those last couple of moments, but either way, it was Seeker that just emerged with a massive kill. Kellen, I think, found one as well. And now Avidity don't have those support ultimates to lean on. They've got a Molten Core, which is horrendous when they're trying to approach the point from a long distance. Space Station have a beat. They also have a cage fight coming up very, very soon, and Nenwai could barely touch. It's the best they can do. Wub divests himself of that load over on towards the point here, but Sugar Free has one of his own, and Zomba gets caught in it. The floor is literally lava, folks. And Wub is blasting off again. That's a Space Station Gaming map 1.
A really competitive map number 1, though, right? Avidity takes SSG to the end. Really, that sound barrier from Nenwai towards the later end of the game probably is what ends up deciding it. But both these teams come out, they play these Sim and Torb setups, they move over to some Sojourn, the Torb still stays in. And these are just all-out brawls. I mean, just tons of chaos in these fights.
It wasn't an Ajax, right? I'm seeing ghosts. Nenwai was able to beat, right?
Well, we'll have to get a replay on it. I actually thought they were, from my perspective, I thought they were going to actually save the beat because they had already lost the player before that, but they ended up going for it.
So the lay of the map was pretty interesting. Both teams came out with the Symmetra Torbjorn compositions. It was on Control Center, though, that we saw there's a switch up from Avidity. I think they're really trying to just overload Kellen in that front line. Not only is Mauga probably pretty favored, I think, when he's able to deal with Ramatra. A lot of the time they're just breezing past Ramatra and ignoring him, but the Reaper getting added to the mix for Wub there means it's really hard for Kellen to get the healing he needs. He can't create the space he wants to because at every avenue there's someone who is kind of very dangerous for him to fight in, even in Nemesis form. So that definitely seemed to be a big hitching point here for Space Station, and I thought they were going to lose that third round as well, but honestly, Seeker's Heroics just comes in and gives us one of those moments. Big railgun kill, and all of a sudden, we are headed to a map 2.
Right down to the wire towards the end, right? It is really one fight that kind of decides this map as we take a look at some of the highlights. This is where Avidity kind of comes back. I think this point especially is really set up well for the Reaper because they didn't even bring it out here towards the end. So let's see. This is where the beat would have came in, right?
It was the next fight.
Gonna get, so let's.
Oh, we're gonna get it. Here. I love that. Thank you very much.
Oh, double dink there from Seeker.
That is That is rough. That is so. They would have. I mean, you've got to hand it to SSG. They are losing that round, I think. If there's a beat that comes off there, I don't know. Or it gets close either way. Man. Okay, this game's delivering. Quite a close first map. Something we were hoping for, because on the docket, you know, in theory, there's like, you know, Nightmare, SSG, TL are all playing against teams from the middle of the pack. So we're worried about like one-sided games. I think I always want to see something competitive. This was great. This was definitely that. That was the control map though. The question for Avidity, we've also seen Wrecking Ball and Kiriko bans already used on that first map here. So the question for Avidity is, okay, where do we find an edge? Because if these two teams both independently decided they want to play these comps, you know, these sort of Korean style compositions, then there might not be an edge. If that's how Avidity spent their time preparing and they're forcing themselves into mirrors against a team that just seems to have their number,
but
that's a grim sign.
Could you ban the Sojourn for Avidity, right? Ban the Sojourn and force them to play like Reaper Sim with the Torp. I think that could be like an opportunity.
At first I was like, oh, Zomba's playing the Sojourn. That's odd. Normally it's WUB. And then they did really well. So, I mean, you could, but I don't necessarily know if Avidity feel disadvantaged in the Sojourn matchup.
I don't think you feel like you're disadvantaged, but I think maybe you feel like it's a little bit more impactful to get it out of the game on the other side, right? You get rid of the Sojourn. Like, sure, it limits you a little bit, right? But you feel like potentially it hurts Seeker and SSG a little bit more.
Maybe. I mean, Seeker would play Cass against Torbjorn and Sim, which feels fine. No?
I mean, I just think you get run down.
Yeah, I guess the Malga comp, you probably just get stomped.
Malga just, I mean, Malga feasts on like a Cassie,
DPS,
right?
Yeah, the DPS matchup is pretty reasonable, but again, I just don't think you can handle a comp that closes the gap on you so effectively. And you wouldn't want to, yeah, we saw the same happen to the Baptiste there. We saw the SSG Baptiste just...
So Flashpoint is the map Suravasa. It is the one here for map number 2. Seems to always be the go-to here in NA.
The NA Flashpoint map, yeah.
Dude, and we talked a little bit about hero bans with like Lemon, but you also get such a crazy advantage, right, with the map selection in the first like ban, so to speak. So like you can really tilt these games in your favor. I mean, when you lose these series and lose them like 3-0, 3-1, I mean, you have most certainly lost because you're trying to get every advantage you can and still not able to come out on top.
Right, we talked about that in the previous game. You know, like if you're going to win a series against an opponent, you need to play on their maps. You know, you need to win on their maps twice. So that's, you know, something you've always got to be mindful of. So this for Avidity, yeah, with the Kiriko already, when I see a Kiriko ban, I just think, oh, they want to, you know, that team wants to dive. They want to deny the cleanse against like the Ana setup. I don't know if that was the case on that map. I don't know really how much the ban was meant. I don't know about where you stand on this. I don't think we're going to get Torb and Sim bans necessarily because like,
but we
can still have one of them.
We saw him a little bit yesterday. We saw some Sim bans yesterday. Sim just seems to be an enabler of all different types of comps with the TP. We don't see any Torb bans really.
Yeah, Sim's more important, I feel, for sure.
Okay, so they banned the Cassidy, which you talked about, right? Maybe, but if you're gonna play Malga, why are you really scared of the Cass on the other side?
I don't think is this a protection ban? I guess it might be a like, we don't want to play Cass anyway. On the off chance that Seeker tries to play, are they trying to play Sombra?
But I feel like this is way better though for SSG, right? Like you get rid of Malga, like clearly like Ellen really didn't want to play Malga. They played Malga the entire time. Gives you an opportunity. What now? Avidity has to match, whether it be like Ramatra, they have to match like a Risa based stuff, right?
It could be a ball comp that they would like to play as well. I mean, SSG, if they have scrimmed this team or have any tape, they did ban the ball against Avidity in that first map. But I don't know. I mean, this is Unta's team. So like, how seriously do you want to take SSG's pick and ban strategy? I'm not sure. You know, I don't necessarily know if he's more of a, I think he's maybe more big picture than that, but
yeah, we talked about yesterday. NA is it's a lot of, it's the vibe region, you know.
Yes.
Like what are you feeling today? Shout out the vibe region, so he said.
Honestly, that's the region I want to be in. I'm just gonna be straight up with you. And we've done this for 8 years now.
I mean, the shirt you're wearing has lots of vibes, and that, like, you know, that kind of cool. I was gonna ask you about your necklace, what you're rocking. I was like, is that like a like Machine Gun Kelly has that like necklace with like a vial of blood on it? Is that like a, you know, something like that?
No, it's. Oh god, I want to.
You've been on a little bit of an emo kick
It's
lately.
got cyanide in there in case we get a goat's medal. No, it's got my kids' names on it.
Oh, okay.
You know?
That's cool.
Yeah.
Now
I got it. It's my first Father's Day present, you know?
Yeah, I feel. Is my name on it as well?
I mean, no, there's space for it to be engraved though. So if you give me any reason to think of you as anything less than my annoying colleague, we can actually maybe make that happen. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've been the only one willing to work with you for a while now, so I mean, I feel like.
Okay. Yeah, you've had the privilege. You've been lucky, bro. Oh, that's you know. One day on your deathbed, on your final breath, you're like, yeah, you know what? That Mitch Graves actually pretty cool. You know what I mean, it was alright. It was alright. Here's your wrecking ball matchup. So that's why we get the ban of the Cassidy, as it turns out. But both teams are actually happy to play this style.
Yeah, but both teams are fine playing ball. I mean, now, dude, we said it last week at the end of NA. We were like, I think there's going to be some more ball comps, you know, coming into this week. I did not expect it to be in combination with Torb and Sim.
Yes.
So the Cassidy is actually a really smart ban against the ball, right?
It is. It is if you're not trying to play the ball comp yourself. Avidity might not be aware that Space Station were happy to pick this style up, but they do know, like, everybody who's followed Overwatch for the last 5 years knows that Kellen plays a ton of wrecking ball. Guy won a contenders championship on it with Runaway. So the guy's the real deal. I'm pretty sure I'm not misremembering that. So yeah, the guy's pretty legit player. Winston Ball definitely has that in his pool. Space Station here, kind of chilling. They've managed to get up to already 45% after that first pick in that engagement, and Peller eventually goes down. And I think against Sim Torb, if your Wrecking Ball dies, that's probably something that just shouldn't be happening.
It's a lot for the ball to deal with, right? You can kind of leave turrets maybe by your on or your back line. And then also have whether it be the Torb turret or the Sim turret back there, just be a nuisance towards that ball. And I'm curious what your thoughts are. It's going to be a Zombo wall here. It's going to be scuffed as well using the rush. Dude, this is a nanoed Sim though inside of it.
That is one of the things about playing Ana in this comp. She is the odd one out. Okay, hold on. Oh my goodness. All right, nice minefield connection. Scuffed actually goes down here. Space Station have no reason to vacate the point. They might just take it here. Pella will be hard to kill. They've got a minefield of their own, which Kellen can destroy before they arm.
Kellen is a menace. It's just an absolute menace on the map right now.
Literal minesweeper, this guy.
What's your thoughts though on the Ana versus the Kiri? I think the Ana is actually pretty sweet in this comp, right? Can obviously can't protect herself as well as the Kiriko, but whether it be the bio grenades or the use of the nano, right, to keep the Sim alive and be a little bit more of a stalwart on the point, I kind of like it.
In this setup as well, the ball doesn't have as much backline kill pressure as he does with a Sojourn comp where you pop someone up and Sojourn just rails them and it's a free kill. Pella can obviously kill an Ana, Ball can kill Ana one-on-one, but the idea is that Bliss and CJ are going to work together to keep CJ alive, so you're not that vulnerable to the Wrecking Ball's dives, I feel. And maybe you can just have a huge impact on the fight. I think the anti-heal in certain windows is really powerful here. Nanoing Seeker, less so. I guess you give that durability to a Sim who's playing out in the open. There's the beat though for Bliss, just thrown down in the corner. Oh geez, CJ living dangerously, man. Oh yeah, okay. Scuff goes down though. That will be the Ana out of the picture. So Ana traded for Kiriko here. Neither team with the flip just yet as Wub is taking the time to catch Bliss there just as they're on the move. Wub is healthy enough to bring down Sugar Free, who was corralled in his direction by Pella.
Man, if they had another support alive though for SSG, I bet they would have tried to fight that because Kellen had the minefield. He would have been able to just kind of drop that over the point, and we saw how destructive it was on our first flashpoint. But Avidity with some nice play there in the backline from Nenway, able to take this point first. Do you know another thing with these comps? They're so fast. These fights just kind of chain into one another. I mean, there is no downtime.
All right, here's that minefield deployed by Kellen. Pella here, you can see a little bit low now to some of that pressure. The Tourbillon right clicks, I think, when he's overloaded are very scary. Nenway living dangerously. Got topped up there, Brinton by Scuff there, who immediately lets that Kitsune rush go. But Pella burned down. Seeker and maximum charge there is able to burst the Wrecking Ball out of the game. But all the while, Avidity have been accruing that capture percentage.
Yeah, you're going to get up to about 80% on the points here. Is this going to be a sim wall in response from Seeker too? So they want to continue to end up fighting this. Does SSG? So you do get rid of Zomba. That's a lot of damage as this continues to go.
This flip will come in eventually, but this comp is very hard to shift off the point in general. There's so many very sticky elements to this setup, and I'm not just talking about a molten core. Very, very hard to push them on out of the way. Here's minefield from Pella. Also being pile driven up, Kellen has less opportunity to clear those mines before they arm. Oh, that would be nice. Yes, finding a sink here. Zomba very, very low. They've got to be able to chase this down. Pile driver pops them up and they get devoured. That's a molten core over on the point there, let go by Wub. The cavalry is back here for Space Station to try and flip the point.
Yeah, they just want to make it really difficult, right, with Avidity at 99 to be able to stay on the point and keep it going, but Sugar Free All as well drops that molten core. So it was like the minefield used early on by Pella, and then Wub uses the molten core, just trying to like dissuade Space Station Gaming from actually being on the point. So not able to do so. SSG take it back, and dude, they take it back. Oh, that's brutal. That's a pile drive with the biotic grenade there from CJ. Man, this is going to be a situation here where the SSG might be able to steal the second point.
Yeah, and they were behind 0 to 99. I just want to remind everybody how long it took for them to get Avidity off the point and flip it. But that's how it is. They now themselves very sticky with some survivability ultimate. 2 of them, in fact, and of course a minefield. All right, CJ, out of the way here, trying to play from a safe distance. A sound barrier comes in from both sides. And then White has to commit it here to give his team a chance of having a real opportunity to flip. We're at that 99 now as this overtime is ticking down and Zomba eventually falls. CJ has not had to part with this nano and can save it to try and have a good fight on this next flashpoint. Bliss the only casualty, man, and Space Station, that's heartbreaking for Avidity. They go from 0 to 100.
The minefield from Kellen gets like immense value, right? Just kind of covering the point. No way they could move on to it for Avidity. Like you mentioned, CJ ends up holding on to this nano, right? You can nano Seeker here coming up next into this next flashpoint as Kellen getting a top-down POV here. Is Zomba's gonna play Tracer, where we saw a lot of Tracer last week, Mitch, but not as much this week, especially obviously with Torb and Sim around. So curious how Zomba tries to play into this. It's gonna be quite tough.
Zomba, fantastic Tracer play so far here in stage 1. And obviously Torb is a problem, but only in some scenarios. If Zomba doesn't obsess about flank angles all the time, then they can just do their thing as Tracer often does. Just don't get too close to the Torb and you'll be fine. Minefield there for Pella. So Avidity, again, start well. They paved the way here by getting this flashpoint first, and they obviously want to stall this out for as long as humanly possible, but this is an awkward fight for them. Space Station are just scrapping for it, and both supports for Avidity are gone.
And you end up using the rush here, right? So now if SSG can come in and fight this, you're in a world of trouble here if you're Avidity. It's going to be a flip here from SSGs. You still have Kellen alive. Kellen is on a mission, man. I mean, every time we're seeing him through the X-ray or on board with him, just putting so much pressure onto Avidity.
And again, I mean, it was talked about a lot. A lot of teams wanted Kellen, a player that was looking to and was happy to stay in NA when, as many South Korean players were headed back home into the partnership era. You can see how sick they've been. I mean, they have so much experience at this point. They've been around for a long time. Pella slept here briefly. They were hoping to do away with Sugar Free, but they still pop the molten core and go for it. And then Y has been able to prune CJ from the rest of this SSG lineup. The Space Station might be more invested in stalling things out for as long as humanly possible. The glowing mass on the point would indicate that as well. Kellen's out of there. He will try and escape. Zomba's been a bit of a nuisance on this Tracer as they turn around and whip one on Bliss.
That was a must-win fight, though, for Avidity. I mean, it feels like they kind of threw everything at it there, and Kellen somehow still able to make it out. So Seeker actually goes away from Sim and will play the Sojourn. So also a little bit easier, right, to deal with this Tracer, potentially. And maybe you're not as worried, right, getting kind of dove on when there's no, like, Sim, the kind of TP players in the mix, like a crazy mobility is. Kellen will actually use the minefield here, so potentially using this on the point to try and open things up.
Oy, okay, has to be a defensive bionade there for CJ. A little bit low. Wanted to put a banana for this fight. This is looking like an Avidity flashpoint. I hope I'm not sort of jinxing anything. After Bliss commits a sound barrier and Space Station Gaming still gets swept away. One last fight here and Avidity will be in good shape.
Yeah, I mean, Bliss. There's no beat now able to be used here moving forward as CJ does have Yeah, the Nano is... no, you're going to get a touch, it looks like. Looks like potentially Sugar for you gets the touch. Yeah, Kellen's going to come on back in, so they still want to fight.
Yeah, that shield though expired, and who's out sat on the point but Seeker just standing there. Sugarfree on Tracer now, got nano boosted. It's clear that the healers aren't in position to get Kellen back. I mean, CJ and Bliss Bliss got staggered. CJ has to walk slowly back to the point here, so Avidity have done enough at least to keep their head above the surging tides on Suravasa.
CJ battle in there ends up taking out the Tracer. So Avidity, they end up getting a flashpoint. So this one, dude, a lot of the flashpoints, whether it be like teams that are 0-3 or maybe near the bottom of the standings against even our top teams, like these flashpoints seem to be really close regardless of the team's the record. It just seems like you can snowball pretty fast in these game modes, right? And like the rotations definitely play a huge part of it. Is Kellen going up top, seeing where everybody's coming from, trying to get a launching spot. Man, that is a crazy angle that him and Bliss just collapse onto Wub from.
That's an insane link up, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, from Wub's POV out of nowhere, the entirety of the Justice League just happens upon him. That's sick. All right, Scuffed trying to climb out of harm's reach. Space Station, of course, more than happy to pursue to the ends of the Earth here if it means starting in control of this flashpoint, which they will do.
They make a change here, so they actually ditch the Ana like in the previous fight, right? Like after that point, and then they move CJ over and play the Kiri. So, I mean, just the capabilities now offensively, right? Like the Ana was actually doing pretty well, I thought, for SSG, but now the ability for CJ to like TP and go in with Kellen and Bliss and be a little bit more of an offensive force, you see it. I mean, they're able to kind of capitalize on all these Kellen pile drives from different angles.
I've got to acknowledge how based Kellen is for this Among throwback with the Chengdu Hunters Wrecking Ball skin. One of the most electrifying Hammond players to take to the stage. He's that Kitsune Rush, and Zomba uses it to propel him forward. Tip of the spear as Bliss is the first impacted by it. This leaves Avidity now in a position to continue to capture. They've already flipped the point, so Space Station are not incentivized to fight any further, and they'll hold on to their Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, Kellen actually was going to go Minefield over on the point, and it was either Pella or Nenway who actually booped him back. So you see like the mines there from Kellen don't even actually go on the point. They almost actually just end up where his kind of back line is sitting on the opposite side. So quite big. That Minefield could have been just annoying to deal with on the point. Maybe let Kellen linger around a little bit more, but that boot prevents him from doing so.
We've slowly gone away from this Torm Sim setup entirely now. Soja and Tracer ball for both sides with the Kiriko. Good damage. That's going to force a recall there on Zomba. Sugarfree wants to keep chasing, keep the Tracer out of the fight, but is this advancing the win condition of SSG? It's unclear. They lose CJ after the Kitsune Rush comes down, so no one really make use of the amped healing speed. And again, Sugarfree needs to make something happen. Yesterday, sound barrier for Space Station, but what are they fighting for?
Yeah, they beat for 3 there. Just Bliss, Kellen, and Sugarfree get the benefits of that sound barrier, and you do end up getting a kill off of it, but is it going to be enough for the point? You're going to have players coming back off a spawn. CJ's going to be here. Now Seeker's going to use the overclock.
Is Seeker going to be the one to bail them out again? Sugarfree, they're just overstayed, trying to get into the backline. On towards one of the Lucio, I think. And there it is, Zomba, flattened. And Space Station are back in control, but Reprisal is swift for Seeker. Wub going to throw that Disruptor shot down as Seeker drops into it after a pile drive.
Yeah, Sugarfree does get a pulse bomb kill on the Scuff, so that's kind of even with just all that aggression, that's kind of worth it. That is Pella just getting just pile drive just right on his head as Kellen goes up top. This time the minefield is good. It spreads out all over the point. Going to be very difficult for Avidity to even contest.
That Kitsune Rush for Scuffed is all well and good, but it doesn't do anything to get him onto the point. And finally, Sugarfree will be able to deal with Wub. A pretty hectic map, honestly. The Zomba switch up here for Seeker to get back into the fight quickly would also be a bit of a nuisance here for Pella, who was trying to contest. I enjoyed that Suravasa, but Space Station Gaming again, just head and shoulders above.
Yeah, just all out aggression from both teams. I mean, these games are so fast and hectic, and that's kind of what you get with these ball comps, right? Ball can either just get back into the fight extremely fast, or he can just like linger. Like, I mean, for Kellen there, it felt like he like rarely ever died. Like he was always just kind of like lingering around the point, and these fights just kind of chain into one another, and they just keep going and going, and that's when you end up, in a spot towards the end, right? Tracer Sojourn with these tanks, and then the mobility of the supports, and it feels like you get 100 fights in a map.
Absolutely. And I think something that probably amplifies that sensation is just how hard it is to shift the ball away, especially when we move to the tracer comps, right? We started with the Torb and the Symmetra with the ball comps, which for me is, there's just so much wrong with that. In terms of what the implied synergy is supposed to be, right? It's such a dive comp. I can see how the Torb obviously is acceptable to deal with ball. Sim is sticking out like a sore thumb in those comps. So eventually we go back to the Sojourns, someone who can really capitalize on a good wrecking ball pile driver. The Tracer comes in, in fact, they came in first. In fairness, the Zomba just opts out of playing the Sim Torb. They just don't want a bar of it. But you end up fighting Space Station in a part of the game that they're strong in.
A lot of times yesterday we saw pile drivers into railgun shots. That seemed to be a winning combination for a lot of teams. And you see just kind of like the damage output. I mean, the stats are fairly similar across the board, right? It's not like Avidity got blown out in this. SSG, though, just comes out on top yet again. Close game, so between these two teams.
Yeah, look, I think like Lijiang Tower was close and then it wasn't, or rather other way around, right?
Yeah.
We've seen Avidity in moments where they can hang, but they've not been able to sustain that level of play for long enough to generally threaten like a map win situation here. It's around here and there, which I think is a great sign. For them, like, I feel like half of the plan here is to fight hard this season so they can fight in the next stage and not have to, like flip a coin through promotion and relegation. They want to stay here. They want to be in the mix and prove that they belong. I'm quite happy with what I'm seeing from them so far, especially from some of their previous games.
These teams, though, like even the ones that are kind of, hovering towards the mid or the bottom of NA, I feel like when they go into relegation, they're going to be so much better, than a bunch of the teams that come out just off of like playing against these top teams often, right? I know it may only be once during the season, don't exactly know who's scrimming who, but just being able to play these games in like an organized manner, I feel like it's going to give them all like a little bit of a leg up against the competition coming in.
Absolutely. Yeah, it also means like next time they get into like a Swiss tournament or something like that, they're just going to be so used to playing under match conditions that they're going to be comfortable, they're going to be loose, and they're going to be able to play their way. They've still got some more time left in this series. Esports are going to be the map choice here now for Avidity again. There will be the last opportunity to select a map. And this is obviously, the kind of map where we can see a lot of those different sort of comps, the dive as well. Like, did you get much Hazard yesterday in NA?
Dude, not a ton. Really, he's kind of, he was all the rage last week, and then this week it's like he doesn't even exist. We saw a little bit of it. I think like maybe one game. I know 2 games of NA yesterday we saw some Hazard, but really a lot of ball, a lot of Maga style comps.
We have a substitution here for Avidity. It's Palo coming out, and Twirls, who we saw I think all the time last week, will be coming in. So that definitely makes me think that we're heading for a bit of a change of tank. And I'd love to hear the discussion about like why people have moved away from that Hazard, and it could be because of maybe some of these like tall comps are annoying for him to deal with. Maybe teams are just looking for an edge that can sort of beat Hazard comps in general, and they don't have to play the mirror.
And I wonder if you're Avidity, what do you go with like a ban, right? It's your last opportunity here. Do you try and ban like maybe it's like a Ramatra type of thing, right? It seemed like when you ran the Maga, it seemed to be Ramatra on the other side for Kellen. So maybe you feel like you can kind of force him onto a Maga or something a little bit more dive oriented. We do see some teams play D.Va here on Esperanza. D.Va can be quite impactful on this map, especially with the high ground and the matrix. So
more of it in like TVNT, right? Loves to play a lot of that over in Europe. So definitely seems to be like a matter of preference. I do think here, like, we have Maga already been banned, right? That was the ban on Suravasa, so he'd be available either way. You wouldn't be able to turn that off. Ana ban here I think makes a lot of sense, and the Torb ban here for SSG. I wonder.
Finally, little Torb ban.
Really Lenny time?
Yeah, you're gonna see like some Tracer play here potentially, right? We just saw it on the last map where we saw both the Torb and the Sim kind of get traded out, right? And we see Sojourn with Tracer, so look to potentially see even more of that. SSG was using the Ana a little bit early on, right? That's when CJ was playing it, so that is gone. That also you don't have that like bio grenade if they want to play like some Maga stuff on the other side. So quite interesting here for Avidity. As they've held in this series. It's not been a blowout. They've looked pretty good at times. Definitely could be a series so you're looking at it's like 1-1 at this point, right? But SSG, even when it's close, still come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, the way they clutched out Lijiang Tower by forcing the Ajax for me was just, very emblematic of the clutch gene that this team has. And, it's there in abundance, folks. Sugar-Free, Seeker Bliss, CJ Kellen, all of them have been able to make some magic happen. And now on Esperanza, it's a matter of closing out the series for this SSG roster again. They want to be pretty clean. They dropped their first match, or rather, they dropped their second match to TL, of course, coming in, which was, a really back and forth, a great game. They feel like they did get.
Yeah, that game was awesome.
Yeah, they feel like they did lose to the Danny book of notes. You know what I mean? The draft strategy of that team. So that's something they want to shore up here. The Torb ban for me is what unlocks the Genji.
It's also going to be a little bit of like a trial here. Are we doing this? Using this ban is. This is going to be a Roadhog setup. Yeah. Well, I mean, look, they banned the Ana, right? So you're like, oh, maybe you do it to get, some Malga, but no, you actually do it to get your Roadhog set up. We even have a sub for the Roadhog going on through.
Yeah, it's definitely, excuse me, it's definitely a little surprising. We see the Ana ban, right? So that could, to the trained eye, imply a Roadhog pick, but it is so rare. Very uncommon. Does this even bother SSG?
Rare would be, I guess, like an understatement. I think this is like
unless you're Crocs, then yeah.
Once a stage, maybe we see a little bit of Roadhog action, and here it is in NA. I guess it does the bother the hazard a little bit, but I mean it is an oddball type of pick though.
Okay, well I'm here for it. I want to see how it plays out. We would see it more in EU if Day Impero had actually qualified, I think, but. They're already here. It was a pick-off really on Seeker, if I'm not mistaken, from Zomba that opened things up for them now. So some middling progress, and now they're forced to give up a bit of ground. Scuffed. Oh, yeah. That's a quick swift step away. A lot of burst damage leveraged at that Kiriko by the hazard. Suzu already used. It's time to go, surely. Here's a spike guard, but very, very low. Quick stun there, but geez, it's so easy. Kellen sets the dive up, but Sugar-Free just breathes on them and they collapse.
It's the hook that actually gets broken up there by the little street sign, so not able to get the hook, and that's going to be the Roadhog experiment over. So just like that, I think it's a surprise factor at the start, right? Catch them off guard a little bit. Yeah, they're not exactly prepared, but you do put yourself pretty far behind though in terms of ultimate charge here, making all these changes.
Yeah, you can tell Matt pretty unconvinced, folks. Switch back to all. This is what we saw Twirls on. Twirls was on the hazard, right? We did see a lot of this, but Avidity have just allowed this to happen. They've allowed this checkpoint to be taken. Didn't have a prior opportunity to really fight.
They also dropped their rush there. So they give up the point and they drop their rush. Now they're going to be hightailing it out here with the bot, but this could be an opportunity for Kellen to get a big downpour here.
I mean, yeah, maybe the spike guard gives him a chance to see around the corner, look for the opportunity. Not going to go for it yet. Probably doesn't feel like he needs to. Space Station got a massive lead off that. One fight. Legitimately, like one push gets him a long way. All right. Well, there was that downpour. Didn't really seem to catch on.
Though, from Avidity, right? You end up using the Kitsune Rush in the previous fight, and you end up giving up the checkpoint. And then here, you end up losing a player right away, and then dropping your sound barrier. And the bot's going to be about mid-map. So now you're going to be walking in double support on the other side. Overclock as well.
It just means it's impossible to take this checkpoint right now for Avidity.
Right, which is what you were trying to do here. You were trying to at least match checkpoint, but it's going to be almost, it's going to be very difficult to do so now.
Okay, there's that disrupt the shot here as Kellen does take a hit from Wub, who's now going to pop the overclock. How's his sight line? Could be better. Suzu, I think, preemptively used there to try and save one from the blade, but Sugar-Free wouldn't be denied. Dropping down to the low ground, he gets a Suzu of his own, and we are off to the races. CJ still has a Kitsune Rush, so Space Station have really rationed out their 4 ultimates into 2 separate halves.
Yeah, you get maybe 12 meters or so there for Avidity, so you don't even really get much off of, investing those support ultimates. And this is actually going to be even more progress here for SSG. You have this open straightaway to end up using your Kitsune Rush, so they're set up pitch here pretty good again. Another, 20, 30 meters out of this.
And Seeker pushing up. 72 and counting. Space Station still with that Kitsune rush to their name. Seeker obviously does clear the field with that ultimate. Keeping one alive is important. Kellen's not able to dive them. Those health bars on the Space Station were looking scary, but CJ goes absolutely tropical with the kunai. 12s and NY both down to his hand. A late, though, Kitsune rush here for Scuffed. Gives Avidity some breathing room, a chance to push back.
Is it enough, though, to actually get control of the bot and get meaningful space? Because you have this close spawn that's going to come in for SSG, right? So looks like you're going to be able to get to this underpass, but make sure it's going to be SSG coming up from above. You see actually Kellen just jump straight across as they're going to be right here ready to fight.
Late again. Zoma going for it. Force a deflect for Muchford. There's that Suzu. He's got nothing to swing at. Devastating here for Avidity. You'd hope to turn that into an advantage. Wipe goes down to the spike. Oh my goodness, good downpour. Do they see the Genji? Kellen maybe doesn't realize or care that Zomba was around the corner, rooted in place. Pretty effective as far as those hazard ults, though.
I mean, it's really impactful, right? Because now this bot just still kind of stuck here. And you're almost like in desperation time if you're Avidity, right? You've fallen so far behind, the bot going deeper into your territory. You're basically just getting these fights here at this choke, but you don't want to really invest into them, right? They're kind of like bad fights to invest into, but it feels like soon you're going to have to.
Yeah, 429. So we are getting now into one of the most hectic parts of the game. And Avidity still haven't managed to take that checkpoint. Been waylaid, they've been forced also to give up some ultimates a little bit cheaply. We're in Lijiang Tower, especially the rounds they did well. Their ultimate economy was very, very good. Especially Nenwai, like, it was very hard to get them to part with the sound barrier without a very good reason. Here it's been a little bit looser.
SSG, though, I feel like playing this really well, right? They're kind of taking all of these fights on their own terms. Oh, nice sound barrier there by Nenwai. Barely stays up as it's going to be Sugar Free just using this blade trying to cut him down.
Yeah, I feel like one more slash might have done it. Nicely done by Nenwai. Quick reactions, but Sugar Free spends most of that blade on just getting the Lucio out of the picture. No one was really threatening Sugar Free anyway, so it wasn't like Avidity were going to be able to pivot off that sound barrier into a successful fight. It was purely defensive, and I'm sorry, I don't see a Kitsune rush there either. What happened to Avidity?
Yeah, I mean, now you're going to make a switch over to the Juno here, but SSG going to have a huge advantage, right? Overclock, if it gets a little bit dicey, you also have this orbital ray to use. They're going to be marching this bot straight towards the Avidity spawn, man. Wub going to have this overclock coming off the spawn. It might not even matter, though.
I think that Avidity are good for 2 maps, but the third, I just feel like it's all falling apart. They are all over the place. That last fight, they can't use those 2 support ultimates as a springboard to find success. And here comes Space Station, breathing down their necks, knocking on their door, putting flyers underneath it.
Kelvin's like set up by the spawn door in like a little crevice. I wonder if he's going to try and like downpour from behind to the side. No, he actually kind of jumps out of there. I think they saw him.
Sugar Free just waits here. Kellen soaks up so much of this attention, this damage, and the downpour catches Zomba out. 12s also was unable to move. How many players caught in that? A lot of them. We have a full map completion on Esperanza now. Space Station blow Avidity out after they put up a decent fight for the first 2 maps.
That was nasty work there by SSG. I mean, it felt like every fight going into it, they had a distinct advantage. Just played really well in terms of the ultimate economy game. Avidity just kind of, the wheels kind of fell off a little bit towards the end there. They looked good early on in the series, but as we went deeper and deeper, it was just so good for SSG.
I just love the turn phrase. The wheels fell off. Yeah, that's how it felt like. But up until then, they were in this race, right? It was just like a lot of moments where they couldn't quite close it out. They couldn't sustain the level of play whenever they did have the advantage. But quite frankly, the score does not suggest how close this was, especially on the first 2 maps. I feel like there were a lot of opportunities for Avidity to take this one home. It was just like they couldn't quite get it over the finish line.
But I also feel like that's the difference between these like level up teams, right? Like we just saw in the last series with Amplify, right? Like they play close, and then in like those clutch moments, it's just like the top teams of the region know how to take those fights and don't really make mistakes. Where SSG, they feel pretty confident, like, hey, as long as we play our game, like we're gonna force these teams like Avidity and whatnot into mistakes, which end up happening.
How did you guys feel about those Torp and Sim shenanigans? Because they did like switch off of that later in the series. We're going back to more comfortable stuff like Tracer's Sojourn. But overall, can they hang with them Torbs and the Sims of the world?
It's fine. I think like my understanding of like where the comp is strongest is probably still developing, as Many's is, and also like I think a lot of like coaching staffs and teams are also really figuring out I think where they feel strongest with it. I think like playing with a Wrecking Ball is pretty interesting because a lot of the things that make Symmetra strong, she needs time, you know, and these fights tend to be over quicker sometimes, especially if Wrecking Ball can set things up quite nicely. You have to play differently in so many of these roles. I think like the Sim doesn't get any shielding, so like the way you play frontline is like vastly different, and the Torb doesn't actually have the innate capacity to shut down flankers because there aren't any. So you really want to like use that overload more aggressively instead of defensively. Bunch of stuff like that. I think it's still going to come out in the wash here, but I'm happy to see this region not get bogged down in just playing the same old stuff here, even though we return to the hazard comps. They do show us some really interesting gameplay. I do think like the bans can also force you out of that comfort as well. Some really nice downpours there. It's a shame for Twirls that the game's over, but so I don't know. I don't know if I'm convinced yet. I'd like to see a couple teams. I'd like to see like TL play that comp if they sort of think like that's worthwhile. They're obviously a team who's built on the idea of being flexible. So how quickly can they pick it up with an extra coaching staff over most teams?
Yeah, I mean, you have the extra people, right, to watch the film, you know, go over it and, you know, kind of come up with the best reason of why to play these comps in the situation to do so. And I think hero bans has an impact on this, right? There's a lot of comps that kind of get thrown sideways in terms of the bans that come through. Like, you know, Wrecking Ball comps kind of just, you know, they do their own thing, right? You can kind of play them, slot them in with just about anybody, and it sorts itself out.
I do feel like SSG is one of those teams, though, where the calls are not necessarily coming from that coaching bench. I think a lot of that has to be player-led. They have so much experienced players as well. They know what they're comfortable in. They make the switches accordingly. That's just my best guess, of course. I could be completely doing Untra a disservice here.
Oh, we'd hate that to happen too. We
would hate that for Unter.
Short sold. Player of the match here, Kellen, very well deserved, I think. And just like he was such a sought after player. I think like it was, as much as we'd love to give Max, you know, guff a little bit. He did a great job locking Kellen down for this team, and really is the glue that holds them together.
He's sick on all the tanks, right? There's not really a tank in the pool that you think he's like pretty poor at. And I think here on Surabasa, like his ball was such an annoyance for Vividity to deal with, where even though you're kind of seeing a ball on the other side for Pella, it's not as impactful as what we see from Kellen. I mean, time and time again, just being a nuisance to this backline, you know, scuffed and then why there really was nothing they could do.
Yeah, it is the flexibility of those individuals that it's just gonna make it so hard to go up against SSG, whether it be map bans or picks or the hero bans. They are happy to flex their muscles. Yeah. Like, it doesn't seem to impact them at all. And I've just got word that we actually do have our player of the match joining us for a quick chat. So welcome to the show, Kellen. Congratulations on the victory. That was a lot of fun to watch. Hi, how are you doing?
Thank you. Hello.
Love the kitchen in the background. Looks very neat. I'm about that. Let's talk about this match we just got to watch, Kellen. We see you guys flexing to a lot of different compositions. Is there anything that you prefer? Like, we know you can play every tank hero. Is there a specific style or a specific hero that you like the best?
I like Winston Overboard. I like play main tank play.
Yep. Kellen, we've seen you in NA for a couple of years now. It's awesome to have you back again. What was it that made you decide you wanted to join Space Station and stay in NA?
I like mix roster, so I want to stay NA.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah,
working English is so good.
Huh, that's awesome. You know, you were great here today. Kellen, what do you think makes like Torb and Sim really strong that we see from a lot of teams now?
I heard in Korea rank player start Torb Sim, and so many teams start Torb Sim, and now meta maybe.
Yeah.
They are so strong.
How do you feel? Yeah, I mean, it looks strong for some teams, and others are still trying to figure it out. It's very interesting to see the meta and how it's been evolving in just 2 weeks. Now, looking ahead for your upcoming matches, how do you feel you and your team are stacking up against your opponents coming up? I think your next one should be Avidity, and then you have Rad still on the horizon, and of course, a timeless match at the end of the season too. Do you feel confident against all of them?
Yes, I'm confident, and if we working hard, we can easily win.
Mm-hmm.
Right on. I mean, it's been very dominant from you guys today. We hope to see more of that. Kellen, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us, and good luck in your next game.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kellen.
Like,
Great to hear from Kellen. Just such a talented and humble player. Been around forever, and it's great to see him and the team succeed. And yeah, very clean background. Kitchen is neat. Whoever is taking care of
where's
that.
that?
Love
Yeah.
to see that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is that a team house? That gave me team house vibes.
No, so Kellen, no team house for SSG. They will have all their players on LAN, or rather on low ping. I won't say LAN, on low ping for playoffs. But I think
Was that
Kellen
his
might,
place?
Yeah.
Is he like an actual functioning adult?
Yeah, I thought he was still in South Korea for a bit, but most teams do not have like a team house plan. The only one is TL, and that is like it's sort of a team house, you know what I mean? Like they are going to have all their players with each other sort of for playoffs. Most of the teams are trying to get everybody at least in the same part of the world for playoffs.
Same vicinity. The same
players.
vicinity, yeah.
It's a vicinity,
Yes,
like adjacent. I love to hear from Kellen that he wants to play on a mixed roster, because a lot of players don't, a lot of players prefer to just come in their native tongue and whatnot. It does make life easier. Also, just like the way they approach the game is obviously very different. So I love to hear that, and we get treated to more Kellen, which that's a dub for
We're lucky to have him.
involved.
Yeah.
That's right, we really are. And so is Space Station Gaming, as they're finding themselves at the very top of the leaderboard now, Matt.
This top NA is going to be tough, because I think, we talked a little bit about earlier, like, SSG, Nightmare, Timeless, TL. Like, I think people are sleeping on this Rad Esports squad. I think they're going to be a tough out for just about anybody. I think they could be the party crashes of that top four.
What is the point of
But
having
we don't
such a
quite
small
know.
bottle?
Yeah, I mean, what is that?
Because
that
We're
is
filling that constantly. Why does that exist?
I am, because it makes me feel like I'm actually drinking more water than I do, because I'm awful at drinking water.
But,
Friends,
like,
stay hydrated.
That's one gulp for me.
Is that a wood cap?
Yeah, it's very cute. And I spelled the Swiss word for bum on it, because I'm funny and 10 years old.
Nice. Okay.
Sweet.
And on that note, no bums coming up. We only have the best of the best. Team Liquid will go up against Rad. All of that after a quick break. Yeah, that was my transition, Matt. Thank you. And bye.
Genji plays a bum. Bye.
Genji's a bum. That's facts. And we see you bums on the other side.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining Faceit League. Gain competitive experience in weekly Faceit League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/s4.
Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready for our last match of the day. So we're here joined by the big brains, Mitch and Matt. How are we feeling so far? It's a shift in meta. New week, new me is what the teams say.
It's a bit of a chaos in terms of what we see. Sim Torb, I think people still trying to figure out why it exists and why it's good, but we still see them play it. And it's been impactful when we've seen it. I think Wrecking Ball has definitely been very strong, and just see Hazard go from like a mainstay to kind of completely out in like 4 or 5 days has been wild.
This is also a week of NA where none of the top 4 teams sort of play each other, and they are matched up against teams from like the bottom 4 of this group. So we are getting a couple of results that are one-sided, but this is kind of why those bottom 4 teams are here. So they want to be here. It's the experience is important for them. Rad Esports, we only got to see them once last week. They've only played one game, and obviously they beat the heck out of Shikigami. But
yeah, that was a 3-0. Shiki looked better after that, like in their following matches, I would say. Like, I think Shiki also just needed to figure stuff out. So I think it's fair to say that Rad Esports has not been tested. What stood out was their DPS department. How will they stack up against Team Liquid's, though? I mean, we're very familiar with that Team Liquid roster.
I think they're going to be fine. I think this Team Liquid roster, obviously really strong from top to bottom. We saw Tree come alive like in their second game last week, especially, and we know what the backline can do. I think they're in for a tough game, though. I think this Rad Esports team's going to come to play. I'd be shocked if it's a blowout.
I think Team Liquid are trying to
Painkiller have a ball
on their backline as well. Tree and Knife are great, but like Knife is not the one that you necessarily expect teams to like rush to use an import slot on. He's also on ping, so on some heroes might be pretty sorely tested.
So for Team Liquid, obviously, they actually should be happy about the shift in meta here. We saw last week already, in their last match already, of course, Infected on that ball. Now, if we're looking at that Rad roster, does Painkiller have a ball? Can he? King and Chronic were the ones like tearing everything apart, but that was on Echo, Genji, Sojo, and Tracer kind of styles.
They play a lot of Junker Queen.
Will we see a shift there?
I mean, Zeb is on this roster, so you have obviously another tank option for this team, and we might see, but we haven't seen any of them yet, obviously. But there might be like more depth to this Rad Esports team, and the style we saw from them on their first game is, well, it's not really like what we have seen so far. This is a team like you've noticed, they're also playing like King on the Echo, like he's a really good flex there. Painkiller plays a bunch of Diva. I do think that like Liquid are going to get very good very quickly, especially if you use their first game as a reference point. So Rad, can they improve at the same speed? Do they have the resources to keep up with Liquid? I think those are big questions that we're going to answer today.
Well, they certainly had more time to rest in between their matches, a few matches anyway. So let's see if they did their homework, since they have a little bit more footage on Liquid than the other way around. There's only one way to find out, though, and that's to get the match going. So Mitch, Matt, please walk us through the map set and the hero bans.
Yeah, I mean, if it was like in the last series, there's going to be more of a sprint through. Hopefully we get a little bit more back and forth between these two. An Orisa ban.
All right, that might be like a tank protect, right? And they get rid of the Orisa, and then a Sombra ban on the other side. So Sombra's one of the heroes that can be pretty effective against like the Wrecking Ball. So potentially, this is Team Liquid wanting to take away something that Rad Esports can bring that can be a little bit nuisance to the ball if that's what Infected wants to play.
It's also, it's on multiple axes they're going for this. We know Infected is a great ball player. Chronic also has played a lot of Sombra in their time, so I don't think these are so much targeted bans as these bans are more often used to try and just let you get the comp that you want through. And here we go. We already have Infected looking at that ball. I'm expecting very different comps, because his question of does Painkiller have a Wrecking Ball is very pertinent. It is one that we should be asking of Rad.
Yeah, it's see what Rad Esports decides to do here. They'll actually play the Ramatra here early on. Ramatra with a Far. So for a Far Ash with a Ramatra, so something completely different than we've seen what a lot of other teams have gone for.
It is an anti-ball comp setup. I mean, this is the anti this sort of new setup. It's really tough for you to do much against Ash when you're like Torb and Symmetra. But he can still be effective against the rest of Rad's comp, right? I think a lot is going to come down to how King and Chronic are going to be impacting this game, because neither of those DPS have natural predators on this battlefield.
Yes, that'll be Team Liquid in control of the point first, and I guess the thing that you can get a lot of like splash damage down with the Far, right? But I feel like for Knife and Infected, like Chronic is a fairly easy target as King actually knocks RuPaul off the side. So that's actually a pretty big window, right? That's like all the healing from Team Liquid out.
Yeah, somehow, I mean, Lep almost got knocked off the map there as well. Almost a second time. Chronic does end up going over the edge here. Infected. Yeah. This is exactly what the Wrecking Ball wants to fight. This little corner, very, very hard to get back on the map here. Painkiller goes over the edge and Rad got completely dismantled.
There's nothing you could do, right? When Infected's kind of rolling around in that back corner, just knocking players constantly off the side, and they're going to switch off of the Ramatra and go over to the Hazard. So this is going to be a Hazard versus Ball comp where we haven't really seen this much, because since the Ball has been played, we've seen a lot of people move away from it. As you see Painkiller just runs right by Infected, but Infected's still just a nuisance. Like, there's no way you're going to keep Chronic alive.
Jeez, Aziz has to use a really early switch step in that fight, Matt, and just go for the rush basically straight away. Infected puts good pressure down, but after that initial thrust, after the initial isolation of individuals of Rad, they're able to group up and play for the point in earnest now. And frankly, Team Liquid don't really have sustained damage output to match them.
That was really nice, though. They get a nano boost from RuPaul onto Knife, but they deal with the Tracer straight away. So the nano really kind of goes for nothing, but Infected just swinging around on the point. This is going to give the Mitch another like 15-20%. It's going to be a Molten Core here used as well, as it's still in control of Team Liquid.
Can this comp even kill the Wrecking Ball? I have to question what the Lucio Kiriko backline can really do to Infected. Knife comes back, the stall is immense. The Pulse Bomb catches on a Painkiller who's just switched to the Hazard, and Rad have to go for a two-player Sound Barrier to avoid losing the round on the spot. But Team Liquid have the numbers. They come in with 4 players who all get the beat from Vega. And now they're here to clean things up. With Lep and Chronic down, Z's has to swift step onto the point to even have a chance of interacting in this fight, and they do. They die instantly. You see exactly why. RuPaul just holds onto a bio. Team Liquid, again, it's one of those days where our top teams are feasting upon our bottom 4.
I don't think you can kill the Ball with this type of composition, right? Like, you really build around that Hazard, like with the burst that the Hazard can put down. But like, who are you trying to burst down, right? On the other side of things, it's not going to be like a Torb. The supports can play pretty far back, putting a lot of pressure on the Hazard to jump really deep into the backline. And then like, there's the Torpune, right? So it's like really difficult to deal with, as it seems like Rad Esports, right? They do not want to kind of have to, deal with that type of play, which is an odd thing. We were talking about the bans, right? They banned the Orisa second. Maybe you want to save that Ball for like a later map to try and ban. Maybe they thought that they could actually get them off of the Ball, and that Orisa would be like a backup to it. But right now, Team Liquid on this Wrecking Ball. We know how good Infected is on the hero as well, making quick work in round number 1.
Maybe also rather like gambling on there being a control center map where Wrecking Ball feels less favorable to bring. And they don't want to, like you said, expend their ban straight out of the gates. So it's Hazard for Painkiller. Infected, little Tekkers gets him back up to safety. Vega heals him briefly and just shepherds him into the back line where he's... Oh my goodness! Oh, buddy! Oh, that's not good. Again, too many environmental kills here on Rad. They suffered like 2 or 3 on that previous round as well.
And you might be able to make the Hazard work against some other teams if they're playing this, but the backline is RuPaul and Vega, right? Like, it's going to be really difficult with how good they are working together and just individually to track these players down. And now just trying to play the Genji instead of the Tracer with it is maybe you see if Chronic can get some sight lines here, but Infected up top, looking for maybe a big pile driver as these players come on out. And actually, no, they just collapse right on the King, and they deal with him quick.
Yeah, King was just out in the open as soon as he was able to extricate himself from Team Liquid. Infected was able to find him at pretty low health on his way back to the rest of the team. Knife, though, struggling here out in the open. Chronic finding some good damage. Tree still on the Torb, by the way. And it will be Rad flipping things back here. A decent lead for Team Liquid, of course. Team who, suffered, I think, a surprise loss recently. We're expecting to see them look a lot better for the rest of this season.
Yeah, but it's kind of good to get that loss out of the way early, right? Like, if you are going to lose, like, get it out of the way early, deal with some of that early on. This is going to be a Nano Torb on in and the Kitsune Rush used, but getting that loss out early gives them a little bit of a pressure release going into the rest of the way. It's going to be Liquid on the point, getting closer to flipping it, but Rad Esports not going to go away easy here. Mitch Vega still here with Infected and Knife.
Yeah, I also think, like, on that topic, better to lose to like a Timeless than to a space station, right? You don't want to give them that sort of win. Pretty important. Soundberry here, also minefield for Infected. Painkiller will just have to be a spectator for now, getting buffeted around the map. But of course, Spike Guard allows him to reload his weapon during it. So we're still able to be a legitimate damage threat. That's a pulse bomb for Knife that doesn't really hit the mark, and Chronic is down to Vega. Unclear if that was over the edge or just the last vestiges of his health. The blade here for King, though, as well, just doesn't really have anywhere to be thrust. Painkiller's low. That sound barrier for that was good, but I don't know if it really caught onto the hazard. He goes for a downpour, a desperation ultimate that gets him nothing, and there should be a flip here.
Yeah, it was a 3-player sound barrier there from Lep, and I believe it does actually connect on to Painkiller, just really low, kind of going into it, as Vega's beat actually only connected with Vega and Infected, and it didn't matter. Still pretty good there for Team Liquid, is even with Rad Esports, right, getting some percentage and taking the lead, we still haven't really seen them deal with Infected, right? Like, even throughout all this, they have not been able to kill this ball.
I don't know if Infected has died. We'll have to
same.
Get a confirmation on that, but I feel like it's, if at all, it's got to be once. So what's the plan here for Rad? They've got to get out, and they've got to cross a pretty wide expanse of map. Maybe it's the overclock that gives them that space, but Infected is more than happy to waylay them, harass them, just bother them as they try and get into position. They've been allowed to cross, though. Rupal has been had enough time bought, rather, to get that Nano online. Is it again for Tree? What is Knife? Well, would have hoped to maybe make use of the Genji, but Rad Pop Ultimate's here. So much so that Z's doesn't have to Kitsune Rush. Okay, they do commit it here, just as Tree and Rupal come back in. So Nano Torb gets the Kiriko Ultimate and left goes down. Oh, that's riveting stuff there for Tree. Beautiful headshot. Infected finally dies what might be the first time in this game. Tree still wants to throw down, though, and he will. Painkiller eventually loses his grip. And Team Liquid, they will snatch up this map handily.
The Nano Torb is filthy stuff. They finally get Infected at the end, but it is just way too late, as he is just running amok through the entire map. I mean, just sick stuff from Infected. I imagine we see a ball ban from Rad Esports at some point during this. It does not seem like they want to play it. Does not seem like they really love playing against it either.
It was funny because in Liquid's first game here in OWCS, they played against Riker on the ball and they did not play it. Yeah. They didn't play it. They were really only had the one comp, I assume, nailed down by that point. And they lost, ultimately. And I sort of quipped, like, oh, Infected's probably pretty jealous right now, because last year, I mean, NRG were the only NA team that were really playing Wrecking Ball at that Dallas tournament, right? Where it was being played by a number of players out of the South Korean or the Asia region. So good to see him somewhere he's comfortable, but he is a flexible player, Matt. If there's a ball ban, this team has been constructed so that Infected doesn't get shut out of the game.
Yeah, and Infected did die once, which was there at the end, right? the very end, I think we saw Painkiller actually take him out. So other than that, this ball was unkillable. And just with the amount of pressure on the back line and just the nuisance the ball can create, if you are not going to be able to take him out, and RuPaul and Vega are going to live that long, I mean, good luck to Rad Esports. I was really excited for this series. I do feel a little worse, though, after that first map, not going to lie, is trying to play the hazard into that ball certainly did not work.
Yeah, and again, like we talked about, yes, there are, other DPS and tank players on this Rad roster, but just how ready are they to jump in the game? And is that even part of their strategy? I think that if we see this team pedal out the hazard comp, then clearly they're behind the times. They have not been able to adapt. Like, honestly, most of the rest of the teams here in these leagues have been in sort of integrating that style.
Or you just can't play it, or you just can't play the ball, right? But even then, I think you can make an argument, is like the hazard what you should go to, right? Like, if you can't play ball to match the ball, like, is the hazard even what you should be trying to play? Because it just does not really seem to work. Like, since we've seen teams play this ball, we've seen more like Maga come in. We've seen more Ramatra, different types of tanks. So I wonder if it's not ball for your team, I wonder if Hazard's like the second best option. At least there early on didn't look like it.
No, it didn't look great at all. In the past, like we've seen the Winston comps against the ball setups, but you don't want to play Winston into the Torb. That is really ugly for you in general. The right clicks at that range when he overloads.
Like Torb Sojourn against, or Torb, against like Winston, like he just explode.
Yeah, I mean, and you have to have such a good dive shell built around Winston, which would consist of other heroes that are also weak to like the anti-flanking presence that Tor puts down. Eichenwald comes out here. I wonder if Painkiller's trying to play Diva for some of this map.
Yeah, potentially. We've seen a lot of Suravasa for map number 2, right? Because the Flashpoint and the Hybrid kind of thrown in towards 1, where teams have actually kind of gone more towards the Flashpoint map in the pool. Eichenwald's a really interesting pick. Like you can play ball on Eichenwald though, right? Like we've seen people play ball on this map. Rad Esports will have that ban though.
I don't think it's good on Eichenwald. I mean, it's the same reason
I don't think it's amazing, right? But you can still do it, most certainly. But like, what does Rad Esports decide to do? Like, do you maybe ban the ball here, right, and double down? Or do you think that the map is good enough to get rid of the hero potentially, right?
Again, yeah. Okay, so we actually have a hazard ban from TL.
Right. So the first ban,
Rad.
Yeah, the first ban is the Rad one, right? That one comes through as Torb. So they want to get rid of Torb. But then TL bans Hazard, which is what we saw Rad play the entire time. So maybe you're right. Maybe we see some Diva with the Torb gone, like we were just talking about. Maybe this opens the door for some Winston-based compositions, right?
Bear in mind, if
both those possible.
If it's the second ban, it's not a protect, because obviously you don't need to protect a certain hero at that point. So that's worth bearing in mind. Rad had the first ban here, so Torb out of the picture. King gets to play the Genji, probably on one of their best picks. But this is, probably a setup that doesn't bother Liquid too much. I don't think Tree is, crying into his pillow that he can't play the Torb here.
Yeah.
The Mei could be really, really annoying for Rad to deal with.
I mean, yeah, the Mei could just be a little bit of a nuisance here. If see what Rad Esports decides to do here. They're probably just going to use that pedal to, shoot Sonic up in the sky. And then they will play. So they're going to play the ball on defense. I mean, this is like we've seen teams play some ball on this map. Not ideal, right? Not probably the best tank on this map, but they'll certainly do it. And then Torb and Mei, just gonna swap out that Torb for the Mei and keep it going. King will actually go far here, so because there's no real like hit scan on the other time or any type of pressure for anything up in the sky, try and take advantage of that with a Pharah.
And that means, I think, with this composition, Rad are eventually going to get this point. It's already a matter of like how annoying Liquid can be and how long they can sort of bleed the clock as Rad try and make this play happen. And King takes a bit of damage to those Torb turrets as they come out from the computer store. Chronic goes down, just pile driven into paste. King, though, I mean, it's hard to imagine they could actually die in any situation, but they opt to go into that small room where Pharah obviously can't make use of her mobility. Painkiller has been studiously ignored by Team Liquid. It's completely iced out of the game.
Oh, that's a huge though. Before Tree, actually, it looks like Tree was actually trying to hide behind his Mei wall. Either didn't get behind the wall or just the shot kind of came in. Finished him off. So you end up losing Tree here. The large part of the stall, in fact, still around though, lurking on the ball, getting healed up, potentially going to go on and get another touch.
No switch for Liquid. They still want to play this comp. There's Sim TP, of course, that can, help you get back onto this point quickly. Rupal biding his time. King knows he's there, so problem for the Ana. Infected probably doesn't want to go too far, out of bounds here. Rupal eventually gets dove on anyway. Yeah, Liquid, look, I mean, this comp is objectively awful against what Rad are playing. It isn't very good. Doesn't do anything to the Pharah, unless King opts to go inside for whatever reason. No need to put a roof over your head when you rule the skies. And Rad will have this first checkpoint.
Yes, they move on forward with that Pharah. I wonder if there's going to be a response. Yep, as Tree and Knife both make changes. So you're still going to keep the ball in play. You still feel like that's probably pretty impactful, but you're going to have some type of answer for this Pharah now, right? The Tracer can be pretty annoying for the Pharah to deal with. Same with the Sojourn.
Asking Kellen about why we see the Torb sim, he says, well, they've been playing it in ranked, and now they're playing it in pro games. So still a little unclear perhaps to some why it is so good. They're going to be switching off, but now Liquid at least put Tree
Sometimes
back
it
on a
just
hit
works.
scan. It will be Infected Ball. We sort of talked about, like, is Ball good here? I mean, Infected doesn't care. He play it anyway. The hero is just objectively good. Doesn't really matter. About the context.
Dude, he's impossible to kill, it feels like. Especially like if they're not running like a, an Honor or any type of CC on the other side. Very difficult to kill and deal with. Just annoying for the rest of the team that's actually going to be left.
What is the...
And Rad Esports using the sound barrier trying to access the high ground here?
It's not clear what the beat is actually for there. King eventually goes down because Knife can obviously play closer to the Pharah up on the bridges and tops of the ramparts. That's a big bio. Chronic getting pressured there. Suzu up there, I think, to get rid of the threat of death. Knife eventually falls, but Lep just sort of walks up there. Tree's more than happy to take a free kill, and Infected is... Yep, no, he's still unkillable.
But Mitch, they beat up to the high ground, and Painkiller's just sitting on the payload. Like, they don't even get the Ramatra up there on the high ground with, like if you're gonna beat and try and take high ground, like, get the Ramatra up there with the Annihilation, the Nemesis form, like really kind of push them back. But they got Painkiller on the payload, and they end up using the beat, and it doesn't even really garner a response from Liquid, right? Liquid doesn't beat, they don't nano, they literally don't use anything. It seems like that beat just kind of goes for nothing.
Infected is the vat of boiling oil set up by Liquid to punish Rad, who try and walk through the portcullis. There's a pulse here from Knife, no connect. Okay, overclock for Chronic here, already getting rid of Vega, but again, hard to catch Liquid in one place. There is nobody to shoot at.
Where is anybody?
Chronic is realizing that the hard way. Literally holds that charged rail, maybe for Tree, but Tree has a nano here and is not afraid to use it. Whoa, that Painkiller health pool went down pretty quickly. Annihilation popped, in theory for survivability, and they will get this kill.
You can see they really want to put a lot of resources. I mean, that's a nano into Tree there to just try and let him pick up a kill as he's like pretty deep into the backline. They kind of like flip sides of the map, but Rad Esports doing a nice job here, dealing a little bit better with this Wrecking Ball. They're gonna get close to this second checkpoint, but Vegas got that beat to come out, and then you got the overclock, so no sound barrier on the other side. This will be the Kitsune rush here, and it's gonna be the overclock and the beat all at once.
Yeah, Disease and Lep both very low here. King Ada Bio Neighbor still able to be relevant in the fight. But okay. Kitsune Rush use sound barrier here for Team Liquid. This is going to stop right in their tracks. And again, Liquid, a little bit more awkward for them now because they've got this cop that's so slippery. That's just almost ethereal. It's there and then it's not. But now they have to really, contest and defend this checkpoint, and they've got to be very wary of potential backcaps. But Rad don't really have a comp that can sneak on them like that. It's only really King that could threaten the backcap.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, right? Because you're going to have King getting close to this blade here coming up, and there's no beat on the other side. But, like, who are you kind of hunting down, right? Like how we saw in the previous fight, there's such a slippery comp to try and track. Like, who are you making a play for? I mean, that's no Suzu, and the TP's down. Nice bio as well.
Timing's good. You wouldn't mind feel disinfected. You wouldn't. Kind of wish you would, though, honestly. Sleep there, catches on the King. But yeah, this is devastating stuff here. In fact, you're getting a lot of value of just collecting so many of Rad up and then bumping into them. Sees, and he's just waiting as well for his chance to pounce. You also can't see him when he's sort of tucked on top of that archway. Now, one more chance here for Rad. They got a long walk to get back to the cart, and after that, they still need to finish the map. Sound barrier blade, at least, to work with.
Yeah, but with this pressure on the back line, right? Can you get a kill here for Infected? It's actually going to be the nano that goes onto Knife. Oh, I mean, that is filthy work there for RuPaul.
King tries to play the minigame. He deflects the bio, but the sleep dart comes out after it. Normally, it's the other way around, honestly. But I mean, RuPaul is just a legend, a world champion. Really hard to pull the wool over his eyes. However, Knife goes down anyway. King, picks himself back up and at least gets some value in this fight. Bio there catching onto... Well, I thought it would have caught onto Lep, but it ends up missing. RuPaul just knocked out of the way. Infected eventually has to die here. Might be his second death of the series. And Rad will have the checkpoint.
Even with that amazing play from RuPaul, it's still going to be Rad Esports getting over the line, and I mean, just barely, right? That combination from RuPaul was nuts, right? The nano onto Knife, he gets into the back line, and then the sleep onto King when he's got that blade. No sound barrier available for Team Liquid. And look at this, as we move in towards this part of the map, right? Extremely close quarter. They're going to play this ball gun and just kind of go right at the Ramatra.
Liquid now much more interested in brawling. Can't play ball here, understandable. Big charge. The stomp caught on a 4 if I'm not mistaken. Chronic is trying to fire back here, at least with his overclock, and Infected gets turned around awful quick. He realizes this Sojourn damage is too much. The Annihilation is very timely here for Painkiller, and there's not enough throughput to cover this damage over. So Rad with 40 seconds, and an unlikely faction are now staring down the end of the map.
Do you have enough though? Like, are there enough players still here in survivability to be able to take this? As Infected runs out onto the point, just trying to get it contested.
There's no healing. Oh,
so low.
He had beat, Matt. Tree now starting to go to work. Oh, he had beat. The humanity of it. Man, I was worried Infected was going to die, that he wouldn't be able to get it healed back up enough. I guess I was wrong. One last chance here for Rad, and I don't think Liquid are going to let them into the inner sanctum.
No, and this may you may end up having to use his beat here for Lep, just kind of get out of the spawn. But man, what shots from Tree! I mean, that's like a game-winning play.
King here on the card, blade draw, but no chance to get good value out of that. All he goes to 1. Tree hit him with a massive rail there, if I'm not mistaken. Here's that Kitsune rush for Rupal, good healing off the back of it. And Painkiller eventually falls. He switched to the Doomfist to try and finish the map. Rad was so close, so close. All they had to do was get a good sound barrier there for Leopard.
Yeah.
And other plans.
You can't really, plan for that though, right? Tree just gonna swing the corner, connect with 2 with a railgun. I mean, you just kind of got to tip your hat at that point, right? If you're Rad Esports, Lep holding on that beat, maybe trying to make sure everybody was back. I think they also thought that they were going to get that kill onto Infected, right? Infected getting extremely low, like you mentioned. They're just not able to finish him off.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised he was able to survive that. Again, if you're not getting good damage off the Cardiac Overdrive and you're in a Lucio Kiriko comp, you can't actually bounce back from being chunked down to like 30% or half of your health. You kind of just stay there until you invariably die. So it was looking a little bit dicey for Liquid. Tree with a hero play. That was honestly sick. Lep wasn't even trying to beat it. It wasn't even an Ajax. It was just, he just didn't feel like it would be necessary against that Sojourn, overclock.
No, I mean, just, but you would love to have that one back though. I mean, you're so close there, Rad Esports, right? Not necessarily saying like, oh, they would have been able to win the map off of that, right? But I mean, you would have felt a lot better getting that full map completion. You might have had a little bit of time too, right? Like what, 30, 40 seconds? It wouldn't have been something amazing, but you had a shot.
So how do they do with the Wrecking Ball comp now as they're defending? Honestly, they struggled for most of the map. Rad really only had a couple of moments where they showed great progress and so really showed mastery of their comp. I'd say every time Annihilation was online, Painkiller was probably just wiping them. Liquid didn't
Would you
really
say
have a
it's
setup
much harder to deal with, to play the ball on I would say it's much harder to play it on defense here than to play it on offense. I think offense, you can clearly be way much more of a disruptor.
Sure, on defense, you can just get up behind them or just hang from, like an overhang and drop down. You can kind of choose when the attackers come in to sort of get in between them already. Whereas here, you're running into a full setup, but you have your flanking DPS that are obviously doing work here. And I mean, most of this fight has happened sort of out of our purview here. Oh, Painkiller being an early casualty, relatively speaking, means this fight's already over.
Yeah, 2 kills right off the rip there for Team Liquid. Doesn't really give Rad Esports a chance. Because, right, you can, on offense, you can, play, the ball's gonna roll in, right? And then after you kind of deal with that and the ball's rolled out and you put some damage in, then you can push up, behind the Ramatra and, make plays, right? Here, what do you kind of, you can't really, run a target down. You're just kind of, waiting for, the ball to come on in and then maybe make a play with the Ramatra. But the ball's not going to stay, around long enough, right? For, the Ramatra to pop Nemesis form and, really start to get rolling.
Painkiller's just trying to get things done on their own, but walking to a backline with good healing. They do punish that mispositioning of Vega. How does King die there? How does the Tracer just get picked off? That is nuts. Man, Tree has just produced some ridiculous moments. So Team Liquid say, okay, well, we lose one player. I think the start of that fight, I think Vega, maybe overextend slightly. We'll get him back.
He was pretty deep. He was pretty deep in there. So, oh, I guess this is what you're talking about in the pregame, right? Maybe Painkiller wants to play some D.Va here. The D.Va can protect the backline a little bit better with the defense matrix. And you also get Chronic here on the Cassidy, but he gets knocked off the side. He's gonna have to work his way all the way back up the castle now.
That is more than just a little disruptive. Infected, though, just needs to be careful. But look, again, they switched to the Cassidy, right? So they are trying to answer this ball. Knife doesn't care. Chronic still gets picked up. You will see, Infected have a couple of awkward moments when that hindrance comes in, because it is an absurdly powerful ability, especially when that is the core of, Wrecking Ball's identity and power. So it's still a good pick here, but again, Tree will now look to just abuse the high ground advantage against the Cassidy ad nauseum.
Even with this defense matrix, I mean, you can clearly see it's just not enough, right? I am curious, we'll have some time to talk about it. If you know they're gonna play ball, you could have just kept the Corbin, right?
Yes.
The Torb would have been probably pretty decent pick.
I think it's fine. I think it can also be hard, but how up and down this map is, it might be hard sometimes to get really good turret spots. I don't know.
I also think you picked this map thinking that they're not going to be able to play the ball as effective, right?
Maybe. Nice wide dispersion of those mines here. This makes it really scary. Well, here's the first hindrance that Infected's actually had to endure. I don't think he really seems to care. What? Tree somehow spots out Painkiller. That is such a big kill. Painkiller is trying to reset their mech, and Tree abuses that little window before they're able to climb back in. And this is great healing from Rupal, keeping Tree alive, but they're going to be forced to sacrifice themselves for it. And there's not much else to go on with. Infected gets back in the fight very quick, can definitely beat Cassidy in 1v1, and there's not enough healing there for Lep.
No, and I don't think you're going to be, the Tree is going to be extremely weak. And Vega didn't actually catch it, but the sound barrier used there for Team Liquid, I think it's a much better one there for Rad Esports and Lep being able to keep everybody up, as you will have the Maga come in now here for Rad Esports. So the Maga could be good at the last stage of the map, but still, Rad Esports holding on here. I mean, 2 minutes and 29 seconds. They're going to be able to control some high ground here. Clearly, they're trying to trap Infected, right? He comes in, connect with the mag grenade, try and kill him before you can get out.
You might have enough damage to burst the ball now with the Malga as well. Oh, that's so annoying. Talk about being given the hot foot.
Yeah.
Painkiller just taking damage constantly, but again, he's Malga. Plenty of healing there. Meanwhile, King is just working his way through the entirety of Team Liquid's roster one by one.
Oh, dude, King.
That's huge.
That's a 4K, right? Deals with both supports and also gets rid of Knife, and then just finishes off the last player towards the end. So, I mean, just like that, Mitch. I mean, now we're at a minute 40. This is doable here for Rad Esports. This is a weird spot for the cart to be stuck in here for Team Liquid, especially trying to play ball.
I do think the question of whether Liquid can finish the map now has to be asked. As good as they've looked over this series, Chronic is a problem for the ball. Infected has less options in terms of where he wants to actually pile drive. No big support ultimates here for Liquid at all. Tree been incredible. Was he going to find a pick, produce it from God knows where? The Tracer duel might be important. King has been really hard to handle here for Liquid, but if Knife can nullify his impact in this fight, that is a road to victory.
Oh, nice shots.
It's so good. Hindrance grenade, busted. Although, pulse bomb would have been good if there weren't a Suzu in play. Nicely done by Z's. Rada doing everything right to win this fight. Infected, though, got left. Somehow is going to be able to get away. That is criminal. Infected should have been drawn out of the town square and made an example of there. They're going to get this
letting that ball.
That is wild.
It's just letting the ball live, right? They do everything well there. I mean, a 6-star from Chronic, right? Yeah, gets rid of Vega. Vega getting close to the beat. It's just the ball lives for a little bit too long there, then allows Tree to end up getting that overclock and comes through with a few kills. So now we'll actually see a mirror in terms of the Maga, right? In support line. But it'll actually be a Reaper here for Knife.
Honestly, makes sense against this Malga. I mean, we saw it in the previous series on Lijiang Tower. Incredible skin as well. You know all about that one, Matt? She got right
the guns on that skin are sick. Oh, cage fight. Oh, Vega doesn't get the beat off.
They've got the beat. Did Vega?
No, he ends up trying to go into the cage fight and drop the sound barrier and does not land on the ground. So nobody gets the benefit of that for Team Liquid. Let makes good use of his on the Rad Esports side. And Orisa, so I wonder, like, the Orisa maybe can, like, survive a little bit better against the Reaper? Is that kind of what you're going for here?
60 seconds.
I guess. Again, like, I think Painkiller can make a ton of space here. I do think, like, you can play off the Javelin pretty effectively if you can catch, like, a Reaper. That window of not being able to use your evasive abilities. That's fine. I mean, 43 seconds left. Rad know what they have to do. They didn't finish the map either. See, here comes Rad, gonna run them down. Nicely done, Z's. It's a decent window there where Liquid are still kind of jockeying for position, Matt. Not ready for the Kitsune rush, and Knife just can't get out quickly enough.
Are you okay though for this if you're Team Liquid, right? Like that's you're leaving a lot of time on the clock here if you're at Esports. I mean, you know, you go and you use a Kitsune rush, you're still gonna leave them with like about 30-40 seconds here to get their own Kitsune rush off, and then the Reaper inside of that rush is gonna be nasty.
You certainly wanted to stagger more, there's no doubt about it. And yes, Knife is absolutely the key weapon here. Is it going to be enough? Here comes King with the blade. It's going to be infected, though. He's affected, rather, by the cardiac overdrive, and has happened to soak some damage from this blade. It's blunted now. Chronic falls inside his overclock, and there's Knife. A disco dance right on that L shape. And Rad Esports, they do use their Kitsune rush a little bit early. A chance for some stall here. A cage fight for Vega. We'll catch whoever's trying to do that and instantly pick them off just like this. Then Bob's your uncle. It's Team Liquid taking Eichenwalder. A closer map than we first would have thought.
It's that Kitsune rush. You're just like a few seconds too early because you don't stagger them out enough, right? You end up using that rush, you end up winning the fight, but you leave about 40 seconds or so on the clock for them to like regroup. And sure, it comes down to the wire, but you know, Death Blossom, Kitsune rush, and you have no answer on the other side. You don't give yourself. I mean, they have King's Blade there, right? But you're asking a lot. Like, what is he gonna do? Go try and get like a 4 or 5K with the blade? I mean, it's just not gonna happen, especially with these like pretty tanky lineups.
I mean, he spent his time slashing at the Malga, trying to bring it down. And I think you're right. Like the ultimate, the Kitsune rush use there for Aziz is not strictly bad. If they
get a win
by like an extra 10-15 seconds, because of some stagger, put your opponent in a position where they're actually under more time pressure and maybe more likely to make a mistake, but instead it's like a last-ditch comp. They come up with like the Sombra here, a bunch of weird stuff. The Wrecking Ball, we eventually saw it slow down. It required both Malga and Cassidy after Painkiller had a brief stint on the Diva that didn't really work out. So a good stop, bought a lot of time, but this Team Liquid squad are really hard to keep down for too long.
Yeah.
You've got to keep changing it up on them, I feel.
I mean, you're really close if you're at Esports, but you just have to play absolutely perfect. I mean, even here towards the second point, right? They're so close to getting what looked like potentially a hold, and you just can't deal with Infected there towards the end. And yeah, here's the Vega beat. Yup, does not land it. I believe he almost had another one a little bit earlier, and then coming out of the spawn, nothing you could do there. If you're Rad Esports, where you see some of the stats, damage fairly even, healing fairly even. It's just a lot, just a lot more fights and death on the side of Rad Esports.
Yeah, again, like Liquid are harder to pin down their composition, right? So they're less likely to die en masse than a team like Rad, but that is still a pretty big difference considering it was a map that ultimately was very, very close in that both teams had about the same number of attacking fights, opportunities to push to the end of the map. Liquid, because of their comp being faster out of the gates and their tendency to drag them on a little bit longer, I'd say there's more opportunity to get kills. But this Wrecking Ball comp here, we've now seen it on Eichenwalder. And if I'm Liquid, or rather if I'm Rad, I'm scratching my head trying to think of a map that they won't play this on.
Or just ban it at this point. Okay, so Dorado is not a great ball map, right? But you're going to see them play a lot of like Winston Diva, right? Potentially here. So it does feel a little bit, I'm curious, well, Z, in terms of the ban here for Rad Esports. It almost feels like the ban of the ball would be a little bit useless here on Dorado. Like, Dorado, I'm trying to think historically, like, I think Dorado's probably a worse map for the ball than Eichenwald, in terms of like how it's laid out. So
I just don't think it's not that bad, really. Now, I mean, if we are at the point where we are like playing Wrecking Ball on all of these maps, I don't necessarily know if it's going to bother Liquid too much. Peace here actually comes in, so we're actually going to get to see them for I want to say it's the first time this.
I don't think we saw them last week. It was just one game last week. I don't believe we saw Peace last week.
And they were part of the Nightmare Eclipse team that won Calling Your Heroes Challenger Series. So, of course, they already pretty well known. Coming in for King, who we've seen obviously great Genji Tracer players. So what is the plan here for Nightmare?
Yeah, I mean, what do you do for Rad Esports, right? You go Dorado. What is the ban though? That's like more of the thing that I'm interested in, because we know Infected can play like a lot of the tanks, you know, a lot like how Kellen can do that, right? So we will see. So Rad Esports, they'll ban Tracer here, and then the Lucio ban.
I mean, we are Brigana. That is what they're trying to force, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you get rid of the Lucio here. I mean, Brigana, very strong, especially if you want to play like a Winston-based setup. Tracer, we also see, Tracer like is good here on Dorado, but Genji also being able to kind of control the high ground here, really sick. So we'll see what Rad Esports has cooked up for us here on Dorado.
The Tracer ban doesn't really shut down the potential of like Genji Sojourn with a Winston composition with that sort of like the unabridged backline. That's definitely an option for you. That might also, be where they're headed anyway with they're bringing in a piece to this lineup. I wonder what they're gonna play.
Right?
I mean, I thought that they had a somewhat like similar hero pool to King. So
yeah, that's what I was under the assumption as well, but maybe just trying to get a piece, some game time, right, against Team Liquid here. Drops though, Mitch. I was getting these. Johnny was our valued co-streamer yesterday. He was the one that we were like, hey, thumbs up, Johnny, you're doing great, and he ended up getting a raid. I think he's still asleep. He stayed up all the way to watch the Asia games yesterday. So. You were able to farm these jobs on Reinforced streams yesterday, but if you did not, make sure you connect your account.
Yeah, Johnny always does that. I kind of like that when he's co-streaming. I head over and get in his chat afterwards, harass him a bit.
Is that the only time you get in his chat?
Yeah, it is.
Damn, that's tough. You don't even watch your.
I don't really have time to get in people's streams, honestly. Kind of a shame. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, have time though, because these teams are probably using the toilet. So we're going to go to a quick break. After that, we're going to come back, and Dorado is on the docket, our third map. Hopefully not the final one. NA's been a little one-sided. All of our games are 3-0s today. It's feeling like the Overwatch League all over again. I'm not going to lie, but an opportunity here for Rad to get one back in this series on their map pick of Dorado. It is Lucio and Tracer bans, though.
And we'll see how these impact the game here on Dorado, as do see a decent amount of Genji on this map, at least for now. Both teams kind of hovering the Genji, so Peace, they seem to be coming in to play the Genji here, so that's something we also see King play, but getting Peace in the game, you know, get some action here against Team Liquid, and Chronic will pick up that Widowmaker.
All right, I'm here for this. I think the Widow battle is obviously pretty volatile on a map like this. Although for the attack side, like we've had to see like Winston had to jump up and put a bubble down so the Widow or Ashe, as it sometimes is, can set up on the building that Peace is standing on right now. So it takes a fair bit. Rad don't want to play defensive Winston. They're happy enough to make use of the hazard. I just feel like the primal is pretty sick to mess with teams that are trying to attack on this map. I just like that transitioning up and down, but you can do much the same here with, of course, this hazard. Just don't have that like AoE off the Tesla cannon. You see how it plays out. Wrecking ball, of course, for Liquid. It doesn't matter where, Matt. Infected is on the ball.
Oh, nice shot there from Chronic. You barely even see Knife. One thing that's interesting, though, they're not even playing the Brig Team Liquid. They're actually going to play the Zen. So we see some teams actually play the Zen. Really punishing for divers coming on in. Can also be really effective, obviously, keeping the Wrecking Ball alive.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think Painkiller has to be pretty cognizant of it. That damage amp. Again, I think as long as Painkiller is not like getting out in front of all the Torb damage with the Discord Orb, they're probably going to be fine. Chronic does get buffeted aside there by Infected. Oh, they're trying to do the tech, I think, that run up the wall and yeah, that is pretty hard to do, I think. But either way, constant pressure being applied by Infected, who just doesn't get any healing because RuPaul is dead.
Yeah, Chronic with another kill. So Chronic starting to heat up on the Widowmaker. Definitely needed for Rad Esports, sitting here behind that Brig Shield, just free firing down at some of the members of Team Liquid, as the payload has not really moved at all. So good start here on defense for Rad.
Vega is having to do a fair bit here to actually get into a position to be relevant.
He looks nervous as he's moving up. He knows at any moment on the Zen he could just explode.
Gives me Zen stance, but in general, like I definitely feel somewhat endangered against this comp, but honestly any comp for Zen these days feels that way. Again, you've got great power, even though you do have some flimsiness about you. Infected, really good if they didn't lose them right now.
He is so good at getting out with like just a sliver of HP. Chronic with yet another headshot, so that 3 kills from the Widowmaker here off the rip. Is Peace extremely low as they're gonna make it out.
Okay, here's that rally. Might be the shield bash still available here for Lep. Nano boost for Knife. Blade to follow it up here. They've already lost Infected though, so it's gonna be a big one for Knife, but boy, does this guy know how to deliver. Chronic thought they were maybe safe on that corner, but Knife was all about it. And so Team Liquid get on the move. I would not say this has been remotely convincing though, because this Zen comp has to fight from the low ground for what, 2/3 of this map, if not more?
Yes, a very difficult vantage point, especially with the Widow on the other side and Chronic playing so well. Just a very dangerous situation to be in if you're Vega. It'll be Minefield, Molten Core here available, and Transcendence open as they get Chronic in position here. Maybe the Widow can find another headshot as you see Vega peek out. So scared though.
Right, have to go at some point though. Card is very, very close, and Painkiller's been taken down, so who's going to touch now? Z's, I'm not sure. Just in the firing line, his Knife goes wild. Takes another 3 kills in that fight, and here we go. Team Liquid, 3.5 minutes. Now, for a time, Vega can make use of this high ground. Theoretically, Rad are going to battle tooth and nail to make sure that you can't do this with your Zen or any of your other players, but Infected is going to be a hindrance.
Yeah, we'll see if they can try and take this high ground back. The high ground here is so important as you see Painkiller Z's and Lep making their way up to the high ground. So where's Infected going here? He's kind of rolling around here, seeing if he can find somebody.
See him rolling, they hating. He's the Blade for Peace. Oh yes, get that turret! Mess it up! Love to see that. And unfortunately, Peace, they're not able to do anything else with the Blade.
Yeah, the team was really in position to follow up.
I mean, Liquid were ready to give that space up anyway, Matt. We're more than happy to say, okay. And Tree again puts this turret up, which says, don't dive me. Painkiller with a Discord Orb, they're dead.
Yeah, I mean, Painkiller has a nice downpour. Gets a few players, turns the corner, but it just seems like they're a little bit out of sorts, right? a piece. They go in with the blade, don't really get anything, but there's also no team follow-up. And then right there, Painkiller uses the ult, and there's no follow-up after that. So it seems a little bit disjointed here for Rad Esports.
Definitely. Not on the same page about how they're actually going to scale back into that high ground control. And now we see like how dangerous it is for Painkiller to dive. It's a different world here for this Hazard now, who needs to deal with a constant threat of being hit with the Discord Orb. Even the Torb turret becomes a much less of a tickle now, more of an actual threat. When they're hit with that orb, knife blade, I mean, Chronic, some of these shots are otherworldly, but it's like one of those scenes in the movies where they don't want to show the violence and gore, so like the violent scene happens behind it, like a perforated screen. You just sort of see the shadow of it happening.
You just hear the noise of the violence, yeah. The cart continues to move here for Team Liquid as now Chronic gonna go away from Widow over to the Cassidy. So this is still the kind of I'm surprised. I mean, this is what, the entire series we haven't seen a ball ban from Rad Esports, right?
Yes.
You think after the first map you'd consider it, right? Maybe you don't want to save it from map 2.
This comp, I mean, clearly. This comp is, you have Brig, Ana, and Cassidy against the ball. It's without playing Sombra, it's about as good as it gets for dealing with what Infected is doing. But again, you play differently. I think if you're Infected and play a little bit safer. Oh, here's a Transcend. Oh, buddy! The hot box! The Bionic Grenade connection by Rupal. I don't know how Rad picked themselves up. The left rally maybe is what gets them out, but that looked deadly.
Yeah, I thought they were all dropping there, especially when you turn the corner after the Molten Core. Everybody quite weak. Look at this. I mean, you have to use a hazard wall to try and block Infected from putting down some more damage piece on the high ground. They're trying to deal with like the Torb, and this is just going to kind of walk on in. So that's going to be Team Liquid 2 minutes in the time bank, finishing Dorado.
Pretty definitive, I would say. Very one-sided attack side after Liquid spent like 3 minutes trying to get through that very first phase of the map. But you can see like how different it is for the Zen after you get around that first couple of corners through the first choke and then out into the map properly, where you can designate those orb targets. You're a little bit harder to dive because there's a lot of distance that has to be crossed by Painkiller. That fight over second, I mean, Rad Esports, if they lose this map, it's because of what happened in the second phase, surely.
Right, there's just high ground control completely for Team Liquid in the second part of the map on offense, and then you end up using a blade, you end up using a downpour. It doesn't really result in much of anything, and you are never even able to put any pressure on the Zen, right? Like the Zen is a stationary target for whether it be the Hazard or the Genji, and you just were not able to put any pressure onto Vega the entire time.
Yeah, it's stark contrast, like I said, from the first little part of the map. So Liquid here is still happy to bring Torb into basically every one of these comps. Tree is loving it. Now, the Hanzo for... Oh yeah, I'd like to see the Hanzo for Peace. It's a signature pick of theirs. And maybe Rad do open with like at least a Sonic, but yeah. The Genji obviously where we expect them to be for most of this round.
And we'll see... I was in for a second. I was like, okay, it's going to be the same comp here. Okay, well, Chronic just takes out Knife. Knife just kind of... Knife just laid up top there. Yeah, Chronic, the Widow's been nutty.
Knife getting constantly handed fat L's from Chronic. Sort of on the previous round here. So that's huge for Rad, right? It lets the Widow now take a much safer position up. There the ball comes calling, but Chronic, you can see, just doesn't really pay too much mind. However, it needs to be healing in the Widow direction. Z's, I mean, they're trying to provide it. Sleep on Infected. They will roll on away, but the card has made significant progress through this phase of the map. The issue being, though, that Liquid now has a chance to settle. Next 5 to 10 seconds, they can set up. Knife is back.
Yes, Knife gets back in the action rather quickly. Look at this. I mean, with the amount of pressure you're putting on this, the Widow, right? Like, Z's got a tough job trying to keep the Widow up. Also deal with the ball, as that was a sleeve from Z's onto Infected that time, so that bought them a little bit of time.
The corner blocks, I think, the knock up there from Infected. Chronic is wrapped all the way around behind. Yeah. They've got to make use of this, though. Liquid, for a few seconds, probably won't be aware, but the call has to be coming in now, and yep, there it is. Z's is down. Chronic now has all of Liquid looking at them. And a ball in their face. Not great.
Yeah, nothing you can do there. I mean, the Widow, that's a terrible one-on-one matchup. The Widow versus the Balls. This is Infected going way over the top. I mean, left. That is a tough situation to be in. The ball just kind of come flying from that high ground. So they're going to go actually to the Diva again. So we saw them do this on Eichenwald. It didn't really work out great for them there. We'll see if it's a little bit better here, though.
Jeez, Chronic, God, the healing required on this backline is crazy.
Yeah.
And that's mostly just infected, just spamming from the top of that building. This minefield breaks the team up. Painkiller separated from the rest of Rad. And the timer is ticking. That's 2 minutes now that have been lost in this round. Vega has a good answer to any dive attempt and a counter to the Dragon Blade with this Transcendence. Nano Blade could still be a problem, mind you, but hard for Peace to break through that Transcendence.
Yeah, but he's just infected. He occupies the Juno and the Ana and the Widow, right? Just with his presence down there on the low ground. And you mentioned the Transcendence available on the high ground to deal with the Nano Blade that comes on through. Still could have been impactful, but Peace, they didn't find anything there. It's they move back into spawn here, get some extra healing. Now they'll try to work their way out yet again.
Time though short. Down to 90 seconds now. Orbital here up for Lep. Infected, still a nuisance. Gets the Nano this time. I don't know if they've got really any kill potential there. But they are going to keep Rad indoors. I'm thinking maybe it might have been a Nano Blade for Knife. It didn't quite go off without a hitch, but we'll give the benefit of the doubt here. Knife drops in, doesn't need that ultimate to still be a real nuisance. And look, from every angle, from either side at different times, Knife and Infected are just jumping on Rad. They've got to go for a play here. I see that idea with Knife trying to make sure that Z's can't benefit from the orbital ray. She's forced inside. That's an easy kill. And a D-suited Diva is just presented before Knife. Of course he's going to take advantage of that too.
Yeah, it's just free at that point, right? So now some more changes here for Rad. They're going to get Lep on the Krigo. I think this is just like to survive a little bit more, right? You have the Swift Step, obviously, to keep yourself alive. You have the Suzu here as well. So now we're going to go back. We saw them do this a little bit earlier with the Farah Ash. This time they're going to play the Queen here. So Queen we really don't see played on Dorado, and you see why. I mean, Painkiller turns the corner, takes a ton of damage. No way to access that high ground or even give it a threat.
Just one last ride with the Junker Queen in this series. Molten Core comes down. Canvas in the area the cart stands upon, and Painkiller can only give it a nudge here into overtime. Chronic can know where to go. Ball on one side and Torb on the other. Literal hammer and anvil stuff. And there's Tree with yet another hammer kill. Painkiller gets an axe swing. Maybe some catharsis here at the death of it, because Rad Esports have been hung out to dry by Team Liquid. A clean sweep.
You know, I was excited for this one, and I think Rad Esports will be a tough team for a lot of teams, but Team Liquid made that one look pretty easy. I think Rad Esports, you gotta figure out like whether you can play the ball or what to do against it, because you weren't able to stop it, you didn't ban it. I mean, yeah, it just was a lot of issues there.
That's the weird thing though, you're going up against a team with Infected. You know the ball is being played currently by many a team. So you have a specialist, a ball specialist who plays it even if it's not considered meta. And they made it work. Like, he was so slippery. He literally just didn't die. He died once on the first map, actual feeder, but like he died at like the very end of the second round. So like at that point you're like, okay, the ball is a problem, right? So you would have to go to a Zombra or maybe like match it elsewhere, but they just kind of went with the maybe we ignore him and he goes away.
Yeah, and in some cases, like, it's acceptable to do that, but only if your game plan is more compelling than what the Wrecking Ball is trying to do, or you can achieve the same aims as Wrecking Ball but faster. Or more safely, right? Unfortunately, that's just not the case. I don't think it's the case in the Hazard comp either. Hazard does nothing to stop Ball from achieving the game plan. And the comps that we've seen beat Wrecking Ball comps are all in like full dive with the Winston. Before Wrecking Ball can cause enough chaos, you have torn the Ball's team to shreds, because it's not the most synergistic, cohesive kind of lineup. But if you're too slow, or if your game plan is to try and stick together and hope the Ball doesn't just like tear us apart like a bad rom-com, then, you know, you're not going to be able to achieve victory, I think, with any consistency.
Or just, I mean, just ban it at least once, right? I mean, I would have loved to see like what this match looked like without the ball in play. Yeah, I mean, at least Rad Esports, look, they may have been like, hey, we're not going to win this series because we can't play the ball, but at least get a barometer of where you're at with the ball not in play. You don't really kind of
trying to go back to look at what they did ban, right? So like on map 1 they banned Orisa.
Yep.
So that was a protection ban since it was the no wait, there can't be.
No, it was the
second ban.
Second ban.
Yeah, it was the first one.
No, it was second ban.
A second one. Yeah, sorry.
So okay,
So
Interesting.
Rad Band,
And then Torb. That's right.
I don't know what the idea was necessarily.
Yeah,
well, especially because the Torb is pretty like if you're gonna play like a full counter dive type of set, like the Torb's pretty decent. Like,
oh yeah, I think it's like it can be effective against those Wrecking Ball comps. I think like the best we saw from this Rad team was Cassidy Malga, and that only works on certain parts of certain maps. The fact that they were right outside that checkpoint and could have high ground, that was a big reason why. Chronic also kind of cracked on every hit scan. That definitely goes a long way for you. But
Chronic on Widow, mwah, you love to see. But then you have hero moments from the other side, right? Tree stepping it up there and Eichenwald at the very end helping them close it out, where it looked really, really good for Rad initially to like actually win the map. Either way, Infected, of course, he's the ball we all talk about. He's been phenomenal. It's so much fun to watch him play.
I mean, when you die like once in a map, right? And just the amount of the chaos he causes for the other team, but then also while that chaos is going on, just the ease at which like it allows the rest of the team to play at, right? Yeah, it just opens things up for everybody else. And I mean, we know he's nasty on this hero, and you see kind of today what happens when you don't address it, right? On the other side.
Very much so. We actually do have a post-match interview now as well. Tree should be joining us for a quick chat after this victory. Tree, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for dropping in and saying hi. Let's talk about this match and your preparation. I mean, it looked like you guys kind of just got away with your game plan and it wasn't really interrupted by bans or map picks per se. Are you surprised that the ball went unchecked?
Dude, I don't even know. We have Danny on our team and he's got like 10 Google Docs and spreadsheets, so he just does the bans and I just play the game. Some of my teammates talk about it, but at this point I trust him. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so have you had a conversation with the team about like why the Torb sim comp that we're seeing in South Korea is so good? Was there like a discussion about whether you guys wanted to play it too? What's your reasoning for sort of, and like you especially like are playing the Torb even like in some slightly different looks, like you really seem to be enjoying yourself on that pick right now. Like why is that such a powerful hero, and just in that Torb sim comp, why is it so effective right now?
It's kind of weird because I feel like, you know, no one's played Torb sim like consistently in meta, because even if they get buffed, you try them once, you maybe lose like one team fight, you just swap instantly because it's just a funny character. Like no one ever thinks they're going to be good. But then like they get stealth buffed like every patch, and they have so much HP and so much damage with the turret, which is really good against Hazard. So I think it kind of beats Hazard specifically, and that's why Torb's so strong. But yeah, I don't know. He's just a funny little guy. He just shoots his gun and hammers people.
Do you enjoy playing him? Because we talked to Psycho earlier today, and he was not happy about being in a potential Torb prison. Are you cool with that? Are you happy with the little man?
If you're winning, it's fun because then I can hammer people. But it is kind of boring. It's just sitting there shooting most of the game.
Yeah, while watching your turret do work. I gotta ask Tree, when Infected is causing so much chaos for the other team, how easy is it for you guys to be able to play your game? Just kind of take it over in other roles.
It's pretty easy. I'm just like the shoot guy. You know, I just sit there, hold left click, and then maybe right click a couple times, and then they die. While Infected either just like, no, I have spider spot, I'm slamming, or he just dies and says, oh, my bad. But pretty easy for me.
Well, we love to hear that. You know, it's just another day in the office for you, Tree. Getting the dub here in our second week, and that's it for our interview. Thank you so much for joining us, and of course, best of luck in your next match.
All right, thank you for having me.
Of course, always a pleasure. That was Tree from Team Liquid. We had a rough start, of course, last week. They lost against Timeless. That was shocking to some, but they switched it on.
I mean, it's fine. It was their first game. Like again, I don't think anyone is going to care when they are 6-1 ahead.
Oh, we cared. Yeah. We cared deeply, Mitch.
I cared at the time. I literally told them. I said they need to de-cheekify themselves very quickly. But they have uncheeked. They have closed the cleft, so to speak. And I'm glad we got an explanation a bit about like why the Torb is so good. Like they're just, Hazard needs to be close up for that spike guard to really have any impact, or for him to make use of that cooldown. So there's like this constant just damage coming in from his periphery. It's a lot of heal pressure. Like, you as a healer don't want to be constantly heal botting your tank. You need to go do damage. You need to go use your utility. So I can see how that's quite annoying, and that's why Painkiller Swapper was way too late to get off the hazard in that case then.
Yeah, what he mentioned as well about like the stealth buffs, we've seen this in Overwatch over the course of history, right? Where a hero, they get like a buff, doesn't do anything, they get another buff, they get another buff, all of a sudden it's like, oh, they're the Terminator now all of a sudden, right? And nobody's looking at Sim and Torb over in their little corner over there now all of a sudden.
So they're
win. Raid bosses.
Lifeweaver
They're working on him. They're working on him. Sure.
Multiple trees. He's gonna need to drop a forest out there to be able to be.
You give a proper freaking orchard.
You love to see that. Now, I also do love looking at standings, and these are our standings at the very end of our second day of our second week. So yeah, there's still, of course, a lot of movement that can happen. It's only like max 4 games played for some of those teams.
Well, what do we think about Rad Esports now? I was so high on this team coming into this week. I was so excited for this match, and Team Liquid beat the hell out of them. I think they're going to be fine. I think they're going to be able to play against some of these other teams.
You set that up like not.
But I think just the lack of them being able to adjust to the ball definitely scares me a little bit. It definitely makes me a little worried.
I mean, it's the same we just had with, what was it, Avidity? It's just, they looked really good on one type of comp, and then that was that. But they also are going up against a ball comp, so it's always like, if they would go up against a hazard comp, it might look very different.
I don't know. If you want to be a top team, like, you need to have the level of flexibility that lets you just pick up a ball comp and play with like 3 days notice. And that like asks a lot of your infrastructure as a team and your coaching staff. And it might be something that only your partner teams have the luxury to do, frankly. But
yeah, I mean, he just said it in the interview, right? Like, they're rocking up with like a bajillion spreadsheets.
They're the only team with Danny like that has that. And remember, like, Danny is not a pure analyst on their team. He's also splitting his time as a manager, which is like a really, I used to do that. That is like a lot of work. It's a full-time job for these players.
Yeah, I hope Danny is collecting the bag.
Yeah. Wait, somebody needs to bring in our Danny. Danny Lim on the coaching staff.
Yeah, where's our Danny?
Let Danny Lim
really happy.
Danny will be the vibes kind of guy. Our Danny. Yeah, he's keeping the spirits up. That's right. I'm not sure how to transition into our next segment. But there was something there probably. I don't know. Mitch, don't give me that look.
It was just the Royal Rumble, so the Ultimate Warrior was not there though, but we do have some Ultimate Warriors here. Look at what I just did.
Wow, that was honestly about as good as anything I do.
Kind of what you do is the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Zoe's so good at it that it makes it very difficult.
I'm really glad we're just letting
you
worm under the spotlight here, Matt. I'm a real fan of this.
Oh, I ain't screwing you guys.
I'm a big fan of video games and also the games we play here on our desk. The second attempt, we're getting there. Anyway, I want to play a game with you. We tried that yesterday, I believe, and that didn't work out. This time, for realsies though, Ultimate Warrior is the game we're going to play. It's a small little segment where we show you different usages of the same ultimate, and we have to decide who did it better. So you're going to get a split screen, 2 players from 2 different teams using their ult, and we're gonna rate them because we love rating people. That's all we do.
Are we rating them or deciding whose is better?
That's the same thing, is it not? You rate one as good and one as bad, or one as better.
Yeah, I guess so. That you can compare them without rating them, but like, point taken. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but like, the fact that Sugar Free looks like he's about to break the land speed barrier in that fight, and he's leaving a golden road behind him for his teammates to follow him to the promised land, for me, kind of makes this pretty fun.
Kind of beautiful.
It's sick play from Sugar Free, but I also think you got to take into account the situation, right? They're going against Avidity, right? You feel like SSG is a favorite. Ken on the other side, low HP. They're already down 1-0. They have an opportunity to get this flashpoint, end up winning the map. I mean, that's a big time play.
I love how Ken kills Funny Astro there out of like, wow.
Yeah,
like,
nice.
He just...
I like the pizzazz of Sugar Free at the very end there, like the chase into the abyss with the little look down. I'd give this one to Sugar Free. I think
it's Lenny time. Sorry, folks.
It's like it's Lenny time. That was the whole package for me. I don't know. Are we on board with that?
I was on board with Ken, but you know what though? You guys
I think you got outvoted.
You guys team up. You take Sugar Free.
Just NA bias. That's fine. Sure,
That's fine.
That's right. All right. Let's see what we got here. Jaewoo and Painkiller. Who ramped better?
Very similar contexts here. Okay, so we are looking for this is a duped Ramatra. I just want to point that out. An annihilation that can only last 4 seconds at the maximum.
Which should make it more impressive.
Yeah, I think it's the dupe. Yeah, the dupe of the Ramatra. I mean, that's a good call out there, Mitch. I mean, you get the lower health pool, right? It is at the start of the game though. Rad Esports Painkiller. This one's in a little
they don't
bit
tell
of
you
clutch time.
When you annihilation in duped form, you actually go up to 650 HP. It breaks the limitation normally that is on the duplicate ability. It's
fine.
So
it's fine.
Little
hey,
tech
there's a dev out there that turn the volume down. Don't listen.
I like what we saw from Painkiller there, but
Keep it low.
The echo dupe of the Ramatra. It always sucks to get beaten around the head with your own strategy. You know what I mean? Jaewoo takes it for me.
Yeah, I'll take.
That's why the audience loved the Echo ult so much. To refer back to our earlier day. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you here. Okay, the dupe gets it. We're all about the fakes, not the real ones. Next one is Sarah and...
Oh, God. That's so dog
the one on the right.
So,
dude, but you miss. I was hitting these directs on the guy Rain on the other team. He even said I was gapping him at one point. So, this is just a little bit of a blip,
I don't understand. I don't understand the fact that Johnny he literally says, "Oh, I was kind of going into these games with the mind to be more competitive," and then he invites you onto his team, bro.
It was
oil and water.
Look, I thought they were gonna rotate around, dude. If they were there, that would have been sick. But the issue is they actually weren't.
I actually find
they're about even. I think
I was just about to say, corporate asked me to identify the difference, and they did the same to me.
Yeah, I mean.
I don't know that for me I don't know what I think you're throwing. I think you're throwing.
I think that was a zoning.
I also lagged a bit. There's a lag spike.
There was lag and zoning.
I was supposed to go further around the corner.
Trying to lose the game. Were you doing well at that point, or were you guys struggling?
Look, I'm not gonna say anything bad about my teammates. I'm not gonna say anything bad about my teammates, but
that's very.
I was, actually, hold on. I'll spare Shento. He was playing well. Shento's playing well.
Shento's the go. Was Jake hanging out with me at that time? Is that why you didn't have him?
Yeah. Jake wasn't there, but I'll say this. I was probably the best on our team. I mean, if you think that was bad, I was probably the best on our team.
I don't know about that. So this entire segment was literally just invented so we can look at your Pharah play again. I swear, audience, this was the last time we exposed
they didn't pull the stats. The stats were good.
You can only do that intentionally. It's not possible to accidentally do that. Oh God!
Did you at least get a lot of hits? At least it's clippable. We're here for content, good content. We have more good content coming up on day 3. Actually, let's take a look at this. Well, listen, Matt. I don't have Mitch. I don't have all the answers. I do have games for you though. Can I interest you in any of these?
Yes, actually. I think. Oh man, damn. EU games very good. NA games that Avidity Rad game for me decides 5th. I think. Which I do think is important. Unless Shikigami show us something a little bit special, but I'm doubtful about it. So I want to understand just how strong some of these teams out of the top 4 are in NA. So I'm definitely looking forward to our first.
Who do you see currently at the bottom then? Is it Shiki Amplify? That's for sure.
I think it's Rad Avidity Shiki Amplify. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to see if Rad Esports can bounce back. I was pretty high in this team coming into today. They did not play well today. I want to see if they can bounce back tomorrow.
Well, you know what? We're only one sleep away from finding out. But that's it from us here. A quick day. So we're very happy to give you some of your time back, as the corporate overlords would like to say. Thank you all so much for joining us. Mitch, Matt, thank you so much for calling the action. And we're going to see all of you again tomorrow for day 3.
Oh, you're so bad, bro.
Justice reigns.